Good day, lovely viewers. Welcome to Nexus Harry. We have an exciting story lined up for you today. What if Harry was a Chimera Animagus who used the powers of every magical beast to rule the world? Your engagement means the world to us. Like, comment, and subscribe to help us grow and bring you more amazing content. Without wasting any time, let's start. Chapter 1, Awakening. The scales appeared on Harry's forearm during a particularly boring history of magic lecture. At first, he thought it was a trick of the light, the way the afternoon sun slanted through the classroom windows, catching on his skin. Then he felt it, a strange tingling sensation followed by a subtle hardening of his flesh. When he glanced down, unmistakable green-gold scales glimmered where smooth skin should have been. Harry yanked his sleeve down, heart hammering. Nobody had noticed. Bins droned on about the goblin rebellions while most of the class dozed. Ron was sketching Quidditch formations, and Hermione was actually taking notes, her quill scratching rapidly across parchment. The scales vanished as quickly as they had appeared, leaving Harry to wonder if he'd imagined it. The past few weeks had been strange, sudden bursts of heightened senses, momentary strength that had snapped his quill in half during exams, and dreams filled with creatures he couldn't name roaming through forests he'd never seen. "Harry?" Hermione whispered, noticing his distraction. "Are you all right?" He nodded, forcing a smile. "Just tired." It wasn't entirely a lie. Sixth year had been exhausting, with Dumbledore's private lessons about Voldemort's past, Snape's impossible defense against the dark arts assignments, and the constant, gnawing worry about what Malfoy was planning in the Room of Requirement. But these changes were something else entirely. After class, Harry retreated to the dormitory, rolling up his sleeve to examine his now normal arm. Maybe it was stress. Maybe he was cracking under the pressure of being the chosen one, the weight of the prophecy, the knowledge that eventually, he would have to face Voldemort again. "Talking to yourself, Potter?" Seamus asked, appearing in the doorway. Harry quickly pulled down his sleeve. "Just thinking aloud." "Well, think louder next time." "Thought you were having a conversation with your arm." Seamus grinned, tossed his textbooks onto his bed, and left. That night, Harry dreamed of flying, not on a broom, but with massive, leathery wings sprouting from his back. He soared above Hogwarts, the wind rushing past him, feeling more powerful and free than he'd ever felt before. When he woke, his back ached, and his sheets were torn. "You've been acting strange for weeks," Hermione said 3 days later as they sat by the lake during a rare afternoon of sunshine. "And don't say you're fine." Ron might believe that, but I don't. Ron, who was skipping stones across the water's surface, looked over his shoulder. "Hey, I noticed too. Just thought it was, everything." He gestured vaguely toward the castle, which encapsulated the mounting tension of the war, their studies, and the increasingly frequent prophet reports of disappearances. Harry sighed, rolling his wand between his fingers. "I don't know how to explain it." "Try," Hermione said, closing her arithmancy textbook. He hesitated, then pulled up his sleeve. Nothing unusual showed on his skin now, but he pressed on. "I've been changing. Physically. Scales appeared here the other day. Real scales, like a reptile's. They vanished after a few minutes." Instead of the skepticism he expected, Hermione's expression turned calculating. "What else?" "Dreams. Vivid ones, about creatures. And sometimes I feel," Harry stopped, realizing how mad it sounded. "I feel like I could transform, but not like an animagus. Like I could become multiple things." Ron sat down, abandoning his stones. "Mate, that's not impossible," Hermione interrupted, her mind already racing ahead. "There are accounts of wizards with unusual transformative abilities. Not common animagi." "I broke the bathroom sink this morning," Harry admitted. "Grabbed it when I felt dizzy, and the porcelain just crumbled. Repaired it before anyone noticed." Hermione's eyes widened. "We need to research this. If you're experiencing spontaneous transformations, a scream cut through the air, sharp and terrified. The three friends were on their feet instantly, wands drawn. More screams followed, coming from the direction of Hogsmeade. Death Eaters, Ron whispered, his face pale beneath his freckles. They ran toward the castle, but Harry stopped abruptly at the sight of black smoke spiraling into the sky, the unmistakable travel pattern of Death Eaters, heading straight for Hogwarts grounds. They shouldn't be able to get through the wards, Hermione gasped, but even as she spoke, the black smoke coalesced into 6 masked figures who landed at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Go get the teachers, Harry told his friends, already moving toward the intruders. Harry, no. Hermione grabbed his arm. There are too many, but he was already running, driven by a fury and protectiveness he couldn't explain. As he approached, the Death Eaters spotted him and raised their wands. Potter, one of them snarled. The Dark Lord will reward us handsomely for bringing him your head. Harry dodged the first curse, rolled, and came up firing. Stupefy. The spell hit one Death Eater square in the chest, but the others advanced. A burning sensation spread across Harry's back, much stronger than before. His skin felt too tight, like it was struggling to contain something enormous within him. When a cutting curse grazed his shoulder, drawing blood, the pain triggered something primal. Heat surged through his body, pooling in his chest and throat. One of the Death Eaters laughed. Is the famous Harry Potter all alone? Where are your protectors now? The taunt broke something loose inside Harry. His vision sharpened strangely, the world suddenly vivid with colors he'd never seen before. The heat in his chest rose to his throat, and when he opened his mouth to cast another spell, what emerged instead was a roaring jet of flame. The fire engulfed 2 Death Eaters, who screamed and dropped to the ground, rolling to extinguish their burning robes. The others staggered back, momentarily stunned by the display. Harry was equally shocked. The flame had come from him, from deep within his body. It wasn't a spell, it was something else entirely. But there was no time to question it. The remaining Death Eaters recovered quickly. Crucio. One of them shouted, the torture curse flying toward Harry. Instinctively, Harry's arms came up to shield himself, and to his astonishment, armored scales rippled across his skin, deflecting the curse. The sensation was extraordinary, his body responding to danger by transforming, drawing on something that felt ancient and powerful. What are you? Another Death Eater gasped, fear evident even through the mask. Harry didn't answer. He didn't fully understand what was happening himself. Instead, he charged forward with newfound speed, his legs propelling him faster than humanly possible. He tackled the nearest Death Eater, his scaled fist connecting with the man's jaw with a sickening crack. The remaining Death Eaters operated away just as professors began streaming from the castle, McGonagall in the lead with Flitwick and Sprout close behind. They found Harry standing over the unconscious bodies of 4 Death Eaters, the scales slowly receding from his arms. Potter, McGonagall said, her voice uncharacteristically shaky. What happened here? Before Harry could answer, his knees buckled. The transformation, whatever it had been, had drained him completely. As darkness closed in around the edges of his vision, he glimpsed Hermione's horrified face and Ron's open-mouthed astonishment. Harry awoke in the hospital wing, sunlight streaming through the tall windows. His body ached as though he'd played 3 consecutive Quidditch matches, and his throat felt raw and parched. Ah, Mr. Potter. Finally with us again. Madame Pomfrey appeared at his bedside, pressing a cool hand to his forehead. No fever. That's something, at least. How long? Harry's voice came out as a rasp. Just overnight. Your friends haven't left the corridor since you were brought in. Quite insistent, those 2. She handed him a glass of water. Drink this, slowly. The headmaster will want to know you're awake. As she bustled away, Harry tried to piece together what had happened. The Death Eaters, the fire, it couldn't have been real. And yet, he knew it was. Something had awakened inside him, something wild and powerful. Harry. Hermione rushed in, followed by Ron. You're awake. We've been so worried. Bloody hell, mate, Ron said, eyes wide with excitement despite Madame Pomfrey's disapproving look. You breathed fire. Actual fire. Like a dragon. Not exactly like a dragon, Hermione corrected, sitting on the edge of Harry's bed. More like a chimera. I've been researching all night. She pulled a heavy book from her bag. The fire breath, the scales, the strength, they're all consistent with chimera traits. But chimeras are monsters, Harry said, remembering vaguely from Care of Magical Creatures. I'm not turning into a monster, am I? Hermione bit her lip. Not exactly. I think you might be manifesting as a Chimera Animagus. A what? Ron and Harry asked simultaneously. It's incredibly rare. Almost mythical. She opened the book to a marked page. Most animagi can transform into only one animal, like Professor McGonagall's cat or Sirius's dog form. But there are ancient accounts of wizards who could embody multiple magical creatures, accessing different abilities as needed. Wicked, Ron breathed. It's more complicated than that, Hermione continued. According to this text, true Chimera Animagi could theoretically access the abilities of any magical creature. But they were hunted to extinction centuries ago. Why? Harry asked, though he already suspected the answer. Power, she said simply. They were considered too dangerous to exist. The ministry of the time, along with some sort of council, systematically eliminated them. A chill ran down Harry's spine. And you think I'm one of these? Chimera Animagi? It would explain the transformations, the abilities. Your mother's sacrifice and the connection to Voldemort might have triggered something dormant in your magical core. Hermione closed the book. But Harry, if I've figured this out, others will too. The Ministry won't ignore what happened yesterday. For Death Eaters taken down by a student who breathed fire, Ron said. Yeah, that's going to raise some eyebrows. The hospital wing doors opened, and Albus Dumbledore entered, his expression grave. I'm glad to see you recovering, Harry. I believe we have much to discuss. Dumbledore's office hadn't changed, the same silver instruments whirred and puffed, portraits of former headmasters pretended to sleep, and Fawkes watched from his perch with intelligent eyes. But Harry felt different within it. Something about the Phoenix resonated with him now, a kind of kinship he couldn't explain. Professor McGonagall provided a most interesting account of yesterday's events, Dumbledore said, taking his seat behind the desk. She described abilities that few wizards possess. Harry nodded, unsure what to say. He couldn't deny what had happened, there had been too many witnesses. Miss Granger has been quite busy in the library, Dumbledore continued, a hint of amusement in his voice. She requested access to the restricted section at 3 in the morning. Professor Slughorn was quite confused by the urgent owl. She thinks I might be a Chimera Animagus, Harry said, deciding directness was best. Indeed. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. A fascinating theory, and one that aligns with certain peculiarities I have observed in you over the years. You knew? Harry asked, anger flaring. I suspected your magic was unique, beyond the connection to Voldemort. Dumbledore sighed. But no, I did not know you possessed chimeric abilities. Such magic hasn't been seen in centuries. The book Hermione found said Chimera Animagi were hunted down. Yes, by the Ministry and a group called the Council of Magical Balance, Dumbledore confirmed. They feared such power concentrated in individuals. And now I have that power. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Just what I needed, another reason for people to think I'm dangerous. Power itself is neither good nor evil, Harry. It is our choices that define us. Dumbledore's blue eyes fixed on him intently. But I would caution discretion. The Ministry, even under Minister Scrimgeour, may react, poorly, to news of your abilities. Too late for that, Harry muttered. Half the school saw what happened. Indeed. Which is why we must help you understand and control these abilities quickly. Dumbledore rose. I have contacted someone who may be able to assist, a specialist in rare magical transformations. Another teacher. I've already got private lessons with you. Not a teacher, precisely. More of a consultant. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Elias Thorne will arrive tomorrow. In the meantime, I suggest you practice meditation. Focus on the sensations you experienced before transformation. Understanding the trigger may help control the response. Harry left Dumbledore's office with more questions than answers, and a growing sense that his life had just become infinitely more complicated. The great hall fell silent when Harry entered for breakfast the next morning. Then the whispers started, rippling through the tables like wind through grass. Breathed fire like a dragon, scales, real scales, Jenkins saw them, took down 4 Death Eaters alone. Ron nudged him toward the Gryffindor table, where Hermione had saved them seats. Ignore them, she advised as Harry sat down. They'll find something else to gossip about soon enough. Doubt it, Harry said, reaching for a piece of toast. Not every day someone turns part monster. You're not a monster, Hermione hissed. You're a wizard with a rare magical ability. Like being a metamorphmagus, just, more complex. Yeah, Tonks doesn't breathe fire when she's annoyed, Ron pointed out, mouth full of scrambled eggs. Exactly why people are afraid, Harry said, keeping his voice low. What if I can't control it? What if I hurt someone accidentally? That's why we're going to help you practice, Hermione said firmly. I found more information. Chimera Animagi could control their transformations with training. They could access specific creature abilities deliberately. Harry's interest peaked despite his concerns. So I could choose which abilities to use. Theoretically. Hermione pulled out a small, ancient-looking book. According to this, the transformation begins with visualization and intent, similar to occlumency. Harry groaned. Great. My worst subject. Different mindset, she insisted. This isn't about blocking thoughts, it's about connecting to magical creatures. You've always been good with creatures, remember Buckbeak? The Thestrals? There's a difference between riding a hippogriff and becoming one, Hermione. Actually, said a smooth, unfamiliar voice behind them, there isn't as much difference as you might think. Harry turned to find a tall, lean man with steel-gray hair despite his relatively young face. His eyes were an unusual amber color, and a thin scar ran from his left temple to jaw. Mr. Thorne, McGonagall said, appearing at his side. The headmaster mentioned you would be arriving today. Potter, Mr. Thorne will be assisting you with your unique situation. Elias Thorne inclined his head. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. Perhaps we could find somewhere more private to discuss your training. McGonagall led them to an unused classroom on the 3rd floor, where desks had been pushed against the walls to create an open space in the center. I'll leave you to it, she said, giving Harry a rare, sympathetic look before departing. Thorne circled Harry once, his amber eyes analytical. Show me, he said simply. I don't know how, Harry admitted. It just happened. Interesting. Most animagi require extensive training to achieve even a partial transformation. Thorne pulled out his wand. Your friends mentioned scales appeared on your arms. Harry nodded. Think about that moment. What were you feeling? Threatened? Angry? Protective? All of those, Harry said, recalling the Death Eaters threatening his friends, his school. Focus on that emotion. Let it fill you. Thorne stepped closer. Now, imagine the scales forming. See them in your mind, their color, texture, the way they overlap. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating. He pictured the green-gold scales that had appeared during the attack, remembered their hardness, the way they deflected the Cruciatus curse. Good, Thorn murmured. I can see it beginning. Don't force it, let it flow naturally. Heat spread through Harry's arm, similar to the sensation he'd felt during the attack but more controlled, less frantic. When he opened his eyes, gleaming scales covered his forearm. Remarkable, Thorn said, genuine wonder in his voice. May I? Harry extended his arm, and Thorn examined the scales, careful not to touch them directly. Dragon scales, but with a pattern more reminiscent of an alchemy. The coloration suggests Hungarian horntail influence. He looked up at Harry. You've encountered both creatures, I believe. Yes, Harry confirmed, remembering the first task of the Triwizard Tournament and the alchemy egg Hagrid had shown them in care of magical creatures. Your mind is drawing on those experiences, combining them into something new. Thorn stepped back. Try to extend the transformation. Move it up your arm. Harry focused again, imagining the scales spreading. The heat traveled further, and the transformation followed, scales now covering his entire arm and beginning to spread across his chest. Remarkable control for a novice, Thorn commented. Now, try to reverse it. Visualize your normal skin returning. This proved more difficult. Harry concentrated, but the scales remained. Don't panic, Thorn advised, noticing Harry's growing concern. Anxiety will only make the transformation more persistent. Think of something that grounds you, that reminds you of your human self. Harry thought of flying on his broom, the simple joy of soaring through the air as himself, just Harry. Slowly, the scales receded, leaving his normal skin behind. Well done. Thorn conjured 2 chairs. Let's discuss what's happening to you. Over the next hour, Thorn explained more about Chimera Animagi, their history, abilities, and the dangers they faced. Unlike regular Animagi, who transformed completely into one animal, Chimera Animagi could access different creature abilities separately or in combination. The true power, Thorn said, comes from learning to blend abilities strategically. Dragon fire with a basilisk's gaze. A phoenix's healing with a griffin's strength. The possibilities are nearly endless, limited only by your knowledge of magical creatures and your magical core's capacity. Is that why they were hunted? Harry asked. Because they were too powerful? Thorn's expression darkened. Partially. The Council of Magical Balance believed no single wizard should wield such power. But there was more to it, politics, fear, the human tendency to destroy what they don't understand. He leaned forward. The Council still exists, Potter. They operate in shadows now, but they maintain their mission, preventing any one magical entity from disrupting what they consider balance. And I'm disrupting their balance. You will, Thorn corrected. Once you master these abilities. Which is why we need to train you quickly and discreetly. Why are you helping me? Harry asked suddenly. If these Chimera Animagi were so dangerous, I have my reasons. Thorn's hand unconsciously touched the scar on his face. Let's just say I believe the Council's methods are more dangerous than the threats they claim to eliminate. Before Harry could press further, the classroom door burst open. Hermione rushed in, breathless, with Ron close behind. Harry! You've got to see this. She thrust a copy of the Daily Prophet into his hands. The headline blared across the front page, Boy Who Lived Displays Monstrous Powers, Ministry Launches Investigation into Harry Potter's Dangerous Abilities. Below was a blurred but recognizable photograph of Harry standing over the defeated Death Eaters, scales still visible on his arms, wisps of smoke rising from his mouth. It's already started, Thorn said grimly. The Ministry moves faster than I anticipated. What do we do? Ron asked, looking between Harry and Thorn. We accelerate his training, Thorn said, his amber eyes gleaming with determination. And we prepare for unwanted attention, from all sides. The next few weeks passed in a blur of classes, secret training sessions with Thorn, and avoiding the increasing number of Ministry officials who seemed to find reasons to visit Hogwarts. Scrimgeour himself had requested a meeting, which Dumbledore deftly delayed, citing Harry's educational commitments. Meanwhile, Harry's control over his transformations improved dramatically. He could now manifest scales, claws, enhanced senses, and limited fire breath at will. Each success brought both elation and concern. The more he learned about his abilities, the more he understood why such power had been feared. The key is intention, Thorn explained during one evening session in the Room of Requirement, which had transformed itself into a training arena with reinforced walls. Your magic responds to need. In danger, it manifests defensively, scales against attacks, fire against enemies. But with practice, you can direct it precisely. Harry nodded, focusing on his next challenge, wings. He'd been trying for days to manifest the wings from his dream, but had managed only small, vestigial appendages that couldn't support his weight. You're overthinking it, Thorn observed. Wings aren't just appendages, they're freedom, elevation, perspective. Connect with that feeling. Harry closed his eyes, remembering the sensation from his dream, the wind beneath him, the world spread out below. Not just the physical wings, but what they represented. As he concentrated, a familiar heat spread across his shoulder blades, more intense than before. There was a sound like canvas unfurling, and suddenly Harry felt off balance, weighted differently. He opened his eyes to find massive, leathery wings extending from his back, easily 15 feet from tip to tip. Impressive, Thorn said, circling him. Primarily dragon, with some structural elements similar to a thestral. Try moving them. Harry focused on the new appendages, finding muscles he'd never used before. The wings responded, spreading wider, then folding partially. The sensation was strange but exhilarating. Could I actually fly with these? He asked. With practice, Thorn confirmed. Though I wouldn't recommend attempting it in a castle full of stone walls and flammable tapestries. A knock at the door interrupted them. The wings instinctively folded tight against Harry's back, not disappearing but becoming more compact. Interesting defensive reaction, Thorn noted, moving to answer the door. Hermione entered, carrying a stack of books. She paused at the sight of Harry's wings. Oh. You finally managed it. Yeah, Harry said, extending one wing slightly. Still getting used to them. They're magnificent, she said, setting down her research materials. I've found more historical accounts of Chimera Animagi. Most could access 3 to 5 creature abilities, but there are legends of some who master dozens. I've identified at least 7 distinct creature influences in Harry's transformations so far, Thorn added. Dragon, basilisk, phoenix, alchemy, thestral, griffin, and something resembling a Nundu's strength. All creatures he's encountered directly or studied. Could I access abilities from creatures I've never seen? Harry asked. Theoretically, Hermione answered. If you understood their magical essence sufficiently. It's about magical resonance, not just physical familiarity. Harry concentrated on retracting the wings, which dissolved back into his body more smoothly than his earlier attempts. Any news about the ministry? Hermione's expression sobered. They're sending an evaluation team tomorrow. Officially to assess all 6th-year students, but everyone knows they're coming for you. Scrimgeour's getting impatient, Thorn said. We need to accelerate your training with defensive transformations. There's something else, Hermione said hesitantly. A new student is arriving tomorrow. Transferred from Ilvermorny. Lyra Blackwood. Mid-year? Harry frowned. That's unusual. Very, Hermione agreed. And her timing, coinciding with the ministry visit. You think she's connected? Harry asked. I think it's worth being cautious, she replied. Especially now. Thorn nodded approvingly. Trust your instincts, but don't show your hand. Both of you. He checked his pocket watch. We should end for tonight. Harry, practice maintaining small transformations for longer periods, enhanced senses are particularly useful and less obvious than physical changes. As they prepared to leave, Thorn added, "And Potter, remember what we discussed about the ministry officials. Limited demonstrations only. Nothing they can use against you." Harry nodded, understanding the warning. The ministry feared what they couldn't control. His goal tomorrow wasn't to impress them, but to convince them he wasn't a threat, at least, not yet. The ministry evaluation team consisted of 3 stern-faced wizards in official robes, led by Dolores Umbridge, whose presence at Hogwarts again made Harry's blood boil. He could feel his temperature rising literally, heat building in his chest at the sight of her saccharine smile. "Control," Thorn murmured as they passed in the corridor. "Remember your center." The evaluation began with standard magical aptitude tests for all 6th years, transfiguration exercises, charm work, basic defensive spells. Harry performed competently but carefully, avoiding any display that might trigger his chimeric abilities. "Mr. Potter," Umbridge said when his turn came for the private assessment portion. "How interesting to work with you again. The minister has taken a personal interest in your progress." The small office they'd commandeered contained a table with various magical instruments Harry didn't recognize. One looked like a modified sneakoscope, another resembled a silver tuning fork attached to a glass sphere. "These are standard evaluation tools," one of the other officials explained unconvincingly. "Nothing to be concerned about." "Then you won't mind explaining what they do," Harry replied evenly. Umbridge's smile tightened. "The ministry isn't required to explain its methods to students, Mr. Potter." "I'm not just any student though, am I?" Harry met her gaze. "Not according to yesterday's prophet." What was the headline? "Ministry seeks to classify Potter's abilities as regulated magical phenomenon." The officials exchanged glances. The youngest of them, a wizard with a neatly trimmed beard, spoke up. "We're here to assess whether your unique abilities pose any danger to yourself or others." "And if they do?" Harry asked. "The ministry has facilities where wizards with specialized magical conditions can be properly monitored and assisted," Umbridge said sweetly. "Imprisoned, in other words." Harry felt a flicker of anger, which he carefully contained. "I'm managing quite well with Professor Dumbledore's guidance." "Nevertheless," Umbridge pressed, "a simple demonstration would help allay concerns. Nothing elaborate, perhaps just a small transformation." It was transparently a trap, but refusing would only increase suspicion. Harry decided on a controlled display, something impressive enough to satisfy them but not so threatening as to justify immediate action. He focused on his eyes, a transformation Thorn had helped him perfect. It was subtle but effective, enhancing his vision while changing his iris color to a striking amber, similar to Thorn's own unusual eyes. The instruments on the table immediately reacted. The sneakoscope-like device spun rapidly, while the tuning fork vibrated and emitted a soft, pulsing light. "Fascinating," the bearded wizard murmured, leaning closer. "Visual transformation without full metamorphagus capabilities." "Enhanced vision," Harry explained calmly. "Useful for Quidditch." "And the other abilities reported?" Umbridge asked. "Scales. Wings. The fire. Defensive reactions to being attacked by Death Eaters," Harry said. "Surely the ministry doesn't object to students defending themselves." Before Umbridge could respond, the door opened and Professor McGonagall entered, her timing suspiciously perfect. "I believe Mr. Potter's evaluation time has concluded," she said firmly. "He has transfiguration in 5 minutes." "We're not finished, Minerva," Umbridge began. "I believe you are, Dolores." McGonagall's tone left no room for argument. The headmaster was quite specific about the time allotted for each student's assessment. "Mr. Potter, you're dismissed." Harry didn't need to be told twice. As he left, he heard Umbridge's frustration bubbling over. "The minister will hear about this obstruction." McGonagall merely raised an eyebrow. "I look forward to his owl." In the corridor, Harry nearly collided with a girl he didn't recognize. She stepped back gracefully, adjusting the strap of her bag. "Sorry," Harry said automatically. "No harm done." Her accent was American, but with something else beneath it, older, difficult to place. She studied him with unusual violet eyes. "You're Harry Potter." It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded anyway. "And you're new." "Lyra Blackwood." She offered her hand, which Harry shook briefly. Her grip was firm, her skin surprisingly warm. "Just transferred from Ilvermorny." "Ravenclaw." "Bit unusual, transferring mid-year," Harry commented, remembering Hermione's suspicions. Lyra smiled slightly. "Unusual circumstances. My father's research brought him to Britain suddenly." She glanced at the door Harry had exited. "Ministry evaluation. Seems intense for routine educational assessment." "These days, everything's intense," Harry replied vaguely. "True." Lyra adjusted her bag again. "I heard what happened with the Death Eaters." "Impressive, standing your ground against 6 of them." Harry tensed slightly. "Just lucky." "I doubt that." Her violet eyes seemed to see right through him. "Anyway, perhaps you could show me around sometime. The castle's more confusing than Ilvermorny." "Sure," Harry agreed, though something about her set his instincts on alert. Not danger, exactly, but a sense that she was more than she appeared. "I should get to class, but I know where to find you," Lyra finished with a smile. "See you around, Harry Potter." As she walked away, Harry noticed something odd, a faint, shimmering quality to the air around her, visible only because his eyes were still in their enhanced state. It reminded him of heat waves rising from hot pavement, but confined to her immediate vicinity. Curiouser and curiouser, as Alice would say. Harry made a mental note to tell Hermione about the encounter. If anyone could unravel the mystery of Lyra Blackwood, it was her. "She's definitely hiding something," Hermione declared that evening in the Gryffindor common room. "I checked with Professor Flitwick, her transfer paperwork came through only 3 days ago, with a personal recommendation from someone in the Department of Magical Cooperation." "Ministry connections?" Ron suggested, looking up from his potions essay. "Possibly." Hermione bit her lip. "But that shimmering effect Harry saw, that suggests something else." "Like what?" Harry asked. "I'm not sure yet." She pulled out a thick book titled Magical Auras and Signatures, a comprehensive guide. "But I intend to find out." Harry was about to respond when a sharp pain lanced through his scar, not the familiar burning associated with Voldemort's emotions, but something new. A pulling sensation, as if something were tugging at his magic. "Harry?" Ron's voice seemed distant. "You alright, mate?" The pain intensified, and Harry felt his control slipping. Scales erupted along his arms unbidden, and his vision blurred, then sharpened dramatically. "Something's wrong," he managed, his voice deeper than normal. "Can't control it." Hermione was immediately at his side. "Focus, Harry. Find your center, like Thorn taught you." But the transformation continued, talons replacing his fingernails, his teeth sharpening to points. The other Gryffindors in the common room backed away, some reaching for wands. "We need to get him out of here," Ron said urgently. "Before someone panics." Through the haze of pain and disorientation, Harry saw the portrait hole open. Thorn entered, followed by Lyra Blackwood. "What is she doing here?" Hermione demanded. Ignoring her, Thorn rushed to Harry's side, examining him quickly. "Someone's triggered a forced transformation. A magical amplifier of some kind." "The Ministry's devices," Harry gasped, remembering the instruments that had reacted to his controlled demonstration. "Possibly." Thorn placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Focus on my voice. Push back against the external magic. It's like a clemency, build a wall between your core and the intrusion." Harry tried, but the pain was overwhelming. Fire built in his lungs, seeking release. He can't control it, Thorn said grimly. The trigger's too strong. I can help, Lyra said, stepping forward despite Hermione's protective stance. Miss Granger, please, Thorn said quickly. Allow her. She has relevant expertise. Reluctantly, Hermione stepped aside. Lyra knelt before Harry, her violet eyes meeting his now reptilian ones without fear. Harry, she said softly, placing her palms against his scaled cheeks. Listen to my voice. The magic pulling at you isn't yours to command. Recognize it as foreign. Reject it. Her touch was cool against his burning skin, and something flowed between them, a countering energy that soothed the chaotic magic coursing through him. That's it, she encouraged as the scales began to recede. Find your own magic beneath the interference. It's still there, still yours to control. Gradually, the forced transformation reversed. The talons retracted, his teeth returned to normal, and the fire in his chest subsided to a manageable warmth. When it was over, Harry slumped forward, exhausted. What, he panted, was that? A magical resonance trigger, Thorn explained, his expression grim. Designed to force chimeric transformation beyond the subject's control. The Ministry's instruments weren't just measuring your abilities, they were mapping them for exploitation. How did you know to come? Hermione asked suspiciously. Because I sensed the activation, Lyra answered, still kneeling beside Harry. Just as I can sense the chimeric magic within him. And what exactly are you? Ron demanded. Lyra exchanged a glance with Thorn, who nodded slightly. I'm from the Blackwood family, she said, as if that explained everything. When met with blank looks from the trio, she continued, we're bonded to magical creatures, have been for centuries. Not animagi, but something adjacent. We can sense, communicate with, and sometimes influence creature magic. She's a natural, Thorn added. One of the few families the council never managed to eliminate. The council, Harry repeated. You're connected to them? My ancestors opposed them, Lyra corrected. When they began hunting Chimera Animagi, the Blackwood family protected as many as they could. For that, we were nearly wiped out ourselves. So you transferred to Hogwarts because... Hermione left the question hanging. Because I sensed what Harry was becoming, Lyra said simply. The awakening of a true Chimera Animagus creates magical ripples. I convinced my father we needed to investigate. To help or to neutralize? Harry asked directly. Lyra met his gaze evenly. That depends on you, Harry Potter. On what you intend to do with powers that haven't been seen in centuries. The next morning, the Great Hall buzzed with fresh rumors about Harry's near transformation in the common room. Some accounts claimed he'd grown wings and a tail, others that he'd nearly incinerated the entire tower. Harry ignored them, focusing instead on what Thorn and Lyra had revealed during their late-night discussion. The Ministry wasn't the only threat. The Council of Magical Balance had reportedly dispatched agents to assess the situation at Hogwarts. According to Thorn, they wouldn't act immediately, they preferred observation before intervention, but their patience had limits. Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice pulled Harry from his thoughts. The headmaster requests your presence in his office immediately. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley may accompany you. Her tight expression suggested trouble. The trio followed her through the corridors in tense silence. In Dumbledore's office, they found not only the headmaster but also Minister Scrimgeour, Umbridge, and two Aurors Harry didn't recognize. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore said calmly, though his eyes lacked their usual twinkle. Thank you for joining us. The minister has some concerns he wishes to address. Concerns is putting it mildly, Scrimgeour said, his lion-like features set in a stern expression. Mr. Potter, reports indicate you experienced an uncontrolled transformation yesterday evening that endangered your fellow students. The only thing endangering students was whatever your devices did to me, Harry replied. After your evaluation, I suddenly couldn't control abilities I'd been managing fine for weeks. Umbridge's fake smile appeared. Now, Mr. Potter, surely you don't suggest the Ministry deliberately. I know exactly what the Ministry deliberately did, Harry interrupted. The question is why? Scrimgeour stepped forward. The Ministry has a responsibility to understand and regulate dangerous magical phenomena. Your abilities qualify as such. And you thought triggering an uncontrolled transformation in a school full of children was responsible? Hermione asked incredulously. Watch your tone, Miss Granger, Umbridge warned. No, I think her tone is entirely appropriate, Dumbledore intervened, his own voice deceptively mild. Minister, I cannot condone actions that place my students at risk, regardless of your justifications. This is bigger than Hogwarts, Dumbledore, Scrimgeour insisted. Potter possesses abilities that could destabilize the entire magical community. The historical precedent is clear. What precedent? Ron asked. Harry's not done anything wrong. Not yet, Umbridge said ominously. But Chimera Animagi historically become dangers to society. It's only a matter of time. Based on accounts written by those who hunted them, Harry pointed out. Hardly unbiased sources. Scrimgeour's patience visibly thinned. The point remains, Potter, that you require specialized monitoring. The Ministry proposes temporary relocation to a secure facility. Absolutely not, Dumbledore interrupted, all pretense of pleasantness gone. Harry will remain at Hogwarts under my protection. You don't have the authority. I have every authority where the safety of my students is concerned, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair. And I remind you, Minister, that attempting to remove Harry against his will would violate multiple educational statutes, not to mention basic magical rights. The standoff stretched for several tense seconds before Scrimgeour relented slightly. A compromise, then. Ministry observers stationed at Hogwarts to monitor Potter's progress and ensure public safety. One observer, Dumbledore countered. Of my approval. And they will have no authority to interfere with Harry's education or training. After further negotiation, terms were agreed upon. The Ministry would send a single qualified observer, not Umbridge, to everyone's relief, who would report on Harry's control and development but not interfere unless a clear danger emerged. As they left Dumbledore's office, Harry felt both relieved and uneasy. The immediate threat of Ministry intervention had been averted, but the scrutiny would only increase. That was close, Ron muttered as they descended the spiral staircase. Too close, Hermione agreed. And I doubt the Ministry will give up so easily. Harry nodded, thinking about what Lyra had said the night before. The power awakening within him had historical precedent, and not a reassuring one. Chimera Animagi had been feared, hunted, eliminated, perhaps for good reason. I need to master this, he said finally. Completely. Not just to defend myself, but to prove them wrong. To show that this power doesn't have to be dangerous. Unless it's directed at Death Eaters, Ron added with a grin. Then it can be as dangerous as you like. Harry managed a smile, but his thoughts had already turned to his next training session. If both the Ministry and this mysterious council were watching him, he needed to progress faster than ever. The scales that had appeared sporadically for weeks now felt like just the beginning, a glimpse of potential that ran far deeper than he'd imagined. Whatever was awakening within him, Harry was determined to control it rather than let it control him. As they rounded a corner, Harry caught sight of Lyra speaking quietly with Thorn at the far end of the corridor. She glanced up, meeting his gaze, and inclined her head slightly, acknowledgement, respect, perhaps something more. Whatever her true purpose at Hogwarts, Harry sensed she would play a significant role in what was to come. The question was whether that role would be ally or adversary, or something more complex than either. The lake at sunrise had become Harry's preferred training ground. Far from prying eyes, with open space for larger transformations, it offered both privacy and the varied environment needed to practice different creature abilities. 2 weeks had passed since the Ministry's attempted intervention, and Harry's progress had accelerated dramatically. Under Thorn's guidance, and, increasingly, Lyra's, he'd mastered not only individual creature transformations but also combinations: merfolk gills with hippocampus speed for underwater movement, dragon wings with griffin talons for aerial maneuverability, Nunda strength with manticore reflexes for ground combat. "Ready?" Thorn called from the shore as Harry hovered 20 feet above the water, his dragon-thestral hybrid wings beating steadily. Harry nodded, concentrating on his next challenge, sustaining flight while manifesting additional abilities. At Thorn's signal, he dived toward the water's surface, wings tucked tight against his body. Just before impact, he extended them fully, pulling up sharply while simultaneously transforming his arms into scaled, clawed appendages capable of grasping the target, a weighted buoy Thorn had enchanted to move erratically. Harry snatched it from the water's surface on his first attempt, a feat that had taken dozens of tries the previous week. "Excellent control!" Thorn shouted. "Now the fire sequence." Banking hard, Harry circled back over the lake. The buoy in his grip transformed into its secondary form, a series of floating targets. Harry released it, then focused on the heat building in his chest. When he exhaled, a controlled jet of flame, not the wild burst from his first transformation, but a precise, concentrated stream, ignited the first target. He repeated the process for each target, adjusting the flame's intensity and direction with growing confidence. When the final target disintegrated into ash, Harry landed gracefully on the shore, the wings dissolving back into his body as his feet touched the ground. "Remarkable improvement," Thorn said, genuine admiration in his voice. "Your integration of multiple abilities is advancing faster than I anticipated." "It's getting easier," Harry admitted. "Less like forcing a transformation and more like, remembering a movement I already know." "That's exactly how it should feel." Thorn handed him a towel. "Your magic is recognizing these forms as natural extensions of itself, not foreign elements to be controlled." From a nearby tree, Lyra dropped down, landing with unnatural lightness. She'd been observing from a distance, as she often did during these sessions. "Your fire control is particularly impressive," she noted. "Most chimeric transformations struggle with elemental aspects." "It helps having teachers who know what they're doing," Harry replied, giving her a small smile. Their relationship had evolved cautiously over the past weeks. While Hermione remained suspicious of Lyra's sudden appearance and convenient expertise, Harry had come to appreciate her insights. There was something about her presence that stabilized his transformations, making the more complex combinations easier to maintain. "The Ministry Observer arrives today," Thorn reminded them as they walked back toward the castle. "Or Kingsley Shacklebolt." "That's actually good news," Harry said. "Kingsley's in the order. Dumbledore must have pulled some strings." "Don't be complacent," Thorn warned. "Even allies have obligations to their employers. Shacklebolt will report accurately on your abilities. Then we'll make sure he has something positive to report," Lyra said pragmatically. "Harry's control is improving daily. Even the Ministry can't justify intervention if he's demonstrating responsible mastery." As they approached the castle, Harry noticed a figure waiting at the entrance, not Kingsley's tall, imposing silhouette, but a shorter, stockier man in formal robes of midnight blue. "That's not Shacklebolt," Thorn muttered, his casual demeanor suddenly alert. "Who is it?" Harry asked, slowing his pace. Lyra's expression had darkened. "Council," she whispered. "Harold Grimm. One of their field assessors." "How can you tell?" "The robes," she replied. Midnight blue with silver threading at the cuffs, traditional council field uniform, though they rarely wear it openly anymore. "What's he doing here?" Harry kept his voice low as they continued toward the entrance, where the stranger was now conversing with Professor Flitwick. "Escalation," Thorn said grimly. "The Ministry's interest has forced the Council's hand. They're moving from covert observation to direct assessment." "What does that mean for me?" Harry asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. "It means," Lyra said, that you're now officially on their radar as a potential threat to magical balance. And the Council doesn't issue warnings like the Ministry, they take action. Professor Flitwick noticed their approach and waved them over, his expression carefully neutral. "Ah, Mr. Potter. Perfect timing. This gentleman was just asking about you. May I introduce Mr. Harold Grimm, visiting from the Department of International Magical Cooperation." The cover story was transparent, but Harry played along, extending his hand. "Nice to meet you, sir." Grimm studied Harry with calculating grey eyes before accepting the handshake. His grip was firm, almost testing. "Mr. Potter. Your reputation precedes you." "Most of it's exaggerated," Harry replied evenly. "Is it?" Grimm's gaze shifted to Thorn. "Interesting company you keep these days, Potter." "Mr. Thorn is assisting with advanced transfiguration studies," Professor Flitwick interjected smoothly. "Dumbledore arranged it personally." "Of course he did," Grimm said with a thin smile. "And Miss Blackwood? Another educational consultant?" Lyra met his gaze without flinching. "Hogwarts has been most welcoming to transfer students. Even those with unconventional backgrounds." The tension between them was palpable. Harry sensed an old conflict beneath the surface, institutional rather than personal. "Well," Flitwick said brightly, clearly attempting to diffuse the situation, "Mr. Potter has classes to attend. Perhaps we could continue this conversation later, Mr. Grimm." "Certainly," Grimm agreed, his eyes never leaving Harry. "I look forward to observing Mr. Potter's progress. The Ministry isn't the only body with interest in unusual magical development." As they walked away, Harry whispered to Thorn, "How worried should I be?" "Very," Thorn replied quietly. "But not panicked. The Council moves deliberately, assessment before action. We still have time." "Time for what?" Lyra answered, her voice barely audible, "To make you too powerful for them to touch." The room of requirement had transformed itself into a perfect training environment for that evening's session, a cavernous space with varied terrain, water pools, rock formations, open areas for flight practice, and reinforced targets for offensive abilities. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Thorn, and Lyra gathered near the center, where a detailed map of Hogwarts and its grounds had been conjured. "Grimm isn't working alone," Thorn explained, pointing to various locations. "Council assessors always operate in teams of 3. The second is likely positioned here, near the edge of the Forbidden Forest, monitoring magical emanations. The third will be mobile, probably using some form of disguise to move through the castle." "What exactly are they assessing?" Hermione asked. 3 criteria, Lyra answered. Power level, control, and intent. Power they can measure through passive observation. Control requires stress testing, they'll arrange situations forcing Harry to transform under pressure. "Like the Ministry did?" Ron frowned. "More subtle," Thorn said. "A dangerous creature near students. A confrontation with Slytherins. Anything to test Harry's restraint when provoked." "And intent?" Harry asked. "That's where they're most dangerous," Lyra said quietly. "They'll probe your mind, your relationships, your ambitions. Looking for any sign that you might use your abilities to disrupt what they consider magical balance." "So basically, they're looking for an excuse," Ron summarized. "More or less," Thorn agreed. "Which is why tonight's training is crucial. Harry needs to master not just transformation but concealment." The session focused on techniques to disguise chimeric abilities as standard magic, making dragon fire resemble incendio, presenting enhanced strength as a well-cast locomotor charm, disguising heightened senses as detection spells. The trick, Thorn explained as Harry practiced subtle scales that could be mistaken for a shield charm's shimmer, is to use your abilities while letting observers believe you're casting conventional spells. Misdirection. Won't they sense the difference? Harry asked, watching the nearly transparent scales ripple across his forearm. Not if you're actually casting simultaneously, Hermione suggested. Use your wand, speak the incantation, but channel your chimeric ability instead of the spell. Precisely, Thorn nodded approvingly. The magical signature will be mixed, difficult to distinguish. They practiced for hours, until Harry could seamlessly blend conventional magic with his transformative abilities. By the session's end, he could manifest subtle chimeric enhancements while appearing to cast standard spells, a hybrid approach that offered power without drawing undue attention. As they prepared to leave, Lyra pulled Harry aside. "There's one more thing you should know about the Council's assessment." Her expression was unusually serious, which caught Harry's attention immediately. "What is it?" "They'll try to determine your alignment, whether your chimeric nature tends toward light creatures or dark." She hesitated. Historically, Chimera Animagi who manifested primarily dark creature abilities were eliminated immediately, regardless of their control or intentions. "And what determines the alignment?" Harry asked, thinking of the basilisk abilities he'd already demonstrated. "That's the problem," Lyra said softly. "No one knows exactly. Some theorize it's based on the wizard's nature, others believe it's influenced by the creatures they first connect with." She met his eyes directly. "Either way, you need to be careful about which abilities you display publicly. Basilisk, Nundu, Dementor, these will raise immediate red flags. So I should stick to phoenixes and unicorns?" Harry asked with a hint of sarcasm. "For now," she nodded seriously. "Until we better understand what we're dealing with." As they left the room of requirement, Harry noticed a subtle shimmer in the air near a suit of armor, the kind of distortion created by a disillusionment charm. He kept his expression neutral, continuing the conversation while extending his senses, another technique he'd been practicing. Enhanced hearing picked up the faint sound of breathing, while his heightened sense of smell detected unfamiliar cologne. The Council's third assessor, watching silently from the shadows. Game on, Harry thought, deliberately not looking toward the hidden observer. If they wanted to assess him, he'd give them a performance to remember. The next morning, Harry entered the Great Hall to find Draco Malfoy waiting with his usual cronies, a smug expression on his pointed face. "Morning, Potter," Malfoy drawled, loud enough for nearby students to hear. "Father wrote to me about your condition. Says the Ministry's considering reclassifying you as a magical beast instead of a wizard. Seems fitting, doesn't it?" Harry sensed the setup immediately. With Grim watching from the staff table and the hidden assessor likely nearby, this was exactly the kind of provocation Thorn had warned about. "Good morning to you too, Malfoy," Harry replied calmly. "Your father's prison cell gets mail delivery. How progressive of Azkaban." Malfoy's face flushed with anger. "Watch yourself, Potter. Not everyone thinks your freakish abilities are impressive. Some of us recognize monsters when we see them." "Interesting perspective from someone who literally has the dark mark on his arm," Harry countered, keeping his voice steady despite the anger bubbling beneath the surface. He could feel his temperature rising but controlled it carefully, allowing no visible transformation. Crabbe and Goyle moved forward menacingly, but Malfoy held up a hand. "Not worth the trouble," he said, though his eyes promised future confrontation. "After all, the Ministry's already planning to put him in a cage where he belongs." As they walked away, Ron appeared at Harry's side. "Slimy git. Want me to hex him?" "No," Harry said, noting Grimm's careful observation. "That's exactly what they want." The test continued throughout the day. In potions, Harry's cauldron mysteriously overheated, nearly exploding before he managed to stabilize it, without using his fire-resistant scales, which would have been the easiest solution. During care of magical creatures, a normally docile hippogriff became agitated around him, sensing his chimeric nature. Each time, Harry maintained control, using conventional magic or simple evasion rather than revealing his abilities. By evening, the constant vigilance had left him exhausted but satisfied. He'd passed every test, showing restraint even when provocation was obvious. "Well played," Lyra commented as they met on the way to dinner. Grim looked positively disappointed. "Let's not celebrate yet," Harry cautioned. I doubt they're finished. His words proved prophetic when screams erupted from the entrance hall just as they approached. Students came running out in panic, some shouting about a monster. Harry and Lyra exchanged glances before running toward the commotion. Inside, they found chaos. A creature had somehow entered the castle, a nightmarish blend of scorpion and spider, nearly 8 feet tall with dripping mandibles and a venom-tipped tail. Circuit, Lyra whispered. Egyptian magical predator. Incredibly dangerous. Teachers were rushing in, but the creature had backed a group of terrified first-years into a corner. Its tail poised to strike. Harry assessed the situation instantly. The teachers wouldn't reach the children in time. Standard spells might not penetrate the creature's magic-resistant carapace. This was the Council's most blatant test yet, forcing him to choose between revealing his abilities and letting children suffer. No choice at all, really. Harry moved without hesitation, drawing his wand to maintain the pretense of conventional magic while channeling his transformation. Scales rippled across his skin, not the dragon variety but the iridescent, magic-deflecting scales of an alchemy. His legs transformed subtly, muscles reconfiguring for explosive speed. Protego, he shouted, casting an actual shield charm while simultaneously launching himself between the circuit and the children. The creature's tail struck his scaled back, venom sizzling harmlessly against the magical protection. Harry spun to face it, aware that everyone in the hall was watching, students, teachers, and most certainly the council assessors. He had seconds to make a critical decision about how to neutralize the threat without revealing too much. Incarcerus, he cast, channeling Griffin's strength through his arms. The conjured ropes weren't what subdued the creature, it was Harry's enhanced strength pulling the ropes tight enough to restrain even the circuit's powerful limbs. The creature thrashed, mandibles clacking furiously. Its tail whipped toward Harry's face with lethal speed. Without thinking, Harry caught it bare-handed, a movement too fast for human reflexes. He could feel eyes widening around the hall. Damage control time. Stupefy Maxima. Harry deliberately used an overpowered stunning spell as cover for releasing a controlled burst of magical energy, not fire, which would be too obvious, but a concussive force similar to an erumpent's charge. The circuit collapsed, unconscious but alive. The hall erupted in applause and relieved exclamations. Teachers rushed forward to secure the creature while Madame Pomfrey checked the frightened children for injuries. Potter, McGonagall said, reaching him first. That was, exceptionally quick thinking. Just reacted, Professor, Harry said, making sure his transformation had fully receded. Lucky I was nearby. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Yes. Lucky indeed. She glanced toward Grim, who stood observing from the staircase. Perhaps you should visit the hospital wing yourself, just to be certain you weren't injured. I'm fine, really, I insist, she said firmly. Miss Blackwood can accompany you. As they left, Lyra whispered, McGonagall's giving you an exit. Take it. In the corridor, safely away from prying eyes, Harry leaned against the wall. That was no accident. The circuit was deliberately released. Obviously, Lyra agreed. A test of your response to immediate danger threatening others. Did I pass? You showed restraint, protected innocence, and subdued the threat without killing it, she assessed. But you also revealed enhanced reflexes, strength, and magical resistance. It's a mixed result. Harry sighed, rubbing his face. This is ridiculous. I'm being judged for abilities I didn't ask for and am working hard to control. Welcome to the world of magical politics, Lyra said with a grim smile. Where power is feared more than evil itself. As they continued toward the hospital wing, Harry felt a strange resonance in the air, similar to the magical signature he detected from Lyra when they first met, but much stronger. He stopped, extending his senses. Do you feel that? Lyra tensed, closing her eyes briefly. Yes. Something, ancient. Her eyes snapped open. The forest. Now. They changed direction immediately, heading for the nearest exit. As they ran across the grounds toward the forbidden forest, Harry saw it, a column of golden light rising from the trees. "What is that?" he asked between breaths. "A summoning," Lyra replied grimly. "And I think I know who's being called." At the forest's edge, they paused. The golden light pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat. "We shouldn't go in without backup," Harry said, reaching for the enchanted galleon Hermione had created for the DA. "No time," Lyra responded. "This is happening now, and I think it's meant for you." They plunged into the trees, following the light. As they moved deeper into the forest, Harry felt an increasing pull on his magic, not hostile, but insistent, like a current drawing him forward. The light led them to a clearing where 3 figures stood around a glowing runic circle. Harry recognized Grimm immediately. The others matched Thorn's description of council assessors, a tall woman with silver hair and a stocky man whose face was partially obscured by a hood. "Right on time, Mr. Potter," Grimm said without turning. "Though Miss Blackwood's presence is unexpected." "What are you doing?" Harry demanded, wand raised. "The final assessment," Grimm replied calmly. "You've demonstrated power and reasonable control. Now we test your essence." The runic circle pulsed brighter, and Harry felt his chimeric abilities responding involuntarily. The sensation wasn't painful but compelling, like his magic was being called to show its true nature. "Stop it," Lyra stepped forward. "This ritual is forbidden under the Magical Creature Protection Act of 1832. The silver-haired woman smiled coldly. "The council predates your human laws, girl. We serve a higher purpose." Harry felt the transformation beginning, not controlled by his will, but pulled forth by the ritual. Scales appeared on his arms, but unlike previous manifestations, these shifted continually between types: dragon, basilisk, alchemy, runespore, each revealing itself momentarily before changing. "Fascinating," the hooded assessor murmured. "Multi-resonant. I've never seen a pattern like this." "What does it mean?" Grimm asked sharply. "It means," came Thorn's voice from behind them, "that he's beyond your classification system." Thorn stepped into the clearing, accompanied by Dumbledore and, surprisingly, Kingsley Shacklebolt. "This assessment ends now," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying quiet authority. "You have no jurisdiction here, Harold." "We have every jurisdiction where magical balance is threatened," Grimm countered. "The boy shows signs of apex chimeric resonance." "You know the protocols." "I know your protocols were written by frightened men centuries ago," Dumbledore replied. "And I know they have no legal standing in Britain today. As Auror Shacklebolt can confirm." Kingsley stepped forward. "By authority of the Ministry of Magic, you are ordered to cease this unauthorized magical ritual and surrender your wands for inspection." The standoff stretched for several tense seconds before the silver-haired woman made a subtle gesture. The runic circle dimmed, releasing its pull on Harry's magic. "This isn't over, Dumbledore," Grimm said quietly. "The boy's potential exceeds containment thresholds. The council will not stand idle." "Neither will Hogwarts," Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes hard as steel. "Neither will I." The council members retreated, disappearing among the trees with unsettling silence. As soon as they were gone, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "How did you find us?" he asked Thorn. "Hermione," Thorn explained. "She saw you running toward the forest and contacted me through the communication mirror I gave her." "Always the clever one," Harry said with a small smile. Dumbledore approached the fading runic circle, studying it with evident concern. "An essence revelation ritual. They weren't simply testing you, Harry, they were trying to determine your magical alignment." "Did they succeed?" Lyra asked. "I believe not," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "The ritual requires completion to provide clear results. But they saw enough to worry them." He turned to Harry. "Your chimeric nature appears to span the entire spectrum of magical creatures, light and dark, elemental and corporeal, ancient and modern. You are, quite literally, unprecedented. Is that good or bad? Harry asked. Thorn and Dumbledore exchanged glances. It means, Thorn said carefully, that you cannot be easily categorized, or controlled. To those who fear power they don't understand, that makes you dangerous by default. The council will report to their full assembly, Lyra added. They'll debate, analyze, and eventually decide on a course of action. How long do we have? Harry asked. Weeks, perhaps months, Dumbledore answered. The council moves deliberately in matters of this magnitude. Time enough, Kingsley spoke up, for the ministry to establish protective protocols. Scrimgeour may be cautious about your abilities, Harry, but he's not about to let some secret international cabal dictate policy on British soil. Politics, Harry thought with resignation. Always politics. As they made their way back to the castle, Harry felt a strange mixture of concern and relief. The council posed a new threat, but their assessment had revealed something important. His chimeric nature wasn't inherently dark or light, but encompassed the full spectrum of magical creatures. The power awakening within him was neither good nor evil by nature. Like magic itself, it would be defined by his choices, his intentions, his heart. And in that realization, Harry found unexpected clarity. Whether the ministry feared him or the council hunted him, his path forward remained the same: master these abilities completely, use them to protect those he cared about, and perhaps, just perhaps, reshape the magical world's understanding of power itself. Next to him, Lyra walked in thoughtful silence, her violet eyes occasionally glancing his way. Whatever her original purpose in coming to Hogwarts, Harry sensed it was evolving, just as he was. The chimeric awakening had only begun. Where it would lead, not even Dumbledore could predict. Chapter 2, Ascension. 6 months changed everything. Harry perched atop the astronomy tower, watching dawn break over the Forbidden Forest. His eyes, currently enhanced with the keen vision of a thunderbird, could pick out individual creatures moving through the trees nearly a mile away. A herd of thestrals drifted like shadows between ancient oaks, while a centaur patrol moved with deliberate purpose along the eastern boundary. The world looked different through these eyes. Sharper. More alive. Like he could see the very magic pulsing through the landscape. Thought I'd find you up here. Harry didn't turn. He'd sensed Lyra's approach long before she spoke, her distinctive magical signature now as familiar to him as Ron's laugh or Hermione's quill scratching. Morning flight? She asked, settling beside him on the stone parapet. Harry nodded. Cleared my head. Dawn flights had become ritual. Before the castle woke, he would transform, a hybrid form with thunderbird wings, dragon endurance, and demiguise camouflage to avoid detection, and soar over the Scottish Highlands, reveling in a freedom he'd never known on a broomstick. Ministry delegation arrives at 10, Lyra reminded him, her violet eyes studying his profile. Thorn thinks they'll make another offer. Let them. Harry rolled his shoulders, the ghost sensation of wings still tingling beneath his skin. Answers still no. Since the confrontation with the council assessors, the ministry had shifted tactics. Threats gave way to enticements, prestigious positions, special accommodations, generous stipends. All with transparent strings attached. Lyra smiled slightly. Such certainty. I remember when you agonized over every transformation. That was before I understood what I am. Harry met her gaze. What I'm becoming. The months of intensive training had transformed him. Physically, he remained recognizably Harry Potter, perhaps a bit taller, his frame more defined, but his presence had changed. Even fully human, he carried himself with the unconscious grace of a predator, an alertness to his surroundings that never quite switched off. And what are you becoming, Harry Potter? Lyra asked softly. Before he could answer, a Patronus, McGonagall's silver tabby, materialized before them. The ministry representatives have arrived early, it announced in the professor's crisp tones. Your presence is requested in the headmaster's office immediately. The Patronus dissolved, leaving them exchanging knowing glances. Attempting to catch me off guard, Harry surmised, standing. Typical ministry tactics. Lyra rose beside him. Need backup? Harry smiled. Always. Dumbledore's office contained more people than Harry expected. Besides the headmaster himself, seated calmly behind his desk, there stood Rufus Scrimgeour, flanked by Percy Weasley and a severe-looking which Harry didn't recognize. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood slightly apart, his expression carefully neutral. Thorn leaned against a bookcase, arms crossed, his amber eyes tracking every movement. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore said pleasantly, as though the tension in the room wasn't thick enough to cut. "Thank you for joining us." Minister Scrimgeour was just explaining the ministry's latest proposal. "Which couldn't wait until our scheduled meeting?" Harry asked, making no effort to hide his suspicion. Scrimgeour's leonine features tightened momentarily. "Matters of national security rarely adhere to convenient scheduling, Mr. Potter." "National security," Harry repeated. "Interesting choice of words for a conversation about my future. Your abilities have implications beyond your personal circumstances," the unfamiliar witch interjected. She stepped forward, extending a manicured hand. "Emmeline Vance, Department of Magical Cooperation. I specialize in unique magical assets." Harry didn't take the offered hand. "I'm not an asset." "Perhaps resource would be a better term," Vance amended smoothly, withdrawing her hand without apparent offense. "The fact remains that your chimeric abilities represent unprecedented magical potential. Potential that could benefit our entire society if properly directed." "You mean controlled," Lyra said from beside Harry. Vance's eyes flicked to her, a hint of disdain visible before her professional mask slipped back into place. "The ministry is proposing a partnership, not control. Mr. Potter would retain autonomy while receiving the support and structure needed to develop his abilities within appropriate parameters." "Which parameters would those be?" Harry asked. "The ones that keep me useful but not too powerful. Visible but contained. A ministry mascot to trot out when convenient." Percy shuffled uncomfortably, while Scrimgeour's patience visibly thinned. "We're offering you legitimacy, Potter," the minister said bluntly. "Official recognition of your status, protection from elements like the council that would rather see you eliminated, and a platform to use your abilities for genuine good." "In exchange for what?" Harry countered. "Your cooperation," Scrimgeour replied. "Regular assessment, adherence to reasonable restrictions, and contribution to ministry initiatives when requested." "Such as?" "Primarily security operations," Vance explained. "Dark wizard apprehension, magical creature incidents, specialized protective details. Areas where your unique abilities would be invaluable." It sounded reasonable on the surface. Perhaps 6 months ago, Harry might have considered it. But he'd learned much since then, about the ministry, about politics, about power and those who sought to harness it. "And if I decline?" Scrimgeour and Vance exchanged glances. "The ministry cannot force your participation," Scrimgeour acknowledged reluctantly. "But neither can we allow an unregistered, unregulated magical entity of your power to operate without oversight. If you refuse official partnership, we would be compelled to implement monitoring measures." "You mean surveillance," Harry translated. "We mean protection," Vance countered. "Both for you and for those around you." Dumbledore, who had been silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. "I believe, Minister, that Mr. Potter's capabilities hardly qualify him as a magical entity requiring registration. He remains, first and foremost, a wizard. A student under Hogwarts protection. A student with abilities that could level this castle if unleashed at full strength," Scrimgeour responded tensely. "Don't pretend you haven't measured his potential, Albus. We've seen the training facilities you've arranged, the specialists you've consulted. You know exactly what Potter is becoming." The room fell silent at this direct challenge. Harry felt a familiar heat building in his chest, the instinctive response to threat. He tamped it down, breathing steadily as Thorn had taught him. No transformations. Not now. I appreciate the Ministry's concern, Harry said finally, his voice calm despite the storm building within. But I've made my decision. I won't be registered, regulated, or recruited. My abilities are my responsibility, and I'll continue developing them under guidance I trust. Vance's professional demeanor cracked slightly. This isn't a negotiation, Mr. Potter. The Wisingamat has already drafted legislation regarding magical hybrids. Without Ministry protection, you could find yourself classified alongside werewolves and vampires, subject to severe restrictions. Threatening me hasn't worked out well for people in the past, Harry remarked, holding her gaze until she looked away. This isn't a threat, Scrimgeour insisted. It's reality. The magical community fears what it doesn't understand. Without official recognition and structure, public opinion will turn against you. We're offering a path to acceptance. Minister, Dumbledore interjected, rising from his chair, perhaps we should continue this discussion after everyone has had time to consider the implications more thoroughly. Mr. Potter will graduate in a few months, at which point his relationship with various magical institutions will naturally evolve. Scrimgeour recognized the dismissal for what it was. His jaw tightened, but he nodded curtly. Very well. Consider our proposal carefully, Potter. The Ministry can be a powerful ally, or a formidable regulatory force. As they prepared to leave, Kingsley approached Harry. A word in private? Harry nodded, and they stepped away from the others. The Minister is serious about the legislation, Kingsley murmured. Umbridge is driving it, with support from several old families concerned about magical purity. They're using your case to target all beings they consider hybrid. Lupin, Harry realized with growing anger. They're going after werewolves again. Among others, Kingsley confirmed. Centaurs, mere-people, anyone with mixed magical heritage. They're calling it the Magical Being Classification and Regulation Act. Convenient timing, Harry said bitterly. Politics rarely coincides with fairness, Kingsley replied. Watch yourself, Harry. The Ministry may have shifted from threats to offers, but their goal remains the same, to establish control over abilities they don't understand. After the delegation departed, Dumbledore sighed heavily. I fear the Ministry's patience wears thin. Scrimgeour is under pressure from multiple factions. The old families, Thorn said grimly. They've never tolerated magical anomalies outside their control. What about this legislation? Harry asked. Can they actually classify me as a magical creature? They can try, Dumbledore answered. Whether they would succeed is another matter. Your case is unprecedented, which makes legal classification difficult. However, the attempt itself could be damaging. And not just to you, Lyra added. They're using you as cover to target other magical communities. Classic divide and conquer strategy. Harry paced the office, frustration building. For months he'd focused on mastering his abilities, naively hoping that demonstrated control would ease concerns. Instead, his growing power had only intensified the Ministry's determination to contain him, one way or another. There's something else, Thorn said, exchanging glances with Dumbledore. Something we've been investigating. Harry stopped pacing. What? The Ministry's interest in you isn't purely regulatory, Thorn explained. There's evidence they're conducting research based on magical samples collected during your previous interactions. What kind of samples? Harry asked, though he already suspected the answer. Blood, Dumbledore confirmed gravely. From your confrontation with the Death Eaters, and possibly from the incident with the circuit. The Ministry recovery team was particularly thorough in collecting evidence. Evidence they've transferred to an unmarked research facility in the Department of Mysteries, Thorn continued. My sources indicate they're attempting to analyze the magical properties of your transformation. The implications hit Harry like a physical blow. They're trying to replicate it. Or weaponize it, Lyra said quietly. Your blood contains chimeric markers, magical signatures from multiple creatures. In theory, those could be isolated, amplified, and repurposed. Into what? Harry demanded. Specialized offensive spells, Thorn suggested. Creature-targeting wards. Possibly even biological weapons against certain magical species. Harry's anger flared, and with it, an involuntary transformation, scales rippling briefly across his hands before he regained control. I need to stop them, he said firmly. If they're using my blood to develop weapons, we need proof first, Dumbledore cautioned. Suspicion, even well-founded, isn't enough to justify action against the Ministry. I may have a way, Thorn said thoughtfully. An old contact in the Department of Mysteries owes me a favor. With your permission, Headmaster. Dumbledore nodded. Proceed with caution. The Ministry already watches you closely, Elias. They try, Thorn replied with a hint of amusement. They rarely succeed. Harry turned to Dumbledore. What about the legislation? If they classify me as a magical creature, we fight it, Dumbledore said simply. Legally, publicly, relentlessly. And we ensure you're not fighting alone. His blue eyes twinkled suddenly. In fact, I believe this situation presents an opportunity, one we've discussed theoretically. Harry recognized the look. The Alliance. Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed. The Ministry seeks to isolate you. Perhaps it's time to demonstrate just how connected you've become. Hagrid's hut had always been a sanctuary of sorts for Harry, but never more so than now. While the castle had grown increasingly uncomfortable, filled with watching eyes and whispered speculations, Hagrid's home remained a place of simple acceptance. They'll come around, Hagrid assured, pouring tea into mugs the size of soup bowls. People fear what they don't understand. Always have. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat around the massive table, joined by Lyra and, surprisingly, Luna Lovegood, whose dreamy demeanor concealed a remarkably practical mind when it came to magical creatures. The Ministry's moving faster than we anticipated, Hermione said, spreading out newspaper clippings and correspondence. They've scheduled preliminary hearings on the Classification Act for next month. That's not much time to organize opposition, Ron noted, scanning the documents. Which is precisely why they're rushing, Lyra pointed out. Standard political maneuvering, push controversial legislation through before resistance can mobilize. Luna looked up from the creature sketches she'd been examining. The centaurs already know, she said matter-of-factly. Father received a delegation last week. They're very concerned. As they should be, Hermione replied grimly. Under the proposed classifications, they'd be relegated to semi-sentient magical beings, with severe restrictions on territory and autonomy. Harry's jaw tightened. All because the Ministry wants a legal framework to control me. You're the excuse, not the reason, Lyra corrected. They've wanted this kind of control for generations. Your abilities just provided a convenient justification. Either way, Ron interjected, we need allies. Lots of them. Hagrid nodded enthusiastically, his beard wagging. That's where I come in. Got friends among most magical communities. They might not trust the Ministry, but they trust me. And me, Luna added serenely. The Thestrals told me they're willing to listen. Harry might once have questioned how Luna communicated with Thestrals, but his own expanding abilities had taught him that magic contained more pathways of connection than wizards typically recognized. We start with the communities most immediately threatened, Hermione suggested, ever practical. Centaurs, mere people, those with partial creature heritage who still maintain wizard status. The werewolves, Harry added firmly. Lupin can help us reach them. Careful there, Hagrid warned. Werewolf packs are mighty suspicious these days. With Greyback still supporting you-know-who. All the more reason to offer them an alternative, Harry countered. Most werewolves follow Greyback out of fear, not loyalty. If we show them another path, a sharp crack interrupted him. Harry was on his feet instantly, wand drawn, senses expanded. The others reacted nearly as quickly, years of DA training evident in their ready stances. The door burst open to reveal Thorn, his clothing singed and a nasty cut bleeding above his eye. "We have a problem," he announced without preamble. Hagrid bustled forward with surprising speed for his size. "Sit down before ya fall down." "What happened?" Thorn accepted the offered chair but waved off Hagrid's attempt to examine his wound. "Ministry Research Facility. I got in, confirmed our suspicions, and triggered every alarm in the process." "You found proof?" Hermione asked urgently. "About Harry's blood?" Thorn nodded grimly. "They're not just analyzing it, they're actively weaponizing it. Project Chimera. Designed to create specialized magical countermeasures against creature-based threats." "Define countermeasures," Harry said tensely. "Spells that target specific magical signatures. Barriers that react violently to certain creature types. And worst of all, a kind of magical toxin that attacks creature-based magic at its core." Thorn's amber eyes fixed on Harry. "If perfected, it could potentially strip you of your chimeric abilities, or kill you in the process." The room fell silent as the implications sank in. "Did you get evidence?" Lyra finally asked. Thorn pulled a shrunken vial from his pocket. "Memory copy of the research logs. Should be enough to cause serious political damage if released properly." He grimaced suddenly, pressing a hand to his side where a dark stain spread across his shirt. "You're hurt worse than you're letting on," Hermione observed sharply. "Who did this?" "Unspeakables," Thorn replied, allowing Hagrid to help him remove his jacket, revealing a nasty-looking wound beneath. "Plus some kind of experimental security construct, part spell, part creature. Never seen anything like it." As Hagrid applied Dibney to Thorn's injuries, Harry paced the small hut, his mind racing. The situation had escalated beyond political maneuvering. The Ministry wasn't just trying to control him, they were developing weapons that could potentially destroy him and any magical being with similar characteristics. "We need to move now," he decided, turning to face the others. "Not just alliances, direct action. We have to shut down Project Chimera before they develop something that can't be countered." "That's dangerously close to declaring war on the Ministry," Hermione cautioned. "They fired the first shot," Harry replied firmly. "Using my blood to develop weapons against magical beings they're simultaneously trying to classify as inferior through legislation." "I agree with Harry," Luna said unexpectedly. "The creatures have been waiting for someone to stand against the Ministry's cruelty. They just needed a leader they could trust." Ron looked between them. "This is bigger than we planned. We were talking about political opposition, not revolution." Lyra supplied when he trailed off. "Sometimes history demands it." Harry met each of their gazes in turn. "I'm not asking anyone to fight. But I can't sit back while the Ministry uses me to target innocent beings." "Mate, when have we ever let you do anything alone?" Ron said with a crooked grin, though worry lingered in his eyes. Hermione sighed. "We'll need a better plan than storming the Ministry. And significantly more allies." Luna stood suddenly, her usual dreaminess replaced by focused intensity. "The Forbidden Forest. Tonight at midnight. I'll arrange the meeting." "What meeting?" Harry asked, but Luna was already heading for the door. "The Council of Magical Beings," she called over her shoulder. "They've been waiting for you, Harry. For someone who bridges both worlds." With that cryptic statement, she disappeared into the afternoon light, leaving the others exchanging bewildered glances. "Did anyone know there was a Council of Magical Beings?" Ron finally asked. "It's not exactly common knowledge," Hagrid mumbled, looking uncomfortable. "Supposed to be secret, like. And you're part of it?" Hermione deduced. Hagrid's massive shoulders lifted in a shrug. Got giant blood, don't I? Plus, creatures trust me. Been attending meetings for years. Why haven't you mentioned this before? Harry asked, not accusingly but with genuine curiosity. Wasn't my secret to share, Hagrid replied simply. And they weren't ready to reveal themselves. Not until now. Thorn, who had remained silent during this exchange, finally spoke. The timing isn't coincidental. They've been watching you, Potter. Assessing whether you're truly what the ancient texts predicted. Which is what, exactly? Harry asked, growing tired of cryptic references. Lyra answered, her voice soft but certain. The Changer. The one who would bridge the divide between wizard and creature, bringing balance to magical society. That sounds suspiciously like prophecy, Harry said flatly. I've had enough of those to last several lifetimes. Not prophecy, Thorn corrected. More like, recognition. Magical beings have their own histories, their own understandings of magic's patterns. They've observed the cyclical rise of bridge figures throughout magical history. And they think Harry's one of these. Bridge figures? Ron asked skeptically. They know he is, Hagrid said with surprising conviction. First wizard in centuries who can truly understand creature magic from the inside. That means something to them. Harry didn't respond immediately, absorbing this new perspective. He'd been so focused on the wizarding world's reaction to his abilities that he hadn't fully considered how magical beings might interpret them. If they want to meet, he decided finally, then we'll meet. Tonight. The Forbidden Forest at midnight carried a different energy than during daylight hours. Magic seemed to pulse more visibly between the ancient trees, sentient and aware in a way that raised the hairs on Harry's neck. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Lyra followed Hagrid along a path that seemed to materialize before them and vanish behind. None of them spoke, sensing the solemnity of the moment. Even Ron, usually quick with nervous quips in tense situations, remained respectfully silent. After 20 minutes of walking, they entered a massive clearing bathed in soft blue light emanating from luminous fungi circling a central space. Harry stopped at the edge, momentarily stunned by the gathering before him. Creatures of every description stood in a rough semicircle, centaurs with their proud bearing, merpeople supported in floating spheres of water, goblins watching with calculating eyes, house elves clustered together near a fallen log, thestrals shifting like living shadows, and dozens of beings Harry couldn't immediately identify. Luna stood at the center, looking perfectly at home among the extraordinary assembly. She beckoned Harry forward with a serene smile. As he stepped into the clearing, a ripple of reaction passed through the gathered beings, murmurs, clicks, trills, and other sounds of recognition. The Chimera comes, announced a centaur Harry recognized as Firenze, his palomino coat gleaming in the blue light. As the stars foretold. Not just a wizard, not just a beast, added a mermaid whose floating sphere brought her to eye level. A bridge between worlds. Harry felt suddenly exposed. These creatures saw him differently than humans did, not as Harry Potter the boy who lived, but as something both more and less defined. I didn't come for titles or recognition, he said clearly, his voice carrying across the clearing. I came because we face a common threat. The Ministry's Classification Act, nodded a goblin near the front. We are aware. Not just the Act, Harry continued. They're developing weapons, magical countermeasures targeting specific creature types. Using my blood to create them. This revelation caused a more violent reaction, angry stomping from centaurs, hisses from the merpeople, and a low, dangerous growl from a section of the clearing Harry couldn't quite see. We have suspected such treachery, said a tall, gaunt figure that stepped forward, a vampire, Harry realized, his pale skin almost luminous. The Ministry has always feared what it cannot control. Which is why we must stand together, Harry urged. Not just in opposition to the Act, but in creating something new, an alliance that protects all magical beings, regardless of classification. Pretty words, rumbled a deep voice, and the crowd parted to reveal an enormous figure, at least 8 feet tall, with grayish skin and features that suggested both human and troll ancestry. But words break against ministry walls like water. "What power do you bring, Chimera?" Before Harry could answer, Lyra stepped forward. "He brings the power of transformation. Of understanding. He can become any of you, share your magic, your perspective, your existence." The massive being studied Harry with intelligent eyes. "Prove it." Without hesitation, Harry focused on his connection to the magical creatures surrounding him. The transformation came easily now, scales rippling across his skin, not from any single creature but a harmonious blend of many. His eyes shifted, taking on the multifaceted vision of a mantis, while his hands elongated into talons that combined the strength of a griffin with the dexterity of a bowtruckle. Most dramatically, wings unfurled from his back, not the dragon-thestral hybrid he typically used for flying, but a new configuration inspired by the creatures present. They shimmered with the iridescent quality of fairy wings while maintaining the powerful structure of a thunderbird's. A collective gasp rose from the assembly. Harry had never transformed so completely in front of others, and never with such fluid integration of diverse creature aspects. "He shows us true transformation," announced Firenze. "Not imitation, but embodiment." "I don't just borrow your forms," Harry explained, his voice deeper but still recognizable. "I connect with your magical essence. I understand from within." The large gray-skinned being nodded slowly. "I am Gin of the Stone Mountains. The hill trolls acknowledge your claim, Chimera." One by one, representatives from each group stepped forward, offering formal recognition, some grudging, others enthusiastic. The centaurs pledged their bows, the merpeople their tridents, the goblins, surprisingly, offered access to forgotten forges, house elves promised assistance that transcended their usual servitude. When the acknowledgments concluded, Harry returned to his human form, feeling strangely balanced despite the magnitude of what had just occurred. "The alliance is formed," Luna announced, her dreamy voice carrying surprising authority. "But it needs a home, a sanctuary where all may gather safely." "The Ministry controls all magical territories in Britain," objected the goblin representative. "Where could such a sanctuary exist?" Harry exchanged glances with Hermione, who nodded encouragingly. "Not all territories," Harry corrected. "After Sirius died, I inherited the Black properties, including an unplottable island off the Scottish coast. According to Gringotts, it's been abandoned for centuries because of creature infestations." "Black Isle," Gun rumbled. "A wild place. Magic runs deep there." "It's technically wizard property," Harry continued, "but outside Ministry mapping. With the right protections, it could become a true sanctuary, a place where all magical beings are equal, regardless of Ministry classification." "And who would govern this sanctuary?" asked the vampire representative, his tone skeptical. "You." "No," Harry replied immediately. "A council representing all member groups. I offer the land and protection, not rulership." This answer seemed to satisfy many of the assembled beings, though Harry noted some remaining skepticism, particularly among the centaurs, who had long experience with wizard promises. "We will need more than words and land," Firenze stated. "The Ministry will not surrender its authority willingly. When they discover your sanctuary, they will come with force." "Let them come," Harry said, with quiet confidence rather than bravado. "By then, we'll be ready." The weeks that followed passed in a blur of activity. While maintaining the appearance of a normal seventh-year student preparing for newts, Harry coordinated the establishment of what was quickly becoming known as the Sanctuary. Hermione designed an ingenious communication network using enchanted journals similar to the DA coins but more sophisticated. Ron, leveraging strategic thinking honed through years of chess, developed contingency plans for various scenarios. Lyra worked closely with different creature groups, serving as liaison and translator when necessary. The most surprising contribution came from George Weasley, who appeared at Hogwarts unannounced one weekend with a trunk full of specialized defensive products. Fred would have loved this, he told Harry as they inspected the contents in the room of requirement. Magical creatures united against ministry bureaucracy. Absolute dream scenario. The items he brought went far beyond the usual Weasley's Wizard Wheezes inventory: adaptive shields that responded to specific magical signatures, communication devices that worked across species barriers, and non-lethal defensive measures designed specifically for beings without wands. "How did you develop all this so quickly?" Hermione asked, examining a bracelet that could instantly translate 27 magical languages. "Been working on most of it for ages," George admitted. "The shop's just the public face. Fred and I always had broader ambitions." "Revolution through recreation," Ron said with a knowing grin. "Something like that," George agreed. "Anyway, the network's with you. Plenty of folks out there who aren't fond of how the Ministry handles non-human elements." This proved increasingly true as news of the sanctuary spread through underground channels. Beings who had long existed on the margins of magical society began making their way to Black Isle, some openly, others in secret. Thorn, recovered from his injuries, coordinated security and reconnaissance, using contacts Harry suspected came from his mysterious past. "The Ministry's getting nervous," he reported during a planning session in late March. "They know something's happening, but they can't pinpoint what or where." "What about Project Chimera?" Harry asked. The weapons research remained his primary concern. "Temporarily suspended after our little break-in," Thorn replied with satisfaction. "But not abandoned. They've relocated the research to a more secure facility, one even my contacts can't access easily." "Then we'll need to be more direct," Harry decided. "The memory evidence you collected, it's time to use it." Lyra, who had been studying a map of Black Isle, looked up. "Release it publicly." "Strategic distribution," Harry clarified. "Kingsley first, he has allies in the Aura Department who would be horrified by unauthorized weapons research. Then the Quibbler, Luna's father, will publish the full story without Ministry censorship." "That's likely to force confrontation," Thorn warned. "The Ministry won't respond kindly to exposure." "Good," Harry said firmly. "I'm tired of shadows and subterfuge. Let's bring this into the open." The decision made, they moved quickly. Kingsley received the evidence that evening via secure channels, and by the following morning, ripples were already spreading through the Ministry. 2 days later, the Quibbler published a special edition headlined, "Ministry's Secret Weapon, Harry Potter's Blood-Used Anti-Creature Program." The reaction was immediate and fierce. While the Ministry issued denials, internal leaks, carefully orchestrated by Kingsley's allies, confirmed key details. Protests formed outside the Ministry, not just from creature rights activists but from ordinary wizards concerned about ethical boundaries. Most significantly, the Goblin Nation issued a formal statement questioning whether the Ministry could be trusted with financial oversight given its propensity for unauthorized experimentation with magical essences. The implicit threat to the wizarding economy sent shock waves through the political establishment. Harry monitored these developments from Hogwarts, aware that his every move was being watched more closely than ever. The Ministry Observer, a bland-faced wizard named Pembroke who had replaced Kingsley after the evidence leak, followed Harry constantly, maintaining a pretense of casual interest that fooled no one. "They're scrambling," Hermione reported during a DA meeting that had become a de facto planning session for their growing movement. "The Classification Act has been postponed indefinitely. 3 department heads have resigned in protest over Project Chimera, and the Wisengamot has called for a full inquiry." "Progress," Ron acknowledged, "but they'll recover. Ministry's good at weathering scandals. Which is why we need to establish the sanctuary firmly before they regroup," Harry said. "The equinox ritual is 4 days away. Once completed, the Isle's protections will be anchored to creature magic rather than wizard wards, making it virtually impenetrable to Ministry enforcement," Lyra added. "Creature magic operates on fundamentally different principles they've deliberately avoided studying. Won't that just confirm their fears?" Neville asked quietly. He had become one of their strongest supporters, his affinity for magical plants creating unexpected bridges with several being communities. An unplottable island filled with magical creatures, protected by wards the ministry can't penetrate. Their fears are based on control, not reality, Luna said, looking up from the ritual diagram she was annotating. They don't fear what we might do, they fear what we might become without their oversight. Harry nodded. Exactly. This isn't about creating a threat to wizard society. It's about establishing that magical beings have the right to self-determination. As the meeting concluded, Harry felt a familiar prickling sensation at the base of his skull, a warning his enhanced senses had developed to indicate magical surveillance. Casually, he activated one of George's counter-surveillance devices disguised as a remembrall. "We're being monitored," he murmured to Lyra as they left the room of requirement. Something more sophisticated than Pembroke's usual observation spells. Lyra didn't react visibly, but her voice lowered. "Council. Ministry, I think. Different magical signature." Harry led her through a series of corridors, taking a deliberately circuitous route to shake any physical pursuit while George's device worked to identify and neutralize the monitoring spell. They ended up in the clock tower, its massive gears providing background noise that would make eavesdropping difficult. "They're getting desperate," Lyra observed once they were relatively secure. "Direct surveillance violates at least 3 educational privacy statutes." "They're past caring about legalities," Harry replied. "The sanctuary represents everything they fear, magical power outside their jurisdiction, beings operating according to their own governance, and me, working with both." Lyra studied him in the half-light filtering through the tower's windows. "You've changed these past months. Not just your abilities." Harry leaned against the stone wall, considering this. "I've stopped trying to fit into the world they've built. Started imagining the world that could be." "Dangerous thinking," she said, but her violet eyes held approval. "The kind that reshapes history." "Someone has to," Harry replied simply. "When systems are designed to marginalize entire populations, working within them only reinforces the inequality." Lyra moved closer, her presence warm in the chilly tower. "You sound like a revolutionary." "Maybe I am," Harry admitted. "Not what I expected to become, but exactly what was needed," she finished. Her hand found his, fingers intertwining naturally. "The question is, what happens after revolution? Building is harder than breaking." "That's why it can't be just about me," Harry said firmly. "The sanctuary needs to outlast any individual, be governed by principles, not personalities." Lyra smiled slightly. Impressively mature perspective for someone the ministry portrays as a dangerous, power-hungry hybrid. Harry returned the smile, acutely aware of her proximity and the pleasant warmth spreading from their joined hands. "I have good advisors." The moment stretched between them, charged with possibilities neither had yet acknowledged aloud. Then the tower bells began to chime, breaking the spell. "We should go," Lyra said, reluctantly releasing his hand. "Thorn's expecting us for the final equinox preparations." As they descended the tower stairs, Harry's enhanced hearing caught a whispered conversation from the corridor below, Pembroke reporting to someone via enchanted mirror. "Closer than anticipated. The ritual is scheduled for the equinox." "Yes, I'll continue monitoring, but they're being extraordinarily cautious. Potter's abilities make conventional surveillance nearly impossible." Harry signaled Lyra to stop, then gestured toward his ear and the direction of the voice. She nodded, understanding immediately. "Understand the urgency, sir. If they complete the ritual before we locate the island." "Yes, sir. The strike team is prepared." "At your command." Strike team. Harry's blood cooled. The ministry was preparing direct action, not legal maneuvering or political pressure, but force. When Pembroke's footsteps faded, Harry and Lyra exchanged grim looks. "We need to warn the others," Lyra whispered. "They're moving faster than we expected." Harry nodded, his mind already racing ahead to contingencies. "The equinox ritual can't wait. But we'll need to accelerate the evacuation plan," get everyone to the sanctuary tonight instead of gradually over the next few days. That's dozens of beings to transport secretly, with the ministry watching every magical transportation network. Then we don't use conventional transportation, Harry decided. It's time to activate the creature pathways. Ancient magic often went unnoticed by wizards, who tended to recognize only the forms of power they themselves wielded. But the oldest magical beings knew of pathways that existed before the ministry, before wands, before the artificial divisions between wizard and creature magic. These pathways, ley lines enhanced and adapted by centuries of creature traffic, connected sacred sites across Britain. They couldn't be monitored by conventional means because they operated on principles the ministry deliberately ignored in its cataloging of magical phenomena. Standing at the edge of the forbidden forest that night, Harry felt the nearest pathway like a river of energy beneath his feet. His chimeric senses had grown sensitive to such currents over months of practice. Remember, he instructed the gathered DA members, visualize your destination exactly as you saw it in the pensive memories. The pathway responds to intent as much as direction. The evacuation was proceeding in groups, Neville leading the plant-affiliated beings, botruckles, venomous tentacula, and several sentient fungi, Luna guiding the air creatures, thestrals, hippogriffs, and a small colony of fairy folk, Ron and Hermione coordinating the land dwellers, centaurs, forest trolls, and various semi-humanoid beings. Harry, Lyra, and Thorn would take the last group, the most visible and therefore most vulnerable members of their alliance. They would also remain behind to complete the equinox ritual that would permanently secure the sanctuary's protections. As the first groups departed, slipping into the ancient pathways with varying degrees of confidence, Harry felt a discordant tremor in the magical current, like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples outward. "Someone's trying to access the pathways," Lyra murmured, having sensed the same disturbance. "Someone who doesn't understand the proper approach." "Ministry?" Thorn suggested, his hand moving to his wand. "I don't think so," Harry replied, extending his senses further. The magical signature felt wrong. Not like ministry magic, with its regulated patterns, but something darker, more chaotic. "This feels like..." He never finished the sentence. An explosion of energy erupted from the pathway entrance, not a physical blast, but a magical disruption that sent everyone nearby staggering backward. The pathway entrance, which had appeared as a subtle shimmer between two ancient oaks, flared with sickly green light. From this corrupted opening emerged a figure that made Harry's blood run cold. It resembled a human in basic shape, but the similarities ended there. Its skin rippled with constant motion, scales and fur and feathers appearing and disappearing in nauseating succession. Its face was a horrific blend of human and beast features, eyes that changed from snake-like slits to avian orbs to mammalian pupils within seconds, a mouth that couldn't seem to decide between fangs, beak, or human teeth. But worst of all was the magical signature radiating from it, a twisted, corrupted version of Harry's own chimeric energy, but laced with something else. Something unmistakable. "Voldemort," Harry whispered in horrified recognition. "That's Voldemort's magic." The creature's head snapped toward him, its ever-changing eyes fixing on Harry with malevolent recognition. "Potter," it hissed, its voice a discordant blend of human speech and animal sounds. "Found you at last." Thorn moved with startling speed, placing himself between Harry and the monstrosity. "Artificial chimera," he spat. "Dark magic corruption of the natural transformation process." The creature laughed, a terrible sound like breaking bones and tearing flesh. "Not artificial. Evolved. Perfected. What Potter could be if he embraced true power." "What are you?" Harry demanded, recovering from his initial shock and readying himself for conflict. "I am the future," the creature replied, stretching limbs that seemed to grow and retract at will. "Born of your blood and the Dark Lord's essence. The ministry thinks it can harness chimeric power, they know nothing of its true potential." Understanding dawned with horrifying clarity. Project Chimera. You're what they were really creating. What they thought they were controlling, the creature corrected, its face settling momentarily into a grotesque approximation of human features that Harry recognized with a shock, Lucius Malfoy, though twisted almost beyond recognition. Until I showed them the error of their assumption. Malfoy? Harry breathed, stunned. What did they do to you? They offered me redemption, the thing that had once been, Lucius replied, its form rippling again into something less human. A chance to serve the ministry instead of Azkaban. Volunteer for an experimental procedure. They needed a wizard subject to test their chimeric extracts. Its mouth stretched into an inhuman grin. They didn't realize I remained loyal to my true master. Voldemort is dead, Lyra stated flatly, moving to Harry's side, her own magic gathering visibly around her hands. His body, perhaps, Malfoy conceded. But his essence remained, preserved in artifacts, in followers, in the very magic he wielded. When they infused me with Potter's chimeric blood, I added something extra. A drop of potion containing that preserved essence. Creating a hybrid of chimeric ability and Voldemort's consciousness, Thorn concluded grimly. Abomination magic. The creature seemed pleased by this description. The researchers died screaming, unable to comprehend what they'd helped create. The facility burned. But I preserved their research, their attempts to weaponize chimeric blood. Fascinating work, truly. Why are you here? Harry demanded, though he suspected the answer. To eliminate the competition, of course. The creature's form solidified briefly into something resembling a battle stance. Only one chimera can rule. The Dark Lord's consciousness agrees, you remain the final obstacle. Without further warning, it attacked, not with a wand or conventional magic, but with an explosive transformation. Wings erupted from its back while its arms elongated into razor-sharp talons. Its jaw dislocated, snake-like, revealing rows of venomous fangs. Harry responded instinctively, his own transformation flowing with practiced precision. Dragon scales hardened across his torso while his reflexes sharpened with sphinx-like precision. Unlike the chaotic, painful-looking changes of his opponent, Harry's transformation appeared controlled, almost elegant in its efficiency. The two chimeric beings clashed in a whirlwind of claws, wings, and magical energy. The corrupted chimera fought with manic ferocity, cycling through transformations rapidly, seemingly unable to maintain any single form for long. It would manifest Nunda's strength one moment, manticore venom the next, never settling into a cohesive fighting style. Harry, by contrast, maintained a strategic approach, adapting his transformations in direct response to his opponent's attacks. When faced with fire breath, he manifested salamander resistance, against venomous strikes, he developed Ashwinder immunity. Pathetic, the creature taunted between attacks. So much power at your disposal, yet you limit yourself to defense. The Dark Lord knew your weakness, always hesitating, always restraining your true potential. Harry didn't waste breath responding to the provocation. Instead, he signaled silently to Lyra and Thorn, who had been circling the battle, looking for openings. They understood immediately, beginning to channel magic into the ground around the fight, not attacking directly, but preparing something more strategic. Sensing their activity, the corrupted chimera turned its attention to Lyra with frightening speed. The creature bond girl, it hissed. Your family betrayed their heritage, allied with lesser beings instead of ruling them. It lunged toward her, transforming mid-leap into something resembling a demonic Nundu, clouds of necrotic breath billowing from its jaws. Harry moved faster than he ever had before, his form blurring with Thunderbird speed. He intercepted the attack, manifesting a phoenix-derived shield of pure magical energy that neutralized the deadly breath. The collision of opposing magics created a thunderous shockwave that knocked everyone nearby to the ground. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, Thorn completed the ritual circle he'd been subtly creating, activating it with a pulse of energy. Glowing runes sprang to life around the battling chimeras, creating a containment field designed to prevent escape via magical transportation. Clever, the creature acknowledged, its form still shifting erratically. But unnecessary. I came to finish this, not flee. It redoubled its assault, now fighting with increasing desperation. Harry realized its constant transformations were not tactical choices but instability. The unnatural fusion of chimeric abilities with Voldemort's essence was inherently unstable, requiring continuous magical energy to maintain. "You're burning out," Harry observed, maintaining a defensive posture while conserving his own strength. "The transformations are consuming you faster than you can sustain them." "Then I'll take you with me," the creature snarled, its form suddenly consolidating into something more focused, a chimeric blend that maximized offensive capacity. Its body elongated, becoming serpentine while maintaining humanoid arms tipped with basilisk fangs. Its eyes glowed with the unmistakable killing gaze of a basilisk, forcing Harry to avert his direct gaze. Harry countered with his own basilisk-derived transformation, not just immunity to the killing gaze but the ability to neutralize it through magical resonance. Their eyes met, power against power, neither able to overwhelm the other. "Impossible," the creature hissed. "No wizard can match true basilisk power." "I'm not just matching it," Harry replied, his voice steady despite the strain. "I'm redirecting it." With precise magical control, Harry channeled the deadly energy from their clashing basilisk gazes into the ritual circle Thorn had created, turning the containment field into an amplifier. The runes blazed with intensified power, creating a feedback loop that the unstable chimera couldn't withstand. The creature realized the trap too late. As it tried to break away, the amplified energy crashed back through its magical core, accelerating the instability of its transformations. Its body began to rupture from within, unable to maintain coherence under the magical pressure. "This isn't over," it gasped, its form disintegrating into chaotic fragments of transformation. "The Dark Lord's essence will find another vessel, another path." With a final, terrible scream, the corrupted chimera imploded, collapsing into itself in a violent implosion of magical energy that the ritual circle barely contained. When the light faded and the dust settled, nothing remained but a scorched circle of earth and a faint, acrid smell of dark magic. Harry stood motionless, gradually releasing his transformation. The encounter had shaken him more than he wanted to admit, not just the fighting but the implications. Project Chimera had created something monstrous, and Voldemort's essence, however diminished, had found yet another path to partial return. "Is it truly gone?" Lyra asked quietly, approaching the scorched circle with caution. "The physical form, yes," Thorn confirmed, examining the residual magical signatures with experienced eyes. "But that kind of fusion leaves echoes. Fragments of consciousness that may persist in the magical field for some time. We need to complete the evacuation," Harry decided, pushing aside his unsettled feelings. "The Ministry will have detected that magical disruption, they'll be investigating soon." As if confirming his words, distant shouts could be heard from the direction of the castle. Lights appeared, wands illuminating a search party approaching the forest edge. "Too late for the pathways now," Thorn observed. "They'll be monitoring all magical signatures in the area." Harry made a split-second decision. "Change of plans. You two take the remaining group through the secondary pathway near the lake. I'll create a diversion." "Harry," Lyra began to object. "It's the logical choice," he insisted. "I can transform in ways they can't easily track. Lead them away, then circle back and follow once they're committed to the false trail." Thorn nodded reluctantly. "He's right. Classic misdirection. But you'll need to be convincing, give them something worth chasing." Harry smiled grimly. "I think I can manage that." As Lyra and Thorn hurried the remaining allies toward the lake, Harry prepared for his diversion. This would require a transformation he'd been practicing but had yet to use in a real situation, one that combined griffin speed, dragon flight capability, and most importantly, phoenix flame transportation. The approaching search party was close enough now that Harry could make out individual voices, Pembroke giving orders, accompanied by what sounded like a full Auror squad. Time to move. Harry's transformation flowed smoothly, his body reconfiguring into a hybrid form optimized for what came next. With a powerful downbeat of wings, he launched skyward, deliberately creating a magical signature so distinct it couldn't be missed. "There!" shouted Pembroke. "On the forest edge." Harry circled once, making sure all attention was fixed on him, then released a controlled burst of phoenix-derived fire, not attacking, but creating a spectacular display that illuminated the night sky. With the Ministry forces now fully committed to his position, he dove toward the forbidden forest, away from the lake and the secondary pathway. The chase was on. Brooms launched from the castle, spells fired in his direction. Harry maintained his altitude, keeping just close enough to ensure pursuit without risking capture. He led them in a wide arc around the grounds, eventually heading toward the mountains north of Hogsmeade. When he was certain the pursuit was fully committed, Harry executed the most challenging aspect of his plan, a Phoenix Flame transportation jump. Unlike true Phoenix travel, his version required extraordinary concentration and significant magical energy. He'd only succeeded in testing it over short distances. Focusing on his destination, a specific clearing on Blackall that he'd memorized from pensive images, Harry channeled the Phoenix essence within his chimeric form. Fire erupted around him, not burning but transforming, converting physical matter to magical energy for near-instantaneous transportation. For a breathless moment, he existed as pure magical potential, neither fully corporeal nor completely energy. Then reality reasserted itself, and Harry materialized in the target clearing, his transformation immediately receding as he collapsed to his knees, magically exhausted. "Harry!" Hermione's voice broke through his disorientation. "You made it." Hands helped him up, Ron and Neville supporting him as the world stopped spinning. "Did everyone get through?" Harry asked, his voice raspy from the transformation. "Everyone," Ron confirmed. "Lyra and Thorn arrived with the last group 10 minutes ago." "The Ministry?" "Still chasing shadows," Neville said with a satisfied grin. "Luna's connected to the detection wards. They show multiple teams searching the mountains north of Hogwarts." Harry nodded, relief washing through him. "We did it." "Part 1, Hermione corrected, ever practical. The evacuation succeeded, but we still need to complete the equinox ritual tomorrow to secure the sanctuary permanently." Harry looked around at the clearing, now bustling with activity as different groups established temporary camps. Beyond, he could see the outline of ancient stone buildings partially reclaimed by nature, the original Black family structures that would form the core of their sanctuary. "It's really happening," he said softly. "Thanks to you," came Lyra's voice as she joined them, relief evident in her expression. "That was quite a diversion. Phoenix transportation is beyond most fully trained wizards, let alone as part of a hybrid transformation." Harry shrugged, though he couldn't suppress a smile at her obvious admiration. "Necessary innovation." Speaking of innovation, Hermione interjected, "You should see what the goblins have already started building. They say the island's native stone has unique magical properties, ideal for creating wards that respond to creature magic." The next hours passed in a blur of preparation. Despite the late hour, the sanctuary hummed with purposeful activity, goblins establishing perimeter wards, centaurs mapping astronomical alignments crucial for the ritual, mere people communing with the island's tidal pools to stabilize the surrounding waters. By dawn, Harry stood on the island's highest point, an ancient stone circle predating even the Black family's occupation. The equinox sunrise painted the sky in breathtaking colors, illuminating a scene he could scarcely have imagined 6 months earlier. Below, hundreds of magical beings worked in harmony, preparing for a ritual that would permanently establish their sanctuary. Not as a hiding place, but as a statement, a declaration that magical beings deserved self-determination regardless of ministry classification. "It's beautiful," Lyra said quietly, joining him at the circle's edge. Harry nodded, unable to find adequate words for the emotion swelling in his chest. "The Ministry will retaliate," she continued. "Today's success means tomorrow's conflict." "Let them come," Harry replied, not with bravado but with quiet certainty. "We're creating something they can't simply erase. Even if they destroyed this sanctuary tomorrow, the Alliance itself would remain. The idea would persist. Lyra's hand found his, fingers intertwining naturally. Revolution through existence. Something like that, he agreed, squeezing her hand gently. As the sun cleared the horizon, bathing the stone circle in golden light, Harry felt a profound sense of rightness. The path ahead wouldn't be easy, the Ministry's opposition, the lingering threat of Voldemort's essence seeking new vessels, the Council's uncertain position. But for the first time since discovering his chimeric nature, Harry felt truly aligned with his power, not just controlling it, but embodying its fundamental purpose, to bridge worlds that had been artificially separated. The equinox had arrived. The ritual awaited. And with it, the formal establishment of the world's first true sanctuary for all magical beings. The equinox ritual transcended any magic Harry had previously experienced, not just in power, but in fundamental nature. Unlike wizard rituals with their precise incantations and wand movements, this ceremony drew on the collective magical essence of all participating beings. Harry stood at the center of the ancient stone circle, Lyra to his right representing creature-bonded humans, Firenze to his left representing pure magical beings. Around them, representatives from every group formed concentric circles, their positioning determined not by status but by magical resonance. The equinox represents perfect balance, Firenze intoned, his voice carrying across the hushed gathering. Day equals night. Light equals darkness. In this moment of cosmic equilibrium, we establish our covenant. Harry raised his hands, beginning the transformation that would channel the ritual's energy. This wasn't a combat form or a flight adaptation, but something more fundamental, a manifestation of his core chimeric nature that could connect with all magical beings present. His skin took on a luminous quality, neither scaled nor furred but somehow resonant with both. His eyes shifted through a kaleidoscope of creature aspects, reflecting each being's magic back to them as he turned. Most remarkably, his magical aura became visible, a swirling, multicolored energy field that extended outward, touching each participant in turn. I stand as bridge and conduit, Harry spoke, his voice carrying unusual harmonics that seemed to bypass ordinary hearing and resonate directly with magical cores. Not as ruler but as connection. Not as master but as medium. Lyra stepped forward, placing her hands on Harry's outstretched arms. Her own magic manifested visibly, silver-violet energy that flowed through her palms into his transformation. The bonded families recognize the Chimera, she declared. We who have walked between worlds acknowledge the path he forges. Firenze completed the triangle, his centaur magic manifesting as starlight patterns across his palomino coat. The ancient beings recognize the Chimera. We who maintain the old ways acknowledge the renewal he brings. Energy surged through the formation, each being contributing their unique magical signature to the growing matrix. Unlike wizard spells that impose the caster's will upon reality, this ritual created through harmonization, each participant's magic finding its natural place within the greater whole. Harry felt every connection simultaneously, the goblin's earth-binding power, the merpeople's fluid adaptability, the centaur's cosmic alignment, the house elf's service transformed to choice. Through him, these disparate magics found common resonance, weaving together into something greater than their sum. The island itself responded, ancient magic stirring beneath their feet. Black Isle had always been a place of convergence, of ley lines, of magical species, of elemental forces. Now that convergence found purpose, structure, direction. As the ritual reached its crescendo, Harry channeled the combined energy downward into the island's core and outward to its boundaries. Wards took shape, not the rigid barriers of conventional wizard protection, but living, responsive boundaries that recognized intent rather than identity. These new defenses would admit allies regardless of magical signature and repel enemies regardless of power. They would bend rather than break under attack, adapt rather than fail when challenged. Most importantly, they drew strength from the very diversity they protected, each being's magic reinforcing the collective shield. When the final connections locked into place, a pulse of pure magical energy radiated outward from the stone circle, washing over the entire island in a wave of golden light. Every participant felt it pass through them, not as invasion but as recognition, acknowledgement, belonging. Harry gradually released the transformation, returning to human form as the ritual energy settled into its permanent configuration. He swayed slightly from the exertion, steadied by Lyra's hand on his arm. "It is done," Firenze announced, his eyes reflecting starlight despite the morning sun. "The sanctuary stands established, not in one world or another, but in the space between, where all magical beings may exist in equality." A cheer rose from the gathered communities, different voices, different sounds, united in celebration. The impossible had been achieved. A true sanctuary now existed, protected by magic that transcended ministry classification or control. As the formal ceremony concluded and the gathering dispersed to continue settlement preparations, Harry found himself drawn to the island's eastern cliff edge. Below, waves crashed against ancient rocks, while ahead stretched the open sea, wild and free. Thorn joined him there, his expression thoughtful as he surveyed the activity below. "Impressive achievement. From discovering your abilities to establishing an independent magical territory in 6 months." Harry smiled slightly. "I had help." "Yes, but the vision was yours," Thorn countered. "Don't diminish that. Many wizards with power seek only to expand it. Few consider using it to create something larger than themselves." "The ministry won't see it that way," Harry noted. "They'll call this rebellion, secession, threat to magical security." Thorn nodded. "Unquestionably. The question is, what comes next? Defense of this sanctuary, or something more?" Harry considered this carefully. The original goal had been simple protection, a safe haven for beings targeted by the Classification Act and threatened by Project Chimera. But the movement had already grown beyond that initial purpose, becoming a statement about the fundamental structure of magical society. "Both," he decided. "We defend what we've built, but we also expand the principle. The sanctuary can't just be an island of exception in an unchanged world. It needs to be a model for something new." "Revolution after all," Thorn observed, though without judgment. "Evolution," Harry corrected. "Not destroying the existing order, but transforming it, just as chimeric magic transforms rather than destroys its base form." Before Thorn could respond, a Patronus appeared before them, George Weasley's magpie, recognizable by the missing ear on its spectral form. "Ministry's mobilizing," it announced in George's voice. "Emergency session of the Wiesengdomot declared. Classification Act being modified into something called the Magical Security and Sovereignty Act. They're preparing for direct action. 3 days, maybe 4 before they're ready to move." The Patronus dissolved, leaving Harry and Thorn exchanging grim looks. "Faster than I expected," Thorn admitted. "They must be truly frightened by what we've accomplished." "Good," Harry said with quiet determination. "Fear might make them receptive to negotiation before they commit to conflict." "You want to negotiate?" Thorn asked, surprised. "From what position?" Harry turned, gesturing toward the bustling sanctuary below. "From the position of having created what they couldn't, genuine cooperation across magical boundaries. From the reality that we've already won the first battle without firing a single spell." A slow smile spread across Thorn's face. "Political thinking. You continue to surprise me, Potter." "I've had excellent teachers in unexpected places," Harry replied, thinking of Dumbledore's strategic maneuvering, Hermione's ethical clarity, even the painful lessons learned watching Voldemort manipulate wizard society through fear. As they walked back toward the settlement, Lyra met them on the path, her expression concerned. "Message from Kingsley," she reported. "The ministry's identified the island. They're preparing a joint aura-magical creatures task force." "Expected," Thorn said. "The magical discharge from the ritual would have registered on their detection network, even with our precautions." "There's more," Lyra continued. "Scrimgeour's been sidelined. Umbridge has been appointed Special Director for Magical Security, with expanded emergency powers." Harry's jaw tightened. "Of course. Who better to lead an anti-creature campaign? She's already issued her first directive, Lyra finished. Any wizard associating with creature insurrectionists will be subject to immediate wand confiscation and magical binding. They're declaring war, Thorn concluded flatly. No, Harry corrected, unexpected clarity crystallizing his thoughts. They're demonstrating exactly why we needed this sanctuary in the first place. Umbridge's appointment is the best thing that could have happened for our cause. How do you figure that? Lyra asked, skepticism evident. Because she represents the Ministry's worst impulses, naked prejudice without political finesse. Her actions will alienate moderates and force fence-sitters to choose sides. Harry's expression hardened with determination. Scrimgeour was dangerous because he could frame opposition as reasonable security concerns. Umbridge can't help but reveal the true agenda. Strategically sound, Thorn acknowledged. But it means immediate conflict rather than gradual escalation. Then we prepare, Harry decided. Not just for defense, but for the public battle that matters more, the one for hearts and minds. The next 3 days passed in a whirlwind of preparation. The sanctuary's physical defenses were reinforced, but Harry devoted equal attention to establishing communication networks and documenting the Ministry's increasingly draconian measures. Rita Skeeter, of all people, proved unexpectedly useful. Her animosity toward Umbridge outweighed her complicated history with Harry, making her receptive when he offered exclusive coverage of the most significant magical development since the International Statute of Secrecy. I don't trust her, Hermione insisted as they prepared for the interview in one of the restored Black Manor buildings. She'll twist everything to create maximum drama. That's exactly why she's perfect, Harry countered. Drama sells papers. And we need people reading about what's happening here before the Ministry controls the narrative completely. The interview itself went better than expected. Skeeter's quick quotes Quill still exaggerated shamelessly, but the core message came through, magical beings of all classifications uniting under shared governance, the Ministry developing weapons targeting specific creature types, Umbridge's history of anti-creature legislation suddenly implemented with emergency powers. This sanctuary, Skeeter asked, her acid green quill hovering expectantly, it's being called everything from creature haven to revolutionary state. What do you consider it? Harry considered his answer carefully, aware that his words would be dissected by both supporters and opponents. It's a proof of concept, he said finally. Evidence that wizards and magical beings can coexist as equals rather than through systems of domination and classification. The Ministry insists hierarchy is necessary for magical stability. We're demonstrating an alternative. And your role in this alternative system? Supreme Leader. Creature King. Magical Messiah. Her tone was deliberately provocative. Facilitator, Harry replied evenly. My chimeric abilities allow me to understand multiple magical perspectives simultaneously. That makes me useful in establishing communication and finding common ground. But the sanctuary is governed by a council representing all member groups, not by any individual. Skeeter looked almost disappointed by this measured response. Yet you're clearly the central figure. The catalyst. The one whose power makes this possible. Power that came with responsibility, Harry countered. When I discovered my chimeric nature, I had two choices: allow it to be weaponized by the Ministry or use it to protect those they'd rather classify and control. I chose the latter. The resulting article, published as a Prophet Special Edition the following day, was surprisingly balanced by Skeeter standards. While she couldn't resist dramatic flourishes, Potter's Chimeric Revolution challenges magical order, the substantive reporting included direct quotes from various sanctuary residents describing Ministry persecution and first-hand accounts of Project Chimera from unnamed researchers. Most damaging to the Ministry was Skeeter's detailed history of Umbridge's career, her anti-werewolf legislation, her Muggleborn Registration Commission during Voldemort's brief takeover, her authorization of Dementors against underage wizards. Presented chronologically, the pattern of bigotry became undeniable. The public reaction was immediate and divided. Protest demonstrations formed outside the Ministry, while conservative factions demanded immediate action against the creature uprising. The Wiesengemot split into factions, with several prominent members publicly questioning Umbridge's appointment and the legality of her emergency powers. Most significantly, international attention turned toward Britain. The French Magical Assembly issued a statement expressing grave concern over the classification of sentient magical beings as security threats, while the American Magical Congress sent observers to assess the unprecedented autonomous magical community established through cross-species cooperation. "It's working," Hermione reported, monitoring communication channels in the sanctuary's newly established operations center. "The ministry's having to defend their position publicly instead of simply mobilizing against us. 3 Wiesengemot members have resigned in protest over Umbridge's latest decree." "What decree?" Harry asked, looking up from the defense plans he was reviewing with Thorn. "Mandatory registration of all part-human individuals," Hermione replied grimly. "Weekly magical monitoring, restricted travel, prohibited occupations. It's essentially the werewolf legislation expanded to include anyone with mixed heritage." "She's overreaching," Thorn observed. "Alienating potential allies, creating opposition within the ministry itself." "By design," Harry confirmed. "She can't help herself, give her power and she immediately abuses it. We're just making sure everyone sees it happening." Ron entered, carrying reports from their perimeter scouts. "Ministry forces are gathering at staging points along the Scottish coast. Magical creature containment teams, or special tactics units, even some unspeakables according to Kingsley's intelligence." "Timeline?" Thorn asked, shifting into tactical mode. "Tomorrow morning," Ron replied. "Dawn assault, coordinated from multiple approach vectors." Harry nodded, having anticipated this. "Perimeter wards?" "Holding at full strength," Ron confirmed. "The goblins have added some nasty surprises of their own design. Nothing lethal, but definitely effective at discouraging unwanted guests." "And our non-combatants?" "Secured in the inner sanctum," Hermione reported. "The underground chambers have been expanded and reinforced. They could withstand direct magical bombardment if necessary." Harry studied the tactical map, showing the island's defenses and the projected ministry approach. Despite the imminent conflict, he felt strangely calm. Months of preparation had created not just physical defenses but strategic depth, layers of response options beyond simple resistance. "We maintain discipline tomorrow," he reminded everyone. "No preemptive strikes, no lethal force. We defend our boundaries but stay firmly on the moral high ground." "And if they break through?" Thorn asked, always the pragmatist. "Then we demonstrate exactly why magical beings shouldn't be threatened," Harry replied, his eyes momentarily flashing with chimeric intensity. "But only if forced." As the meeting concluded, Lyra pulled Harry aside into a quiet alcove overlooking the eastern shore. The setting sun cast long shadows across the island, turning the sanctuary golden in the fading light. "You should rest," she said, studying his face with concern. "Tomorrow will demand everything from you." Harry smiled slightly. "I'm fine. Actually, I feel more settled than I have in months. Like everything's finally in the open. No more political maneuvering. No more strategic appearances and careful messaging." Lyra raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Oh, that continues," Harry acknowledged. "But at least now the lines are clearly drawn. The ministry's shown its true face under Umbridge. Our position is established and public. Tomorrow's conflict was inevitable from the moment I manifested chimeric abilities." Lyra was quiet for a moment, her violet eyes reflecting the sunset. "You've come so far from the student who panicked at scales appearing on his arm." "I had help," Harry replied, his gaze holding hers meaningfully. "Still do." Something shifted in the air between them, the weight of unspoken feelings, possibilities deferred by circumstance but never forgotten. Lyra moved closer, her hand finding his. "Harry," she began softly, "if tomorrow," he shook his head, gently placing a finger against her lips. No if statements tonight. No contingency conversations. Instead of responding with words, Lyra closed the remaining distance between them. Her lips met his with unexpected gentleness that quickly deepened into something more urgent, more honest than any strategic discussion or practical planning. Harry responded in kind, months of unacknowledged tension dissolving into a moment of perfect clarity. When they finally separated, slightly breathless, Lyra smiled, a genuine expression rarely seen amid their constant challenges. That wasn't contingency planning. Definitely not, Harry agreed, returning the smile. More like confirmation of existing data. Lyra laughed softly, the sound warming something deep within him. Such romance, Potter. I'm better with transformations than words, he admitted, still holding her close. Your actions have always spoken clearly enough. She rested her head against his shoulder, both of them looking out over their sanctuary as darkness gradually claimed the island. Whatever happens tomorrow, what we've built here, already matters. It's already changed things. Harry nodded, feeling the truth of her words. The sanctuary represented more than physical security for magical beings. It embodied an idea, a possibility that couldn't be easily erased, even if tomorrow brought conflict. As night settled over the island, lights appeared throughout the settlement, not wizard lamps but the diverse illuminations of various magical communities. Fairy lights danced between buildings, goblin-forged lanterns cast blue-white radiance along pathways, luminous fungi cultivated by centaurs marked sacred spaces. From this vantage point, Harry could see the full breadth of what they'd created, not perfect, not complete, but vibrant with possibility. The wizarding world might see rebellion, but he saw evolution, the natural next step in magical coexistence. Tomorrow would bring the Ministry's response, Umbridge's hatred given form and force. But tonight, in this moment, Harry allowed himself to simply witness what chimeric transformation had made possible, both within himself and in the world around him. The Changer, the magical beings had called him. Looking at the sanctuary below, he finally understood the true meaning of the title. Not someone who dominated through power, but someone who catalyzed transformation through connection. Morning would come soon enough. For now, with Lyra beside him and the sanctuary secure in its first full night of existence, Harry embraced a moment of peace before the inevitable storm. Chapter 3, Revolution. Dawn broke pale and thin across the Black Isle. Harry stood atop the eastern watchtower, his enhanced vision scanning the horizon where the grey North Sea met equally grey skies. For the past hour, he'd been tracking the Ministry forces, dozens of broomsticks performing coordinated maneuvers just beyond the sanctuary's outer perimeter, accompanied by larger transport vessels carrying what he suspected were magical creature containment units. Right on schedule, Thorn remarked, joining Harry at the parapet. Umbridge may be a bigot, but she's punctual. Harry nodded, his expression neutral despite the tension building throughout his body. The transformation simmered just beneath his skin, scales and talons eager to manifest, wings ready to unfurl. He kept it contained, maintaining human form through practiced discipline. Primary approach vectors, he asked, not taking his eyes from the horizon. 3 confirmed, Thorn reported. Maritime unit from the east, aerial assault from the north, and a land-based contingent attempting to establish a bridgehead on the southern shore. Attempting? A flicker of satisfaction crossed Thorn's face. The Merepeople took exception to unwelcome visitors. The Ministry's magical pontoon bridges keep encountering structural difficulties. Below them, the sanctuary hummed with focused activity. Combat-capable beings had taken defensive positions according to the plans they'd rehearsed, while support teams ensured communication channels remained open. The settlement's central areas had been fortified, but Harry had insisted that their defensive strategy emphasize perimeter containment rather than internal hardpoints. We don't surrender ground, he'd explained during planning. Every inch of this island is sanctuary, not just the buildings. The distant shimmer of approaching magic intensified, wards detecting concentrated power moving deliberately toward their boundaries. Harry noted with grim satisfaction that the Ministry forces remained outside the first warning perimeter. Despite Umbridge's rhetoric, they were proceeding with caution. They're testing for weak points, he observed as several small magical probes approached the outer wards. Standard Auror containment protocol. Thorn nodded. They still think they're dealing with conventional defenses. They don't understand what the equinox ritual actually created. The probes made contact with the outer ward boundary, creating brief flashes of golden light where magic met magic. Instead of dissipating or breaching the barrier, the probes were simply absorbed, their energy redistributed throughout the ward network, actually strengthening rather than weakening the defenses. They'll realize soon enough, Harry said, turning toward the spiral staircase. Time to greet our visitors properly. The sanctuary's command center occupied what had once been the Black family's grand hall, now transformed into a hub of activity. Maps and monitoring crystals displayed real-time information from throughout the island, while communication mirrors maintained contact with defensive positions. Hermione looked up from a particularly complex enchanted map as Harry entered. They're deploying Dementors, she reported grimly. At least 30, approaching from the northwest. Expected but still disappointing, Harry replied, studying the glowing markers representing the soul-draining creatures. Containment Team Alpha is in position. Ron nodded from his station coordinating defensive groups. Luna has the Thestral cavalry ready. The Centaurs have blessed their arrows with phoenix tears, not lethal to Dementors, but seriously disruptive to their cohesion. And our backup plan? Ready when you are, Lyra confirmed, stepping forward from a group of creature representatives. Though I still think it's unnecessarily risky. Harry met her concerned gaze steadily. If we demonstrate that capability too early, Umbridge will escalate immediately to lethal measures. It's our reserve option, not our opening move. A sharp chime rang through the chamber, the signal that the Ministry had officially breached the communication threshold. A crystal orb at the center of the command table glowed blue, indicating an incoming message. Right on cue, Harry murmured, nodding to Hermione to activate the connection. The orb projected a spectral image of Dolores Umbridge, her toad-like face set in a simpering smile that didn't reach her cold eyes. She wore formal ministry robes adorned with significantly more decorative elements than her previous position had warranted, clearly embracing her new authority. Mr. Potter, she began, her girlish voice carrying the false sweetness he remembered all too well. As Special Director for Magical Security, I am hereby ordering the immediate dissolution of this illegal gathering and the surrender of all classified magical beings to Ministry custody. Harry maintained a neutral expression. Good morning, Director Umbridge. I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. This is the sovereign territory of the Black Owl Sanctuary, established through ancient magical covenant. There are no classified beings here, only citizens of a recognized magical community. Umbridge's smile tightened. This childish game of pretend nations is over, Potter. The island falls under Ministry jurisdiction, and the creatures you've collected are subject to the Magical Security and Sovereignty Act. Surrender them and yourself within the hour, or we will be forced to take direct action. The beings here have chosen this sanctuary of their own free will, Harry replied evenly. They aren't mine to surrender. As for jurisdiction, the sanctuary's establishment through the equinox ritual invokes magical law predating the Ministry itself. I suggest you consult with the Department of Mysteries before making threats you can't legally enforce. Umbridge's facade cracked slightly, her eyes narrowing. Your legal technicalities don't impress me, Potter. I have full authorization to employ any means necessary to suppress this insurrection and capture dangerous magical creatures. Any being who wishes to leave is free to do so, Harry countered. None are captive. And the only dangerous actions today are those taken by Ministry forces surrounding peaceful settlers. Settlers? Umbridge let out a high, brittle laugh. Is that what you call this collection of beasts and half-breeds? They are classified entities requiring regulation for the safety of wizard society. Your harboring of them constitutes a direct threat to magical security. Harry leaned forward slightly, his expression hardening. Director, I'm extending one formal warning. The sanctuary's boundaries are protected by magic you cannot counter. Any hostile action against our territory or citizens will be met with proportional defense. We have no desire for conflict, but we will protect our own. You have 1 hour, Potter, Umbridge snapped, dropping all pretense of pleasantness. Surrender, or face the consequences of your treason. The projection vanished with a sharp pop. Silence held for a moment before Ron broke it. Well, that went about as expected. She has no intention of waiting the full hour, Thorne observed. That message was for the record, not for negotiation. The attack is already being positioned. Harry nodded grimly. Warn all defensive positions. They'll strike within 15 minutes, likely starting with, a sudden tremor ran through the chamber, rattling maps and sending small items clattering to the floor. The monitoring crystals flared bright red across the northern quadrant. Dementors, Hermione confirmed, examining the readings. They've been ordered forward as the first wave. Harry's jaw tightened. Of course. Send creatures against creatures. Umbridge's idea of poetic justice. The temperature's already dropping around the North Shore, Ron reported. The outer wards are registering extreme negative energy. Launch Containment Alpha, Harry ordered. And prepare the secondary response. If they're starting with Dementors, they're not planning to take prisoners. From the air, the confrontation unfolding around the sanctuary's northern perimeter resembled a clash between mythological armies. 30 Dementors, their tattered black forms flowing like oil smoke against the morning sky, pressed against golden ward boundaries that bent but didn't break under their assault. The soul-draining creatures moved with unusual coordination, concentrating their effort on specific points rather than spreading across the defensive line. Ministries controlling them somehow, Luna observed from atop her thestral, her normally dreamy voice sharp with focus. Standard Dementors don't use tactics. Around her, 24 thestrals carried riders from various communities, centaurs with enchanted bows, goblins wielding specially forged lances, and several human allies including Neville Longbottom, whose affinity for protective magic had made him a natural defender. They've got handlers, Neville confirmed, pointing to robed figures hovering on brooms at a safe distance behind the Dementor line. Using some kind of directional artifacts, look how they're gesturing. Luna nodded. Target the handlers first. Without direction, the Dementors will revert to instinctual behavior. She raised a silver horn to her lips, sounding 3 clear notes that carried across the battlefield. In response, the Thestral cavalry divided into 3 attack formations, sweeping wide to approach the Dementor line from multiple angles. Below, on the ground, Centaur archers prepared their special arrows, shafts of rowan wood tipped with cores soaked in phoenix tears and blessed through ancient rituals. These wouldn't destroy Dementors, but would disrupt their form temporarily, creating openings for more direct countermeasures. As the Thestrals closed on their targets, the Ministry handlers finally noticed the approaching threat. They raised wands and devices, attempting to redirect their Dementor forces to intercept. Luna's Thestral dived sharply, evading a Dementor that lunged toward her with skeletal hands extended. She raised her own wand, not to cast a Patronus, but to activate the specialized containment sphere developed by the Sanctuary's research team. Vinculum Spiritum, she called, her clear voice carrying through the cold air. The spell released a net of silvery energy that wrapped around the nearest Dementor, constricting its form like a spiritual straitjacket. Similar spells erupted from the other riders, each targeting individual Dementors with the containment measure. On the ground, Centaur arrows flew in coordinated volleys, streaking through the sky like comets before striking their targets. Where they hit, Dementors temporarily lost cohesion, their forms becoming misty and disorganized, unable to maintain attack posture. The Ministry handlers responded with unexpected ferocity, abandoning their controlling posture to engage directly. Curses flew toward the Thestral riders, not stunning spells or restraining magic, but lethal attacks meant to disable permanently. They're using unforgivables. Neville shouted as a sickly green killing curse narrowly missed Luna's mount. These aren't regular aurors. Luna's normally serene expression hardened. Special Directive Forces, she concluded. Umbridge's personal squad. Change of tactics, defensive formation 3. The Thestral riders regrouped instantly, forming a rotating spiral pattern that made them more difficult to target. They withdrew slightly, pulling back toward the sanctuary's ward line while maintaining pressure on the Dementor force. "We need the secondary response," Neville called through the communication crystal at his wrist. "Handlers are using lethal force." "Repeat, lethal spells confirmed." Below, a new movement caught his attention, figures emerging from the sanctuary's northern forest edge. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary witches and wizards, a few dozen walking calmly toward the embattled ward line. Then, as one, they began to transform. In the command center, Harry felt the shift in the battle's energy through his connection to the wards. The Dementor assault was simply the opening move, designed to test defenses and possibly create fear. The real threat came from the handlers, Umbridge specially selected enforcers, willing to use deadly force from the outset. "She's not holding anything back," Thorn observed, studying the tactical display. "Those are kill shots, not capture attempts." "She wants to establish a precedent," Harry replied grimly. "That creature sympathizers are legitimate lethal targets." He turned to Hermione. "Status of secondary response?" "In position and beginning transformation," she confirmed. "Patronus Brigade is fully deployed." On the monitoring crystal, the new defensive force became visible, 30 volunteers who had trained extensively for this specific threat. Unlike conventional wizards casting individual Patronus charms, these defenders employed a technique Harry had developed through his chimeric understanding of defensive magic. Each volunteer partially transformed, incorporating just enough Phoenix essence to channel collective Patronus energy. Instead of producing separate guardian spirits, they generated a unified defensive field, a wall of Patronus energy that moved and responded as a coordinated unit. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Where this shimmering silver barrier advanced, Dementors recoiled violently, unable to maintain position against the concentrated positive force. Unlike individual Patronus castings, which could be overwhelmed by superior numbers, this collective manifestation grew stronger as it encompassed more Dementors. "It's working," Ron reported, watching the tactical display with evident satisfaction. "Dementors are breaking formation, handlers losing control." Harry nodded, but his attention had already shifted to new alerts appearing on the southern and eastern approaches. As expected, the Dementor attack was a diversion. Main assault forces are moving into position. The monitoring crystals showed dozens of boats approaching the eastern shore, while to the south, Ministry forces had finally established a magical bridgehead despite the merpeople's harassment. "All defensive positions to full alert," Harry ordered. "Primary containment protocols active." He turned to Lyra. "It's time." She nodded, understanding the unspoken instruction. "The inner circle is ready. Connection ritual can begin on your arrival." Harry addressed the command team. "Thorn has tactical command. Maintain defensive posture, minimal force response. Our goal is containment, not casualty." "And if they escalate further?" Hermione asked, her expression concerned. "Then we demonstrate exactly why attacking magical beings in their sanctuary was a profound mistake," Harry replied, his voice carrying an edge that hadn't been there before. "But only if absolutely necessary." As Harry left with Lyra, Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances. The hardness in their friend's voice was becoming more pronounced with each confrontation, subtle but unmistakable signs of how the constant pressure was affecting him. "He's changing," Hermione murmured when Harry was out of earshot. "Not just the transformations. Wouldn't you?" Ron countered, though his own concern was evident. "Everyone's looking to him as both symbol and shield. That does something to a person." Thorn, overhearing, joined their conversation. "The burden of bridging worlds has consequences. Every chimera in history eventually faced the same challenge, balancing power with humanity." "And how did they manage?" Hermione asked quietly. Thorn's amber eyes held a shadow of ancient knowledge. History records few success stories. Power of this magnitude rarely coexists peacefully with complete humanity. He turned back to the tactical display. Which is why what happens in the next few hours matters more than the victory or defeat itself. In the heart of the sanctuary, beneath the stone circle where the equinox ritual had established their protections, lay a chamber unknown to most residents. Carved directly into the island's bedrock and lined with runes that predated even the Black family's occupation, this space resonated with the island's deepest magic. Harry followed Lyra down a spiraling staircase, feeling the ambient energy grow stronger with each step. By the time they reached the chamber proper, his chimeric senses were humming with recognition. This place spoke to the creature aspects of his magic more directly than any location he'd previously encountered. The Heartstone, Lyra explained, gesturing to a massive crystal formation at the chamber's center. The island formed around it, not the other way around. The Black family built here because of it, though they never fully understood its properties. The crystal pulsed with inner light, not constant, but rhythmic, like a heartbeat. Around it, 12 figures stood in a perfect circle, each representing a different magical being community: a centaur, a merperson in a floating water sphere, a goblin, a house elf, and others Harry recognized from the sanctuary's governing council. What exactly are we attempting? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Connection beyond transformation, Lyra replied, leading him toward an empty position in the circle. You've mastered individual creature aspects and even combinations. This is different, a direct channel to the collective magical essence of each being type, offered willingly. The implications were staggering. Harry had experienced the power of transformation, embodying creature abilities through his own magical core. But channeling magic directly from willing participants represented something far more profound. Is it safe? He asked, not for himself but for those participating. For them, yes, Lyra assured him. They're offering connection, not sacrifice. For you. She hesitated. That depends on your capacity to process multiple magical signatures simultaneously without losing your core identity. In other words, the risk of being overwhelmed, of the chimeric transformation consuming the human foundation that anchored it. Harry had experienced hints of this danger during particularly intense transformations, moments when returning to human form required concentrated effort. We have little choice, he said finally. If umbrage escalates to lethal force across all fronts, conventional defense won't be sufficient. We need a response that ends this decisively without excessive casualties. Lyra studied him carefully. There's another risk you should understand. This kind of connection, it changes the participant's relationship to power permanently. The magical pathways it creates don't fully close afterward. Meaning these connections could become easier to access over time. More instinctive. More. She searched for the right word, compelling. The seduction of power, the fundamental challenge that had corrupted so many wizards throughout history. Harry understood the warning implicit in her explanation. This ritual wouldn't just grant temporary access to extraordinary magic, it would reshape his relationship with power itself. Before he could respond, the chamber trembled slightly, vibrations from the battle above transmitted through the island's bedrock. They've breached the secondary wards on the eastern approach, reported the goblin representative, who maintained a connection to their defensive networks. Ministry forces are deploying enhanced ward breakers, unspeakable technology, beyond standard aura equipment. Harry's decision crystallized. We proceed. Immediately. He took his position within the circle, directly across from the Heartstone. Lyra moved to stand behind him, her hands resting lightly on his shoulders, the traditional position for a creature bond mediator in ancient rituals. The offering is voluntary, she announced formally. The connection freely given. The purpose is defense, not dominion. Does each representative affirm these conditions? One by one, the circle members confirmed their participation, each in their own language or manner. The centaur stamped a hoof 3 times, the merperson sang a brief, haunting phrase, the goblin pressed a ceremonial dagger against his palm, letting 3 drops of blood fall to the chamber floor. When the final confirmation came from a shadowy figure Harry recognized as a vampire elder, Lyra began the invocation, not in Latin or any human tongue, but in a language that seemed composed of pure magical resonance. The sounds bypassed conventional hearing, vibrating directly through magical cores. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on his center as the ritual energies began to build. Unlike his normal transformations, which started from within and manifested outward, this process moved in reverse, external magical signatures seeking connection with his core. The first contact came from the centaur's essence, ancient star magic that carried the wisdom of celestial cycles and earthbound strength. It approached Harry's magical core like a cautious explorer, seeking compatible resonance before establishing connection. Harry opened himself to it, not attempting to control or direct but simply to receive. The connection clicked into place with an almost audible sound, a stream of pure centaur magic flowing into his awareness. The sensations defied description, knowledge of star patterns and their meanings, the feeling of 4 hooves connecting with sacred earth, the warrior traditions passed through bloodlines since before humans first raised wands. Not just physical attributes or abilities, but cultural memory, collective understanding, magical perspective. One by one, similar connections formed with each representative. The merperson's magic brought oceanic depths and fluid adaptability, the goblins offered earthbinding craft and metallic affinities, the house elves contained paradoxical power, service transformed into strength through willing sacrifice. With each new connection, Harry's awareness expanded exponentially. His consciousness stretched beyond individual perspective to encompass multiple magical worldviews simultaneously. The Heartstone pulsed brighter with each established link, its rhythm synchronizing with the flow of energy through the circle. When the final connection, the vampire elder's blood essence magic, joined the network, the chamber filled with blinding light emanating from both the Heartstone and Harry himself. His physical form became temporarily indistinct, neither fully human nor creature but something transcending conventional categories. Through these connections, Harry could sense the entire island with extraordinary clarity, every being, every magical current, every aspect of the ongoing conflict. Most importantly, he could perceive the Ministry's attack in its full scope and intention. Umbridge hadn't come to capture or contain. She had come to eradicate, to establish that magical beings could be eliminated when inconvenient to wizard authority. The lethal spells weren't tactical excess but strategic intention. Harry's consciousness expanded outward through the sanctuary's ward network, assessing the multiple battlefronts with simultaneous awareness. To the north, the Patronus Brigade had successfully repelled the Dementor attack, but Ministry reinforcements were arriving, wizards in specialized armor carrying weapons designed specifically for creature suppression. On the eastern shore, ward breakers had created a gap through which Aura Strike teams were pouring, engaging the sanctuary's defenders in direct combat. To the south, the bridgehead had expanded into a full beachhead, with containment specialists deploying capture fields designed to incapacitate specific creature types. Through the ritual connection, Harry could also sense something the physical defenders couldn't yet see, a second wave approaching from the west, traveling beneath disillusionment charms so powerful they'd avoided detection by conventional means. This force moved with disciplined precision, clearly an elite unit targeting the sanctuary's command center directly. Knowledge became intention, intention became action. Harry extended his consciousness through the ward network, manipulating the sanctuary's defenses with unprecedented precision. The wards didn't just resist invasion, they responded intelligently, adapting to specific threats and implementing appropriate countermeasures. Along the eastern breach, the damaged wards reconstituted themselves in a new configuration, creating a funneling effect that channeled the invading auras into increasingly restrictive corridors. Not trapping them outright, but limiting their tactical options and separating them from support units. To the south, the ward network extended tendrils beneath the magical bridgehead, not attacking directly but subtly altering the underlying magical geometry. The result would take minutes to manifest, but when it did, the entire structure would gradually dissolve, safely depositing its occupants into containment fields rather than the sea below. Most critically, Harry directed focused attention toward the hidden western approach. The wards there didn't reveal the stealth unit directly, which would simply prompt them to abort and retreat. Instead, he implemented a subtler countermeasure, a displacement field that would gradually, almost imperceptibly, adjust their course away from the command center and toward a prepared defensive position. Through it all, Harry maintained absolute precision, neutralizing threats without causing harm, containing without punishing, defending without vengeance. The power flowing through him offered nearly limitless options for response, including deeply destructive ones, but he held to the sanctuary's founding principle, defense without dominion. In the ritual chamber, the physical manifestation of these actions was extraordinary. Harry hovered several inches above the ground, suspended in a nimbus of golden light that shifted through colors representing each connected being type. His form remained recognizably human but surrounded by ghostly impressions of various creature aspects, wings, scales, fins, claws, all partially manifested in translucent energy rather than physical transformation. Lyra maintained her position behind him, her hands now glowing with the same energy that encompassed Harry. Her role had shifted from initiator to stabilizer, helping ground the massive magical influx through her creature bond affinity. "The eastern breach is contained," reported the goblin representative, his voice filled with astonishment. "Southern beachhead collapsing. Northern assault falling back to defensive positions. Western stealth unit redirected to containment field Alpha," added the Centaur, receiving information through his star magic connection to the sanctuary's astronomical monitoring system. For several minutes, the ritual circle maintained this extraordinary connection, Harry's consciousness directing defensive measures across multiple fronts simultaneously. The Ministry forces, faced with defenses that seemed to anticipate and counter their every move, gradually ceased offensive operations and shifted to defensive postures. Then, just as victory seemed assured, a discordant note struck through the magical network, a sensation like glass cracking or a string snapping under tension. Harry's awareness, extended throughout the sanctuary, detected a new magical signature approaching from above, far beyond the standard ward perimeter. Something was descending from the upper atmosphere, something powerful enough to register even at that distance. Its magical signature was unlike anything in the Ministry's arsenal, carrying ancient resonances that predated modern wizard classifications. Through the ritual connection, the Centaur representative recognized it first. "Council magic," he warned, his normally stoic voice tinged with alarm. "High Arbiter approach pattern." The Council of Magical Balance, the ancient organization that had hunted Chimera Animagi to extinction centuries ago. They had assessed Harry months earlier but taken no direct action. Now, apparently, they had reached a different conclusion. Harry redirected a portion of the collective magic toward identifying and analyzing this new threat. The incoming magical signature resolved into clearer definition, a single individual descending at extraordinary speed, surrounded by layered protection fields unlike any conventional defensive magic. Most concerning was the fundamental nature of this magic. It contained counter-harmonic elements specifically designed to disrupt chimeric transformations. This wasn't a spontaneous response to current events, it was a carefully prepared intervention by an organization that had anticipated this conflict and prepared accordingly. Harry began reconfiguring the sanctuary's outer defenses to intercept this new threat, but the incoming entity moved with impossible speed, adjusting course faster than the wards could track. It was not just powerful but intelligently directed, exploiting microsecond gaps in defensive coverage. "Connection stability failing," Lyra warned, her voice strained as she fought to maintain the ritual's integrity. "External interference pattern detected." The council agent, for that was clearly what approached, had initiated some kind of disruption field specifically targeting magical connections like those sustaining the ritual. Harry could feel the carefully established links beginning to fluctuate, the smooth flow of power becoming turbulent. He made a split-second decision, redirecting the collective energy away from outer defenses and toward stabilizing the ritual itself. If these connections collapsed chaotically, the magical backlash could harm not just him but all the representatives participating in the circle. This defensive reallocation created a momentary vulnerability in the sanctuary's outer wards. The council agent exploited it instantly, penetrating the perimeter defenses and descending directly toward the island's central stone circle, the focal point of the sanctuary's power and, not coincidentally, directly above the underground ritual chamber. Incoming entity will breach surface defenses in 15 seconds, reported the vampire elder, his enhanced senses tracking the approach despite the layers of stone between them and the surface. Harry began a controlled disengagement, carefully closing the connections one by one to ensure each representative could safely withdraw from the ritual. As each link closed, his expanded awareness contracted, his extraordinary control over the sanctuary's defenses diminishing proportionally. By the time the final connection, the Centaur's star magic, gently separated, Harry's consciousness had returned to normal parameters. The nimbus of energy surrounding him faded, and he descended gently to the chamber floor, Lyra supporting him as his legs threatened to buckle. "We need to reach the surface," he said, his voice hoarse from the strain of channeling so much diverse magic. "Whatever the Council has sent, it's targeting the heart of our defenses." The chamber shook violently, dust and small stones falling from the ceiling as something massive impacted the ground above. The Heartstone's rhythmic pulsing accelerated, responding to the intrusion. "Everyone evacuate through the secondary exit," Lyra ordered the representatives. "Return to your communities and prepare defensive measures." As the ritual participants hurried toward a concealed doorway at the rear of the chamber, Harry and Lyra moved in the opposite direction, toward the stairs leading to the surface and whatever had just arrived. "The collective connection," Harry said as they climbed rapidly. "It worked beyond expectation." "The defensive applications alone," later, Lyra interrupted, her expression serious. "Focus on the immediate threat. The Council doesn't send arbiters without extraordinary cause. Whoever just arrived represents their ultimate authority." "You know something about this?" Harry asked, noting her specific terminology. "Rumors, legends," she admitted. "The Blackwood histories mention High Arbiters as the Council's most formidable agents. Wizards who undergo a process that binds them to the Council's founding magic, not chimeric transformation, but something analogous." They reached the top of the staircase, emerging into the open air through a concealed entrance near the stone circle. The scene that greeted them confirmed Lyra's concern was justified. At the circle's center stood a figure unlike any wizard Harry had encountered. Tall and imposing, clad in armor that seemed composed of metallic scales in midnight blue, with silver runes etched across its surface. Most striking was the helmet, a full face covering crafted to resemble an owl's visage, with enchanted lenses for eyes that shifted color continuously, analyzing and assessing. Around this figure, the stone circle's natural magic visibly distorted, responding to the intruder's presence with undulating patterns of resistance. The arbiter stood perfectly still, one gauntlet hand extended toward a particular standing stone, magical energy flowing between them in a controlled extraction process. "He's tapping the ley line junction," Lyra whispered, recognizing the technique. "Systematically identifying and mapping the sanctuary's magical infrastructure." Before Harry could respond, the arbiter turned toward them with unnatural precision, as though he'd been aware of their presence from the moment they emerged. "Harry James Potter," the figure stated, his voice carrying harmonic resonances that seemed to bypass the air itself, vibrating directly through magical perception. "Chimeric anomaly. Classification, existential threat to magical balance." Harry stepped forward, positioning himself between the arbiter and Lyra. "I don't recognize your authority to classify anything on sanctuary ground." "The Council's authority predates your sanctuary by millennia," the arbiter replied without emotion. "I am Octavius, High Arbiter of the Western Sphere. I have observed your ascension from potential to active threat. The assessment is complete. Intervention is now mandated." "What exactly does intervention entail?" Harry asked, though he suspected the answer. "Historically, elimination," Octavius stated matter-of-factly. "However, current protocols require attempted containment before terminal measures. You will submit to magical binding and accompany me to the Council's adjudication chamber." Harry felt his chimeric nature responding to the implicit threat, scales beginning to ripple beneath the surface of his skin, wings pressing against the constraints of human form. He controlled the transformation carefully, allowing only his eyes to shift, taking on the multifaceted aspect that enhanced his magical perception. Through these enhanced senses, he could better assess his opponent. Octavius wasn't merely a powerful wizard, he was something fundamentally different. His magical signature contained elements from dozens of sources, bound together through a process that resembled chimeric transformation but followed different organizing principles. "You're a construct," Harry realized aloud. "Not fully human anymore." "A necessary evolution," Octavius confirmed without apparent concern. "The Council requires instruments capable of enforcing balance against existential threats. My humanity was a worthy sacrifice for this purpose. And you think I represent such a threat? Your actions confirm it." Octavius gestured toward the battle still unfolding around the island's perimeter. "You have established an autonomous magical territory outside established governance. You have channeled collective creature magic through chimeric transformation, a power expressly forbidden by the Concordat of 1322. You have demonstrated willingness to oppose legitimate magical authority." "Legitimate authority doesn't send dementors against peaceful settlements," Lyra interjected. "The Ministry struck first, with lethal intent." Octavius's helmeted head turned slightly toward her. "Lyra Blackwood. Creature bond lineage. Your family's historical opposition to council mandates is noted." His attention returned to Harry. "The Ministry's tactics are irrelevant to classification protocols. The threat assessment considers capability and trajectory, not provocation. So I'm judged for what I might become, not what I've done," Harry concluded, a familiar frustration rising within him, the same prejudgment he'd faced from the Ministry, now arriving from the opposite direction. "What you are becoming is already sufficient cause," Octavius countered. "The channeling ritual you completed minutes ago created permanent pathways for creature magic access. These pathways will naturally expand with use, eventually enabling unfiltered power flow. Historical precedent is unambiguous, no chimeric entity has maintained balanced judgment under such conditions." Harry could feel the truth in this assessment. The ritual had changed something fundamental in his magical core, creating connections that remained partially open even after the formal disengagement. The power was intoxicating, not just the abilities themselves but the expanded awareness, the sense of connection to magic in its purest forms. "I am not historical precedent," Harry stated firmly. "And I won't be judged by the failures of those who came before me." "Your confidence is misplaced," Octavius replied. "The pattern is consistent across 17 documented cases spanning 3 millennia. Power corrupts magical judgment exponentially when filtered through multiple creature resonances simultaneously." As they spoke, Harry noticed subtle changes in the magical environment around them. The stone circle's energies were being systematically altered by Octavius's presence, key junctions realigned, power flows redirected. The Arbiter wasn't just talking, he was actively working to undermine the sanctuary's core protections. Enough discussion, Harry decided, dropping any pretense of negotiation. "You've invaded sovereign territory and are attempting to sabotage our protective wards. Leave now, or be removed." Octavius straightened to his full height, magical energy gathering visibly around his armored form. Resistance was anticipated. Containment protocols activated. Without further warning, he struck, not with a wand or conventional spell, but with a burst of pure council magic directed at Harry's magical core. The attack targeted the newly formed pathways specifically, attempting to collapse them while Harry's control was still developing. Harry countered instinctively, his chimeric nature responding to the threat by manifesting multiple protective aspects simultaneously. Dragon scales hardened across his torso while phoenix-derived magical resistance created a secondary shield against the council magic. Lyra moved with practiced precision, withdrawing to a supporting position and beginning a complex wandless incantation, not attacking directly but reinforcing the stone circle's natural defenses against external manipulation. The clash of opposing magics created a shockwave that rippled outward from the stone circle, powerful enough to be felt throughout the island. In the command center, monitoring crystals shattered from the magical pressure, while defensive teams on all fronts momentarily lost communication with central coordination. Octavius pressed his advantage, his armored form blurring with unnatural speed as he closed the distance to Harry. His gauntlet hands moved in precise patterns, weaving complex magical structures designed to contain and neutralize chimeric transformation specifically. Harry met the assault with controlled adaptation rather than raw power. Instead of forcing a complete transformation, which might play into the Arbiter's specialized containment magic, he implemented targeted changes, enhancing reflexes with Sphinx quickness, hardening impact points with selective dragon scaling, maintaining human cognitive control throughout. The result was a hybrid defense that Octavius's specialized techniques couldn't fully counter. Where the Arbiter expected to encounter specific creature magics with known vulnerabilities, he instead faced an integrated response that adapted moment by moment. Their battle transformed the stone circle into a maelstrom of competing magics. Ancient stones cracked under pressure, releasing stored power that further destabilized the environment. The very air seemed to warp around them, reality temporarily thinned by the concentration of opposed magical forces. Through it all, Lyra maintained her supportive role, working to prevent Octavius from completely dismantling the sanctuary's core wards. Her creature bond magic created interference patterns that disrupted his systematic subversion, forcing him to divide attention between attacking Harry and countering her protective measures. "The sanctuary's defensive network is destabilizing," she called out during a momentary lull. "If the central ward anchor fails, the entire protection system will collapse." Harry understood the implications immediately. Without the wards, the Ministry forces would pour into the sanctuary unopposed. Thousands of magical beings would be captured or worse. He needed to end this quickly, to neutralize Octavius before the damage became irreparable. The most direct approach would be to channel the collective creature magic again, overwhelming the Arbiter with raw power. But after the ritual, those pathways remained sensitive, partially open. Forcing them wider carried unknown risks to his own magical stability. Octavius sensed his hesitation. "The fundamental chimeric dilemma," he observed, his voice undisturbed despite the intensity of their conflict. "Power versus control. Access versus identity. Every chimera faces this choice eventually." "It's not a binary choice," Harry countered, maintaining his defensive posture while searching for an opening. "Balance exists between extremes." "A theoretical position unsupported by historical evidence," Octavius replied, gathering energy for another assault. "Your restraint will fail eventually. The Council simply prevents the inevitable damage." The Arbiter launched a new attack, more focused than before, targeting the weakest points in Harry's defensive transformation. Specialized containment fields manifested around Harry's limbs, designed to suppress chimeric abilities progressively, starting with the most recently acquired transformative aspects. Harry felt the suppression beginning to take effect, the more refined aspects of his transformation becoming harder to maintain. His Sphinx reflexes dulled first, followed by the selective scaling pattern he'd implemented. The containment was systematic and precise, clearly designed by those with intimate knowledge of chimeric limitations. Faced with this targeted suppression, Harry made a calculated risk, not full engagement with the creature magic pathways, but a controlled expansion of connection to one specific source. He reached mentally toward the phoenix essence he'd connected with during the ritual, seeking not just the transformative aspects he'd mastered, but the deeper magic at its core. The response was immediate and powerful. Phoenix magic, pure, undiluted, flowed through the established pathway, bringing not just fire resistance or healing but the fundamental nature of renewal and transcendence. This wasn't transformation in the conventional sense but something closer to magical resonance, becoming phoenix-like in essence rather than form. Gold-white flames erupted around Harry, not burning but purifying, dissolving Octavius's containment fields through magical antithesis rather than brute force. Where council suppression sought to bind and constrain, Phoenix essence embodied freedom and rebirth, creating a natural countermeasure. Octavius staggered back, his armor momentarily darkening where the Phoenix fire made contact. Unexpected implementation, he acknowledged, genuine surprise evident in his harmonic voice. Direct essence channeling without complete transformation. Protocol adjustment required. Harry pressed his advantage, maintaining the Phoenix resonance while re-establishing his other defensive aspects. The combined approach created something new, a harmonized defense that incorporated multiple magical types without full transformation into any single creature. Your council studied historical chimeras, Harry observed, advancing steadily as Octavius recalibrated his approach. But you've never encountered one who understood the balance point between human and creature magic. An interesting theory, Octavius replied, his armored form shifting to a new configuration, plates realigning to create additional magical conductivity. But ultimately irrelevant. The pattern remains consistent across all variables. He struck again, this time with a different approach, targeting not Harry directly but the stone circle beneath them. Council magic flowed into the ancient stones like liquid mercury, seeking the fundamental connection points that anchored the entire sanctuary's ward network. Harry realized the strategy too late. As Octavius's magic reached the critical junctions, the entire stone circle pulsed once with blinding light, then went ominously dark. The ambient magical field that had surrounded the sanctuary since the equinox ritual flickered like a candle in wind. Central ward anchor compromised, Lyra reported, her voice tight with effort as she attempted to counter the sabotage. Peripheral defenses failing. Ministry forces already responding, they've detected the weakness. Across the island, the carefully constructed defensive network began to unravel. Wards that had repelled the Ministry's most powerful attacks now fluctuated erratically, creating gaps that were quickly exploited. Monitoring systems showed Auror strike teams redirecting toward these weaknesses, preparing for a coordinated push into the sanctuary's interior. Harry made a decision, one he'd hoped to avoid but now saw as necessary. If conventional defense was failing, they needed an unconventional response. They needed to demonstrate why attacking magical beings in their sanctuary was a fundamental mistake. Lyra, he called, maintaining his defensive stance against Octavius. Emergency Protocol Omega. Authorize full implementation. Her eyes widened slightly, recognizing the significance. Harry, that's our last option, he finished. Do it. Now. She hesitated only a moment before activating her communication crystal. Command, implement Omega Protocol. Full authorization, immediate execution. Throughout the sanctuary, designated coordinators received the command and began the response they'd prepared but hoped never to use. Each magical being community activated their most powerful innate abilities, not individually, but in carefully choreographed concert. The mere people raised a tidal surge around the island's perimeter, not to harm the approaching ministry vessels but to create a natural barrier against further advance. Centaurs released specialized arrows into the sky, where they burst into constellation patterns that disrupted magical tracking and targeting systems. Goblins activated earth magic that temporarily liquefied the ground beneath invasion points, not injuring attackers but immobilizing them in harmless but effective restraint. Most dramatically, the forest-dwelling beings, ranging from botruckles to thestrals to the more sentient plant species Neville had integrated into their defense, initiated a coordinated transformation of the landscape itself. Trees uprooted and repositioned, creating natural barricades, vines grew at impossible speeds to form living containment networks, the very undergrowth shifted to create corridors that channeled invaders away from vulnerable areas. The collective effect was extraordinary, the island itself seemed to awaken, responding to the invasion not as separate defensive measures but as a single, coordinated organism protecting its inhabitants. This wasn't wizard magic imposed upon the environment but creature magic working with it, through paths of cooperation established over centuries of coexistence. In the command center, Hermione monitored the unfolding response with a mixture of awe and concern. "It's working," she reported to Thorn, who coordinated the human elements of the defense. "Ministry forces are contained or retreating at all invasion points." "And the central disruption?" Thorn asked, his attention focused on the monitoring crystal showing the stone circle, now obscured by swirling magical energies as Harry and Octavius continued their confrontation. "Unknown," Hermione admitted. Our sensors can't penetrate the magical interference. But whatever's happening there, it's affecting the entire island's magical network. Ron, returning from coordinating the southern defensive teams, joined them at the command table. The Goblin engineers report critical instability in the ward foundations. Even with Protocol Omega active, we're looking at complete ward failure within 20 minutes unless the central anchor is restored. Thorne's expression darkened. Then everything depends on what happens at the stone circle. At that circle's center, the battle between Harry and Octavius had transformed from physical confrontation to something more fundamental, a contest of opposing magical philosophies. The Arbiter's council-derived powers represented order through hierarchy, control through classification and constraint. Harry's chimeric abilities embodied integration through understanding, power through connection rather than dominance. The physical manifestation of this ideological conflict was spectacular and devastating. The ancient stones, repositories of magical energy accumulated over centuries, began to fracture under the strain. The very ground beneath them destabilized as layered magical fields intersected and disrupted each other. Octavius pressed his attack relentlessly, his specialized armor constantly adapting to counter Harry's transformative responses. Where Harry manifested dragon aspects, the armor produced dragon-binding countermagic. When he shifted to Phoenix resonance, it generated anti-renewal fields that dampened the purifying flames. "Your resistance is impressive but futile," Octavius stated, his harmonic voice undisturbed despite the intensity of their clash. "The Council has studied chimeric adaptation for millennia. There is no transformation we cannot counter." Harry realized the truth in this statement. The High Arbiter's specialized equipment and training gave him answers to conventional chimeric responses. Traditional transformation, even the advanced selective transformations Harry had mastered, followed patterns the Council had documented and prepared against. But there remained one approach they couldn't have anticipated, because Harry himself had only just discovered it through the ritual, not transformation but resonance, not embodying creature aspects but harmonizing with their fundamental magical essence. He made a calculated risk, deliberately dropping his defensive transformations entirely. For a crucial moment, he stood before Octavius in completely human form, seemingly vulnerable. The Arbiter recognized an opportunity and struck with precision, containment fields launching from his gauntlets to envelop Harry in specialized binding magic designed to prevent any transformation once secured. But instead of attempting to transform, Harry did something unexpected. He closed his eyes and opened his mind to the pathways created during the ritual, not to channel power directly, but to establish resonance with the magical signatures they connected to. The effect was subtle at first. No visible transformation occurred, no dramatic manifestation of creature aspects. Instead, Harry's magical core began to vibrate at frequencies that matched those of the various being types connected through the ritual. Not drawing their power, but synchronizing with it, creating harmony rather than channeling force. Octavius's containment fields, designed to suppress transformation, found nothing to latch onto. They passed through Harry's magical aura without effect, their specialized constraints unable to identify what they were meant to contain. "Insufficient data," Octavius murmured, his helmet's enchanted lenses cycling rapidly through analytical patterns. "Unrecognized magical configuration." Harry opened his eyes, which now glowed with inner light that shifted continuously through colors representing each connected magical signature. "You're right that the Council has studied chimeric transformation extensively," he said, his voice carrying new harmonics that resonated with the stone circle around them. "But transformation is just one expression of chimeric potential. This is something else entirely." He extended a hand toward the damaged ward anchor at the circle's center, the critical junction Octavius had targeted. Instead of trying to repair it through conventional magic, Harry established resonance with its original frequency, the magical harmony it had maintained before disruption. The anchor responded immediately, its damaged connections beginning to realign not through forced restructuring but through natural harmonic restoration. Like a musical instrument returning to tune, the magical frequencies adjusted themselves, finding their proper relationship to the whole. Octavius recognized the threat to his strategy and redirected his attack, council magic flowing from his armor in concentrated streams aimed at disrupting this harmonic restoration. But his specialized countermeasures, designed to combat specific magical types, proved ineffective against Harry's resonance approach. "Your council magic is powerful," Harry observed as the ward anchor continued to stabilize despite Octavius's interference. "But fundamentally limited by its organizing principle, control through opposition. My approach works with magical nature rather than attempting to dominate it." The High Arbiter's response was unexpected. He laughed, a sound made eerie by the harmonic distortions of his enchanted helmet. "You believe you've discovered something new? Something the council hasn't accounted for?" He spread his arms, his armor reconfiguring into a new formation. "The hubris of every chimera before you. Each believed they had found the perfect balance. Each succumbed eventually to the fundamental truth: power corrupts magical judgment." With these words, Octavius initiated a new attack, not targeting Harry directly or even the ward network, but something more insidious. Council magic flowed from his armor into the ground beneath them, seeking the heartstone buried deep below the circle. Harry sensed the strategy with alarm. The heartstone was the sanctuary's most fundamental magical component, predating even the ancient circle built to harness its power. If Octavius corrupted it, the damage would be irreversible, not just to the wards but to the island's very magical nature. "Lyra," he called out. "He's targeting the heartstone." She understood instantly, abandoning her work on the peripheral wards to focus entirely on protecting the subterranean crystal. Her creature bond magic created a shielding network that followed the council magic downward, attempting to intercept it before it reached its target. Harry maintained his harmonic approach, but now divided his attention between restoring the ward anchor and supporting Lyra's defense of the heartstone. The division weakened his effectiveness at both tasks, allowing Octavius to press his advantage. "Your fundamental weakness revealed," the Arbiter observed. "You cannot maintain multiple harmonic fields independently. The resonance patterns interfere with each other, creating dissonance rather than reinforcement." He was right. Harry could feel the competing frequencies beginning to clash within his magical core. Maintaining perfect resonance with multiple magical signatures simultaneously required a level of focused concentration he couldn't sustain while actively defending against attack. In this moment of vulnerability, Octavius struck with full force. Council magic surged past Lyra's defenses, reaching the heartstone and beginning to corrupt its natural resonance. Above, the partially restored ward anchor destabilized again as Harry's attention divided further. The effect rippled throughout the sanctuary. The coordinated defense implemented through Protocol Omega began to falter as its magical foundation wavered. Across the island, beings felt their connections to the land itself beginning to unravel, their unified response losing coherence. Harry faced a critical decision point. He could not maintain harmonic resonance with multiple targets while under active attack. He needed to choose: focus entirely on the ward anchor to maintain the sanctuary's defenses, or prioritize the heartstone to preserve the island's fundamental magical nature. The strategic choice would be the ward anchor. Without it, the immediate threat from Ministry forces would overwhelm their defenses within minutes. The heartstone's corruption, while devastating long-term, wouldn't affect the current battle's outcome. But Harry sensed something deeper. The heartstone wasn't merely a power source, it was the living magical core of the island itself. Its resonance had shaped the development of the land for millennia, creating a natural sanctuary long before humans established formal wards. Its corruption wouldn't just weaken their defenses, it would fundamentally alter the island's relationship with magical beings, potentially rendering it uninhabitable for the very communities that had sought refuge there. "Lyra," he called, making his decision. "Take the ward anchor. I'm going after the heartstone." She nodded, shifting her focus upward to maintain what progress Harry had made on restoring the critical junction. This left him free to concentrate entirely on establishing resonance with the heartstone, a far more complex challenge given its ancient, multifaceted nature and the council magic now interfering with its natural frequency. Harry closed his eyes, directing his full awareness downward through the earth, seeking connection with the crystal formation far below. Its signature was extraordinary, not a single frequency but a harmonic chord composed of countless magical resonances layered through time, each representing a different aspect of magical evolution on the island. Octavius, recognizing Harry's strategy, intensified his attack on the Heartstone while simultaneously launching containment fields to disrupt the connection attempt. A mistake to abandon the immediate tactical advantage, he observed. The Heartstone's corruption is already progressing beyond reversibility. Harry didn't waste energy responding to the taunt. Instead, he deepened his connection attempt, moving beyond surface resonance to seek the Heartstone's most fundamental frequency, the original magical signature that had attracted the first magical beings to the island eons ago. The connection, when it finally established, was unlike anything Harry had experienced, even during the ritual with the circle representatives. This wasn't just harmonic alignment with a specific magical type, it was resonance with magic in its purest, most elemental form, undifferentiated by creature classification or wizard categorization. Through this primal connection, Harry could perceive the council magic for what it truly was, not an opposing force, but a severely restricted expression of the same fundamental power that flowed through all magical beings. The council's founding magic had deliberately isolated specific harmonic patterns, rejecting the full spectrum in favor of controlled, limited expressions deemed balanced by their ancient standards. This insight provided the key to countering Octavius's attack. Instead of fighting against the council magic directly, Harry began to reintegrate it into the Heartstone's natural harmonic pattern, not rejecting it as foreign but incorporating it as a temporarily dominant but ultimately compatible frequency within the greater whole. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The corruption Octavius had initiated began to reverse, not through opposition but through inclusion. The council magic, designed to override and control other magical types, found itself instead being harmonized within a far more complex and comprehensive magical structure. Octavius sensed the reversal with evident surprise. Impossible, he stated, his harmonic voice showing emotion for the first time. Council primary protocols cannot be reintegrated with wild magic. The separation was established at the Concordat precisely to prevent such contamination. Not contamination, Harry replied, maintaining his connection with the Heartstone as its natural resonance reasserted itself. Completion. Your council didn't establish balance, they enforced separation. True balance comes from harmony between all magical expressions, not dominance of one pattern over others. The Heartstone pulsed with renewed power, its natural frequencies fully restored and now strengthened through the integration of the very council magic meant to corrupt it. The effect radiated outward and upward, reinforcing the entire island's magical network. Lyra, still working to stabilize the ward anchor, felt the surge of renewed energy from below. Harry. The Heartstone is feeding power directly into the ward system. The anchor is self-repairing. Throughout the sanctuary, the effects manifested immediately. Failing wards snapped back to full strength, defensive measures coordinated through Protocol Omega regained coherence, the very landscape responded with renewed vigor, magical plants and enchanted grounds reinforcing the island's natural protections. Octavius recognized his failure and immediately shifted to extraction protocols. His armor reconfigured into a defensive formation, specialized fields activating to break contact and enable withdrawal. This confrontation is temporarily inconclusive, he announced, his tone once again devoid of emotion. The Council will reassess approach parameters based on new data. Your harmonic technique is noted but does not alter the fundamental classification. The pattern remains consistent, power corrupts judgment over sufficient time intervals. Before Harry could respond, Octavius activated his final countermeasure, a localized disruption field that temporarily severed all magical connections within its radius. In the momentary magical vacuum this created, he launched upward with extraordinary speed, armor propelling him beyond immediate pursuit range. Harry maintained his connection to the Heartstone long enough to ensure its complete restoration, then gradually disengaged, returning his awareness to the surface. The stone circle, severely damaged during their confrontation, was slowly repairing itself as the Heartstone's renewed energy flowed upward through ancient channels. Lyra approached, her expression a mixture of relief and concern. The wards are holding again. Ministry forces are in full retreat on all fronts. She studied his face carefully. Are you alright? That level of harmonic connection is unprecedented. Harry nodded, though he felt the profound aftermath of the experience reverberating through his magical core. The connection with the Heartstone had changed something fundamental, not in the corrupting way Octavius had predicted, but through expanded awareness of magic's true nature beyond wizard classifications and council restrictions. I'm fine, he assured her, though fine inadequately described his current state. The sanctuary? Secure for now, she confirmed. But the ministry will regroup, and Octavius will return with adapted countermeasures. This was just the first real test. Harry surveyed the damaged stone circle, now slowly knitting itself back together through the Heartstone's influence. We need to prepare for what comes next. The council won't underestimate us again, and Umbridge will be desperate after such a public failure. Lyra's expression grew more troubled. There's something else. During the conflict, our monitoring systems detected unusual magical activity to the southeast, well outside our territory but concerning nonetheless. What kind of activity? Unstable chimeric signatures, she replied grimly. Similar to the corrupted chimera we encountered months ago, but more organized. Less chaotic. Harry felt a cold certainty forming. Voldemort's essence. Finding new vessels. That would be my assessment, she agreed. The question is whether it's working independently or has found allies within the ministry, or elsewhere. The implications were deeply concerning. One threat alone, ministry, council, or Voldemort's lingering influence, would be challenging enough. The potential combination presented a danger of unprecedented magnitude. As if emphasizing this point, a communication crystal activated nearby, projecting Hermione's voice. Harry, Thorn needs you at the command center immediately. We're receiving reports of magical disruptions worldwide, failing wards, creature uprisings, systematic magical instabilities. Something much bigger than our conflict is unfolding. Harry and Lyra exchanged alarmed glances. The timing was too perfect to be coincidental. Something had orchestrated these events to coincide, using the confrontation at the sanctuary as either distraction or catalyst for a larger agenda. We'll be right there, Harry replied, already moving toward the path leading back to the settlement. The battle for the sanctuary had been won, at least temporarily. But a much larger conflict was clearly just beginning. The command center had transformed from tactical headquarters to crisis management hub. Additional monitoring stations had been established, each tracking different aspects of the unfolding global situation. Hermione coordinated information flow while Thorn and Ron managed response planning with various team leaders. Harry absorbed the scene quickly as he entered. Status report. Thorn gestured toward the central display, where a global map showed dozens of magical disturbance points highlighted in angry red. Systematic failures in major magical infrastructure worldwide. International flow network down. Apparition accidents spiking dramatically. Magical creatures breaking containment in preserves and research facilities across 5 continents. Pattern? Harry asked, studying the distribution. That's the concerning part, Hermione interjected, joining them at the central table. There is a pattern, these aren't random failures. The disruptions follow ley line junctions precisely, affecting locations with the highest magical energy concentration first, then spreading outward along connected lines. Natural phenomenon or deliberate action? Lyra asked, examining the affected areas. Deliberate, Thorn stated firmly. The progression is too precise, too methodical for natural causes. Someone or something is systematically disrupting global magical stability. Harry focused on a particular cluster of incidents in Eastern Europe. These started first. Hermione nodded. Approximately 30 minutes ago, coinciding almost exactly with your confrontation with Octavius. Timing suggests coordination, Thorn observed. Either council-related or Voldemort's essence, Harry finished. We detected chimeric signatures southeast of here during the battle. Unstable but organized. A grim silence fell as the implication sank in. The corrupted chimera they'd encountered months earlier had claimed to possess Voldemort's consciousness, preserved through dark magic and integrated with chimeric abilities derived from Harry's blood. If that essence had found new vessels, more stable than Lucius Malfoy's failed experiment. The Council would never work with Voldemort's remnants, Lyra said, breaking the silence. Their methodologies differ, but both are fundamentally opposed to chaotic magic. Unless, Thorn suggested, they're not working together directly, but exploiting the same opportunity from different angles. The Council deployed Octavius here, knowing it would focus our attention and resources. The perfect distraction for whatever Voldemort's essence is attempting elsewhere. Or vice versa, Hermione countered. These global disruptions could be the Council's work, using Voldemort's activities as cover for a larger agenda. Harry studied the pattern of disturbances more carefully. These aren't random targets. They're systematic attacks on the boundaries between magical domains, the borders between wizard territories and creature territories, between classified and unclassified magical zones. Attempting to force conflict, Thorn concluded, seeing the pattern. When containment fails, fear follows. When magical beings break free, wizards respond with greater restrictions. A perfect cycle of escalation. Creating the very chaos the Council claims to prevent, Lyra added. Which they then use to justify more extreme intervention. A communication crystal activated urgently, projecting Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice, emergency alert to all magical communities. The Ministry is implementing Crisis Protocol 17. All Aurors recalled to active duty. Reports confirm magical boundary failures throughout Europe. Suspected coordinated terrorist action. Another crystal activated immediately after, this one connected to their network of international contacts. American Magical Congress implementing security lockdown. Magical creature preserves reporting mass breakouts. Unconfirmed reports of chimeric entities directing coordinated attacks on magical infrastructure. The implications crystallized for Harry with sudden clarity. It's a forced confrontation, he stated. Between the magical world and creature world. Creating artificial conflict to justify extreme measures from both sides. With us caught directly in the middle, Thorn observed. The sanctuary represents exactly what they're trying to prevent, cooperation rather than conflict between wizards and magical beings. Harry made a decision, his expression hardening with determination. We need to intervene directly. Not just defend our territory but actively counter whatever's causing these disruptions. How? Hermione asked practically. We don't have the resources to address global magical instability, especially while maintaining our own defenses. We have something better than resources, Harry replied. We have understanding that neither the Ministry nor the Council possesses. The Heartstone showed me what's really happening. These disruptions target the artificial boundaries between magical types, exploiting the very classifications that both Ministry and Council enforce. And our advantage? Thorn prompted. We don't recognize those boundaries as legitimate, Harry explained. The sanctuary operates on principles of magical integration, not separation. The same harmonic approach that countered Octavius's attack on the Heartstone could potentially stabilize these disruptions. You're suggesting a global application of harmonic magic? Lyra asked, her expression both impressed and concerned. The energy requirements would be extraordinary, Harry acknowledged. Beyond what I could channel alone. Which is why we need to expand the ritual we performed earlier, not just with representatives from each being type, but with direct connections to major magical nodes worldwide. Hermione looked skeptical. Even if theoretically possible, the logistical challenges are significant but not insurmountable, Harry countered. We have communication networks with magical communities globally. The Sanctuary has already established diplomatic connections with being representatives on 3 continents. We start there, creating a network of harmonic resonance points that can counter the disruptions at their source. Thorn studied Harry carefully, his experienced eyes noting subtle changes in the young wizard's demeanor and magical presence. The confrontation with Octavius and connection with the Heartstone had accelerated something, not corruption as the Arbiter had predicted, but definitely transformation. This goes beyond defense, Thorn observed neutrally. You're proposing active intervention in global magical governance. I'm proposing preventing unnecessary conflict, Harry corrected, though he recognized the validity of Thorn's observation. If we do nothing, these disruptions will escalate until wizard authorities implement extreme containment measures against all magical beings. The Council will use that response to justify even more aggressive balancing actions. The cycle ends in open magical warfare. A moment of tense silence followed as everyone considered the implications. What Harry proposed represented a dramatic escalation of their role, from establishing a sanctuary to actively shaping global magical stability. If we do this, Hermione said carefully, we position ourselves in direct opposition to both Ministry and Council authority structures. We're already there, Ron pointed out pragmatically. They just tried to destroy our home. Might as well make it count for something bigger. Lyra, who had been studying the global disturbance pattern intently, looked up with sudden urgency. The disruptions are accelerating. Whatever's causing them is gaining momentum. If we're going to act, it needs to be soon. Harry nodded, decision crystallizing. Prepare the Heartstone chamber for an expanded ritual. Contact all allied communities worldwide, we need harmonic anchors at as many major magical nodes as possible within the next 6 hours. As the command center erupted into coordinated activity, Thorn drew Harry aside, speaking privately. You should know, what you're attempting has never been successfully implemented at this scale. The magical strain on the primary conduit, you, will be beyond anything documented. I know the risks, Harry replied quietly. But the alternative is watching deliberately engineered conflict destroy the balance we're trying to create. Thorn studied him with those unusual amber eyes. The Council isn't entirely wrong about one thing, power of this magnitude changes those who channel it. Not necessarily corrupting, but transforming in ways that can't be fully predicted. I'm already transformed, Harry said with simple certainty. The question isn't whether I'll change further, but whether that change serves the protection of those who can't protect themselves. Thorn nodded, seeming satisfied with this answer. Then let's prepare. You'll need specialized support to maintain stability during the channeling process. As they rejoined the others, Harry felt the weight of the approaching challenge. The harmonic connection with the Heartstone had shown him possibilities he hadn't previously imagined, ways of working with magic that transcended conventional wizard understanding. But it had also revealed the immense complexity of the global magical ecosystem, the delicate balance between different types of power that had evolved over millennia. What they were attempting wasn't just countering immediate disruptions, but potentially reshaping the fundamental relationship between magical communities worldwide. The responsibility was enormous, the consequences of failure catastrophic. Yet standing still, defending only their sanctuary while the wider magical world descended into engineered conflict, wasn't truly an option. The sanctuary had never been meant as merely a refuge, but as a model for something new. Now circumstances demanded they demonstrate that model on a global scale, whether they were fully prepared or not. Preparations for the expanded ritual proceeded with remarkable efficiency, driven by the urgency of the escalating global situation. The Heartstone chamber, damaged during Octavius's attack, had largely self-repaired thanks to the crystal's renewed energy. Goblin engineers worked to enhance its natural amplification properties while Centaur astronomers calculated optimal alignment with major celestial bodies to maximize energy flow. The communication network Hermione had established proved invaluable, allowing coordination with magical communities worldwide. Luna, whose diplomatic connections with magical beings extended far beyond Britain, facilitated introductions to key representatives on other continents. Surprisingly, Bill Weasley's work with Gringotts provided access to the Goblins' global transportation network, a system separate from wizard-controlled methods and thus unaffected by the growing disruptions. We have confirmation from 17 major magical nodes, Hermione reported, 6 hours after they'd begun preparations. Each has established a harmonic anchor point with local being representatives. They're awaiting synchronization signals. Harry nodded, studying the global map now marked with green points indicating confirmed participants. The coverage wasn't complete, but it included the most critical magical junctions, enough to potentially stabilize the system if properly harmonized. And the disruption pattern? He asked. Continuing to accelerate, Thorn replied grimly, indicating the red areas that now covered nearly a third of the map. Ministry containment efforts are failing worldwide. The International Confederation of Wizards has implemented emergency protocols not used since Grindelwald's War. Reports of direct conflicts between wizard security forces and magical beings are increasing, Ron added, monitoring emergency channels. Some appear legitimate responses to containment failures, others, deliberately provoked. Time's up, Harry decided. We need to implement now, even with incomplete coverage. The longer we wait, the more entrenched these conflicts become. The ritual preparation had evolved significantly from their earlier attempt. Instead of a simple circle of representatives, the Heartstone chamber now contained a complex geometric arrangement designed to maximize harmonic resonance while minimizing strain on individual participants. At the center stood a specially constructed platform directly above the Heartstone itself, where Harry would serve as the primary conduit. Unlike the previous ritual, which had channeled collective magic for defensive purposes, this implementation focused on harmonic stabilization, using resonance patterns to counter the disruptive frequencies affecting magical boundaries worldwide. The theory is sound, Hermione explained to the assembled participants, but unprecedented in application. We're essentially creating a temporary harmonic network that overlays existing magical infrastructure, reinforcing natural connections while countering artificial disruptions. Lyra, who would again serve as stabilizer for Harry's connection, added important context. This isn't about imposing a new order on global magic, but restoring its natural harmonics. We're not replacing existing structures but reinforcing the connections between them that are being deliberately attacked. As final preparations concluded, Harry took his position on the central platform. Representatives from every major magical community in the sanctuary formed the primary circle around him: centaur, merperson, goblin, house elf, vampire, werewolf, and others, each connected to their global counterparts through specialized linking objects. Lyra stood behind him, her hands resting on his shoulders as before, but now wearing specially crafted goblin silver bracers inscribed with stabilization runes. Thorn took position at the chamber's perimeter, monitoring the overall magical field and ready to implement emergency containment if necessary. Everyone clear on the procedure? Harry asked, making final eye contact with each participant. Unlike our defensive implementation, this isn't about channeling power but establishing harmonic balance. Think of it as tuning an instrument rather than playing it. The representatives nodded their understanding. Many had participated in the previous ritual and understood the fundamental difference in approach: power versus harmony, force versus resonance. Begin synchronization sequence, Harry instructed, closing his eyes and centering his awareness. Hermione activated the communication network, sending precisely timed signals to each global anchor point. One by one, they acknowledged readiness, their magical signatures appearing as distinct tones in the harmonic field building around the Heartstone. When the final confirmation arrived, from a node in the mountains of Tibet, Harry nodded to Lyra. Initiate primary connection. She began the invocation, her voice carrying the same magical resonance that bypassed conventional hearing to vibrate directly through magical cores. The Heartstone responded immediately, its rhythmic pulsing accelerating to match the emerging harmonic pattern. Harry opened himself to the connection, not drawing power as before but establishing resonance, becoming a conduit for harmonic patterns rather than magical energy itself. The initial contact with the Heartstone's essence was familiar from their earlier encounter, but now expanded exponentially as the global network joined the resonance field. The sensation defied ordinary description. Harry's awareness extended beyond physical boundaries, perceiving the global magical network as an interconnected whole, a vast, complex symphony of resonances both harmonious and discordant. Through this expanded perception, he could directly observe the disruptions affecting magical boundaries worldwide. What he saw confirmed their theories. The disruptions weren't random failures but precisely targeted interference patterns, specifically designed to create maximum discord at the junctions between different types of magical domains. Most concerning was their magical signature, a hybrid form containing both council harmonic structures and corrupted chimeric elements. Confirmation, Harry stated, his voice carrying new harmonics that reflected his expanded awareness. Combined council and chimeric signatures in the disruption pattern. They're working together, or something is coordinating both. Through the global network, he could perceive more than just magical signatures. The consequences of the disruptions were becoming increasingly severe, magical creatures breaking free from centuries of containment, reacting violently to perceived threats, wizard security forces responding with escalating force, ancient wards failing catastrophically, releasing long-contained magical forces into unprepared environments. Most alarming were concentrated disturbances at specific locations, places where the boundary between the magical and non-magical world had grown dangerously thin due to the disruptions. If those boundaries failed completely, the statute of secrecy itself could collapse, exposing the magical world to Muggle awareness with potentially catastrophic consequences. Beginning harmonic countermeasure, Harry announced, shifting from observation to active intervention. Instead of fighting directly against the disruptive patterns, he implemented the approach that had proven effective against Octavius, not opposing the discordant frequencies but incorporating them into a more comprehensive harmonic structure. Like a skilled conductor bringing a chaotic orchestra back into alignment, he began establishing resonance patterns that could accommodate both the disruptions and the natural magical flows they affected. The Heartstone served as the central reference point, its ancient, multifaceted harmony providing the foundation upon which new patterns could be established. Through the global network, this harmonic template propagated outward, touching each affected junction and beginning the process of reintegration. The effort required extraordinary focus. Unlike channeling power, which relied primarily on magical capacity, harmonic work demanded precise control and comprehensive awareness of countless interacting frequencies. Harry maintained constant adjustments, adapting the resonance patterns to each unique situation encountered through the network. In the chamber, the visible manifestation of this work was subtle compared to the dramatic energy displays of power channeling. Harry remained physically still, though a nimbus of softly shifting light surrounded him, its colors flowing through patterns that reflected the harmonic adjustments being implemented globally. The representatives forming the primary circle served not as power sources but as harmonic anchors, each maintaining connection with their global counterparts and providing cultural context essential for proper resonance with different magical communities. Their contributions allowed Harry to work with the unique magical signatures of each being type without imposing a standardized pattern that might create new forms of discord. Lyra's role proved crucial as the process intensified. As Harry's awareness extended further into the global network, the strain on his core identity increased proportionally. Her creature bond magic provided a stabilizing influence, helping him maintain his fundamental self while working with increasingly diverse magical frequencies. Status update, Hermione requested after the first hour, monitoring both the global situation and Harry's condition. Progress in Europe and North America, he replied, his voice distant as his awareness remained primarily focused on the harmonic work. African nodes responding strongly. Asia more resistant, older magical structures with more complex harmonic patterns. The monitoring crystals confirmed his assessment. Throughout much of the world, the red indicators of magical disruption were gradually shifting to yellow, then green as stability returned. But significant challenges remained in regions with the oldest, most layered magical histories. Ministry containment forces standing down in responsive regions, Ron reported, monitoring emergency channels. Conflict de-escalating where stability returns. But we're seeing concentrated resistance in specific locations. Deliberate counteraction, Thorne observed, studying the pattern of resistant nodes. The architects of this disruption are actively fighting our stabilization efforts. Harry could perceive this resistance directly through the harmonic network. At certain critical junctions, particularly in Eastern Europe and parts of Asia, the disruptive patterns were being actively maintained against his harmonization attempts. More concerning, these resistant points were growing stronger, as if drawing additional energy from some external source. "Something's changing," he reported, his concentration intensifying. "The disruption patterns are evolving, becoming more coherent. Less chaotic, more directed." Through the harmonic connections, Harry could sense a new development. The previously separate signatures of council magic and corrupted chimeric energy were beginning to integrate, forming a hybrid pattern more resistant to harmonization. This wasn't random evolution but deliberate adaptation, suggesting intelligent direction. As he focused on these resistant nodes, Harry detected something deeply concerning, a familiar magical signature emerging within the hybrid pattern. Not just Voldemort's essence as they'd suspected, but something more specific, more personally resonant. "There's a direct connection to me," he stated, his voice tightening with the effort of maintaining focus while processing this revelation. "The chimeric elements in the disruption pattern, they're derived from my blood. The same samples the Ministry collected, that created the corrupted chimera we encountered." Lyra's hands tightened slightly on his shoulders. "Can you determine the source?" Harry directed his awareness toward the strongest concentration of this resonant signature, a location in the Carpathian Mountains, a region known for ancient magical convergences. As his perception focused there, the harmonic connection suddenly strengthened, as if something at that location was deliberately responding to his attention. "Contact established," he reported, surprise evident despite his focused state. "Something at the primary disruption source is reaching back through the network. Accessing the harmonic connection directly." The Heartstone pulsed with sudden intensity, its rhythm momentarily disrupted as an external force attempted to establish direct connection through Harry's harmonic network. The representatives in the circle shifted uneasily, sensing the intrusion. "Severing contact," Thorn advised sharply. "Unknown entity attempting network penetration, standard security protocol requires immediate disconnection." "No," Harry countermanded, maintaining the connection despite the potential danger. "This is deliberate. Whatever's coordinating these disruptions wants direct communication. This may be our only opportunity to understand the true purpose." Through the harmonic network, Harry extended his awareness fully toward the Carpathian location, not just observing but actively engaging with the presence he sensed there. The connection strengthened immediately, as if the other entity had been waiting for precisely this response. What followed wasn't communication in conventional terms, but a direct exchange of harmonic patterns, magical signatures interacting without the mediation of language. Through this exchange, Harry perceived fragments of intention, purpose, identity. The presence coordinating the global disruptions was indeed a fusion of council magic and Voldemort's essence, but implemented through a third element, a being that had undergone a process similar to Octavius's transformation but with fundamentally different purpose. Unlike the High Arbiter, who had sacrificed humanity for perfect adherence to council principles, this entity had willingly corrupted itself to achieve maximum disruptive potential. It had integrated council structural magic with Voldemort's chaotic essence, using Harry's chimeric blood as the binding agent between these seemingly incompatible forces. Most disturbing was the underlying purpose Harry perceived, not simple destruction or dominance, but forced evolution. The entity believed that only through catastrophic disruption of existing magical structures could a new, purified order emerge. The global magical instability wasn't the goal but the means, creating conditions for what it considered necessary transformation of the entire magical ecosystem. "It's trying to force magical evolution," Harry reported, maintaining the connection while processing this disturbing insight. "Believes the current separation between magical types is stagnation. Seeks to create a crisis that forces integration on its terms." "Recognizable ideological pattern," Thorn observed grimly. "Revolutionary purification through destruction. Common in magical extremist movements throughout history." The harmonic exchange intensified, the entity at the Carpathian location pushing for deeper connection. Through this strengthened link, its identity became clearer to Harry, not Voldemort himself, but a former council member who had embraced corruption deliberately, believing the council's methods too conservative to achieve true magical evolution. Most alarmingly, this entity had accessed knowledge of chimeric transformation not from Harry's blood alone, but from ancient council records documenting their systematic elimination. It had used this historical information to engineer a stable integration of multiple magical types, creating not a true chimeric transformation but a synthetic approximation designed specifically to manipulate magical boundaries. It's calling itself the harmonic, Harry reported, the connection growing increasingly uncomfortable as the entity pushed for deeper access. A former council arbiter who believes both council and ministry approaches to magical classification are fundamentally flawed. It's using Voldemort's essence as a catalyst for chaotic transformation while employing council structural magic to direct the results. The entity, the harmonic, sensed Harry's understanding and pressed its advantage, attempting to extend influence through the connection Harry himself had established. The harmonic network that had been stabilizing global magical disruptions now became a potential vulnerability, a direct channel through which this corrupted consciousness could potentially access the Heartstone itself. It's attempting to subvert the network, Harry warned, fighting to maintain control of the harmonic patterns. Using my connection as a pathway to access our stabilization points directly. The representatives in the circle felt the intrusion immediately, their own connections to global anchor points suddenly carrying discordant patterns that threatened to reverse the stabilization process. Several gasped as the corrupted harmonics attempted to overwhelm their carefully established resonances. Lyra responded instantly, her creature bond magic creating interference patterns that helped isolate the intrusion. "We need to sever the connection," she insisted. "It's too dangerous to maintain." But Harry had glimpsed something crucial through the harmonic exchange, not just the harmonic's identity and purpose, but its central vulnerability. Like Octavius, this entity had sacrificed certain aspects of its original nature to achieve its transformed state. Unlike the High Arbiter, whose transformation maintained perfect internal consistency, the harmonic's hybrid construction contained inherent instabilities, points where council precision conflicted with Voldemort's chaotic essence. "I can counter it," Harry decided, shifting his approach from defensive isolation to active engagement. Not by fighting against its influence but by amplifying its internal contradictions. Instead of attempting to block the harmonic's intrusion into the network, Harry allowed controlled access while simultaneously highlighting the dissonant patterns within its own magical structure. Like a musician emphasizing the single discordant note that reveals a fundamental tuning problem, he directed the Heartstone's pure harmonic influence toward the precise frequencies where council order and Voldemort's chaos remained imperfectly integrated. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The harmonic's attempt to subvert the network faltered as its own internal coherence began to waver. Through the connection, Harry could sense its surprise and growing alarm as the carefully constructed balance between its component magics destabilized. "Push harder," Thorn advised, recognizing the strategy. "Force complete decoherence while it's vulnerable." Harry increased the harmonic pressure, directing the combined resonance of the entire network toward the harmonic's fundamental instabilities. The Heartstone pulsed with extraordinary power, channeling its ancient harmonic influence through the connection with laser-like precision. In the Carpathian location, the harmonic fought to maintain its magical integrity, drawing on both council discipline and Voldemort's ruthless will to resist decomposition. But the pressure from Harry's harmonic network continued to increase, targeting not the entity's power but its fundamental structural coherence. The breaking point came suddenly. Through the connection, Harry sensed the moment when the harmonic's carefully balanced integration failed catastrophically. Council magic and chimeric elements separated violently, no longer held in artificial harmony by the binding agent derived from Harry's blood. The resulting magical detonation was contained primarily at the Carpathian location, but its echoes reverberated through the harmonic network, momentarily overwhelming all connected points with discordant energy. In the Heartstone chamber, the representatives cried out as the backlash surged through their connections. Harry maintained focus despite the chaotic surge, using the Heartstone's stability to absorb and redistribute the disruptive energy rather than allowing it to propagate through the global network. The effort required extraordinary concentration, particularly as fragments of the harmonic's consciousness attempted to preserve themselves by seeking refuge within the network itself. "It's trying to survive by fragmenting," he warned, tracking these escaping elements. Consciousness shard seeking host connections through our network. Standard Council protocol for catastrophic defeat, Thorn confirmed. Designed to preserve operational continuity even after primary agent loss. With Lyra's stabilizing assistance, Harry implemented a harmonic containment pattern specifically designed to isolate these fragments, preventing them from establishing new footholds within the global magical network. One by one, the consciousness shards were contained and neutralized, their influence diminishing until finally only harmonic resonance remained. As the last fragment dissipated, Harry allowed himself to relax marginally, though maintaining the stabilization network remained crucial. Primary threat neutralized, he reported. Beginning final harmonization of affected nodes. Across the global map, the remaining red indicators began shifting to green as stability returned to the magical network. The disruptions that had threatened to force conflict between wizard and creature communities gradually subsided, leaving behind damage that would require healing but no longer posed immediate catastrophic threat. After another hour of careful adjustment and confirmation, Harry finally began the process of disengaging from the harmonic network. Unlike the abrupt severance following Octavius's attack, this withdrawal proceeded methodically, ensuring each connection closed properly without creating new instabilities. When the final link dissolved and Harry's awareness returned fully to the Heartstone chamber, exhaustion hit him like a physical blow. He swayed on the platform, Lyra's steady hands preventing him from collapsing entirely. "Easy," she murmured, helping him step down. That was unprecedented. The representatives from the primary circle looked similarly drained, though their expressions held wonder mixed with fatigue. They had experienced something extraordinary, direct participation in a global harmonization process that transcended conventional magical understanding. "Did we succeed?" Harry asked, his voice hoarse from the prolonged effort. Hermione approached, showing him the monitoring crystals now predominantly green with only scattered yellow points indicating areas still stabilizing. "Beyond expectation," she confirmed. "Global magical infrastructure stabilizing rapidly. Creature-wizard conflicts de-escalating as containment failures resolve." "The harmonic?" he asked, accepting a restorative draft from Thorn. "Confirmed magical detonation at the Carpathian location," Thorn reported. "Specialized council units already securing the site according to our monitoring of their communications. They're treating it as a catastrophic containment failure rather than acknowledging the entity's true nature." "And Voldemort's essence?" Thorn's expression grew more serious. "Unclear. The detonation would have dispersed any conventional magical construct, but Voldemort's essence has demonstrated unusual resilience previously. We should maintain vigilance." Harry nodded, processing this cautious assessment. The confrontation had achieved their immediate goal, preventing engineered global conflict between magical communities, but potentially at the cost of allowing fragments of both council extremism and Voldemort's consciousness to escape complete neutralization. As the representatives dispersed to rest and report to their communities, Harry remained near the Heartstone, its pulsing rhythm noticeably stronger and more vibrant after the global harmonization. The process had changed the crystal itself, expanding its natural resonance to incorporate new harmonic patterns encountered through the worldwide connection. Lyra joined him there after ensuring the other participants received proper care. "You should rest," she advised, studying his face with concern. "The magical expenditure alone would exhaust most wizards, let alone the psychological strain of such extended awareness." Harry nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in her words, but his mind remained active despite his body's exhaustion. The harmonic network had shown him possibilities beyond anything he'd previously imagined, ways of working with magic that transcended the artificial boundaries established by both ministry classification and council restriction. "Something's changed," he said quietly, meeting her violet eyes. "Not just out there, but in me. The connection with the global network, perceiving magic as a unified whole rather than separate domains. It changes how I understand everything." "That's the true danger Octavius warned about," she replied carefully. "Not corruption through power, but transformation through expanded awareness." Once you've experienced magic as a harmonious whole, the artificial separations seem not just inefficient but fundamentally wrong. Harry recognized the concern beneath her observation, the same worry Thorn had expressed about power changing those who channel it. But what he'd experienced wasn't the seductive pull of greater power but the clarifying perspective of more comprehensive understanding. The sanctuary was just the beginning, he said, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten as the implications crystallized. A model for what could be possible on a larger scale, not just a refuge for beings classified as other, but a new approach to magical coexistence altogether. Lyra studied him carefully, noting subtle changes in his magical presence. The harmonic work had accelerated his development, not toward the corruption Octavius predicted but toward something the Council might find equally concerning, a perspective that fundamentally challenged their founding principles. That kind of change won't come easily, she cautioned. Today's crisis may be resolved, but the underlying structures remain: ministry classification, council balance, centuries of accumulated separation between magical communities. All the more reason to build on what we've established, Harry countered, his voice gaining strength despite his physical exhaustion. The sanctuary demonstrated the possibility. The global harmonization proved the effectiveness. What happens next depends on whether we retreat to defensive isolation or actively promote a better alternative. Thorn, overhearing as he approached, added his perspective: "You're talking about revolution, not through conflict but through demonstration. Creating a model so compelling it naturally replaces the existing order." "Exactly," Harry confirmed, grateful for the precise articulation. Not destroying what exists, but offering something better, harmony through understanding rather than control through classification. The implications of this approach were profound and far-reaching. The sanctuary had begun as a defensive measure, protection for beings threatened by ministry classification. The global harmonization had been a response to immediate crisis. What Harry now contemplated was something more fundamental, a deliberate effort to reshape the relationship between magical communities worldwide. As they left the Heartstone chamber, returning to the surface where celebration of their success was already beginning, Harry felt both exhausted and energized. The physical toll of the harmonic work would require significant recovery, but the clarity of purpose it had provided offered compensating vitality. The sanctuary had weathered its first major test, repelling both ministry assault and council intervention while helping stabilize a global magical crisis. But the greater challenge lay ahead, transforming from a defensive refuge into something more powerful, a working demonstration of a fundamentally different approach to magical coexistence. Whether that transformation represented evolution or revolution depended largely on how the established powers responded. Based on their actions thus far, Harry suspected the path forward would combine elements of both: evolutionary change for those willing to adapt, revolutionary conflict with those determined to maintain the old divisions at any cost. Chapter 4, Crucible Victory, Harry discovered, carried its own weight. 3 months after the global harmonization event, now referred to simply as the Resonance, in magical communities worldwide, the sanctuary had transformed from besieged refuge to flourishing diplomatic center. Representatives from previously marginalized magical communities arrived daily, seeking alliance and protection. The ministry, humiliated by Umbridge's failed assault and the public exposure of Project Chimera, had retreated to a wary, arm's-length posture. On this particular morning, Harry stood at the edge of the eastern cliffs, watching the sun rise over a sanctuary nearly unrecognizable from its early days. Where once stood makeshift shelters and hastily erected defenses now rose elegant structures that harmonized with the natural landscape, goblin-crafted stonework merging seamlessly with living architecture cultivated by plant beings, connected by luminous pathways maintained by various magical communities. "The northern delegation arrives in an hour," Hermione said, joining him at the cliff edge. "The Selkie representatives are particularly interested in discussing underwater territories beyond ministry jurisdiction." Harry nodded, mentally adding this to the dozens of diplomatic meetings, policy discussions, and security briefings that filled his days. "Schedule them after the Centaur Astronomical Council. And make sure the Mere-People representatives are present, their treaties with Selkie communities predate wizard records." Hermione studied him with the particular attention of someone who had known him since childhood. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and a new tension held his shoulders rigid even in relative solitude. Most telling was the subtle shimmer that occasionally rippled across his skin, transformative energy barely contained by increasingly thin control. "When did you last rest?" she asked, though she suspected the answer. "I'm fine," Harry replied automatically, his gaze still on the horizon. "Not what I asked," Hermione pressed, her tone softening. "You've been in meetings or training for 4 straight days. Even with your enhanced stamina, that's not sustainable." Harry finally turned to her, a tight smile not reaching his eyes. "The council hasn't stopped planning their next move just because we've had a few months of relative peace. The ministry's rebuilding its political position through back channels. Fragments of the harmonic are still being detected in Eastern Europe." He gestured toward the bustling sanctuary below. "And we've got 12,000 beings depending on our protection and leadership." The scope of their responsibility had expanded dramatically since the resonance. What began as a refuge for a few hundred threatened magical beings had evolved into the headquarters of a growing alliance that challenged fundamental aspects of the magical world order. The sanctuary's governing council, originally focused on immediate survival, now addressed complex diplomatic, economic, and security concerns affecting communities across multiple continents. "All true," Hermione acknowledged, "and none of it served by driving yourself to collapse." Before Harry could respond, a communication crystal at his wrist pulsed with soft blue light. He tapped it, revealing Ron's voice. "Security update. Council observer vessel appeared at the edge of our maritime boundary. Standard monitoring pattern, maintaining distance. Nothing aggressive, but thought you should know." "Understood," Harry replied. "Maintain current alert status. Let me know if they change position or activity." The crystal darkened as the connection closed. Harry's expression remained neutral, but Hermione noted the momentary shimmer across his forearms, scales briefly manifesting before being consciously suppressed. "They're getting bolder with their surveillance," she observed. "Testing boundaries," Harry agreed. "After Octavius's failure, they're recalibrating. Learning our defensive capabilities, response patterns, decision thresholds. And preparing their next move," Hermione finished, her analytical mind already working through potential scenarios. Harry nodded grimly. "Something's coming. I can feel it." The certainty in his voice gave Hermione pause. Since the resonance, Harry's intuition had sharpened beyond normal perception, sometimes bordering on precognition when it came to threats against the sanctuary. Another manifestation of his evolving chimeric nature that both impressed and concerned his closest friends. "The council meeting requested your presence," she reminded him, changing the subject slightly. "Thorn says they won't proceed without you." Harry sighed, his gaze returning briefly to the horizon before he straightened, visibly shifting from contemplation to action. "Let's not keep them waiting, then." As they walked toward the central complex, Hermione noted how beings throughout the sanctuary responded to Harry's presence, not with the fearful deference shown to ministry officials or even the respectful acknowledgement given to Dumbledore, but with a unique combination of reverence and familiarity. They saw him as both symbol and shield, icon and ally. The weight of those expectations, she realized, had become as much a burden as his responsibilities. Harry Potter had never sought adoration, but now found himself the living embodiment of hope for thousands who had never known acceptance in the wizard-dominated world. "Have you spoken with Lyra today?" Hermione asked carefully as they approached the council chambers. A shadow crossed Harry's face. "Briefly. She's coordinating with the creature bond families in Scandinavia. Another diplomatic outreach." The unspoken tension hung between them. Harry and Lyra's relationship had deepened in the aftermath of the resonance, but the demands of their respective roles created increasing distance. As Harry's public profile grew, Lyra had focused on behind-the-scenes work, leveraging her family connections to expand the sanctuary's alliance network. Their paths intersected less frequently than either would prefer. "She worries about you," Hermione said simply. "Everyone worries about me," Harry replied with a trace of bitterness. What they should worry about is making sure everything we've built survives what's coming. They reached the council chambers before Hermione could respond, an impressive circular room whose design honored multiple magical traditions. The walls featured living wood cultivated by dryads, inlaid with goblin-forged metals that hummed with protective enchantments. The ceiling resembled a night sky, maintained by centaur astronomers to reflect accurate celestial positions. Around a massive table crafted from a single piece of heartstone crystal sat representatives from the sanctuary's core communities, Firenze for the centaurs, a merperson named Mercus suspended in an enchanted water sphere, the goblin leader Garnock, and others representing the diverse population that now called the sanctuary home. Thorn stood as they entered, his amber eyes analyzing Harry with experienced assessment. "We were just discussing the diplomatic initiatives in Eastern Europe," he said, gesturing to the map hovering above the table's center. Harry took his place at the table, not at its head, as the ministry might expect, but as one voice among equals in the circular arrangement. "Any progress with the vampire conclaves?" "Limited," replied the vampire elder, Caspar. "The older houses remain skeptical of our intentions. Centuries of persecution by wizard authorities have made them cautious about new alliances. We need to demonstrate tangible benefits," Garnock the goblin stated bluntly. "Fine words about harmony mean little to communities that have survived through isolation and defensive strength." The discussion continued, addressing various diplomatic, security, and resource challenges. Throughout, Harry contributed without dominating, offering insights informed by his unique magical perspective while respecting the specialized knowledge of each representative. This collaborative approach defined the sanctuary's governance, so different from the hierarchical structure of the ministry or the secretive control exercised by the council. Near the meeting's conclusion, Thorn raised a more sensitive topic. "We've detected increased activity around several major ley line junctions in North America. Pattern suggests council agents conducting some form of large-scale magical mapping." Harry leaned forward slightly, his attention sharpening. "Similar to what Octavius was attempting here before engaging directly." "More comprehensive," Thorn confirmed. "They're systematically cataloging magical resonance patterns across entire regions. Our sources indicate particular focus on areas with historical records of chimeric activity." "Research," Firenze observed, his centaur perspective bringing a longer historical view. "They seek understanding before acting again. The stars speak of preparation, not immediate threat." "Research toward what end?" Harry asked, though he suspected the answer. "Unknown specifically," Thorn replied, "but consistent with development of a targeted countermeasure. After Octavius's failure and the harmonic's destruction, the council would logically seek more effective methods to address what they perceive as chimeric threat." The implications hung heavily in the air. The council's resources and ancient knowledge made them formidable opponents, particularly when granted time to develop specialized responses. Increase monitoring of known council activity, Harry decided after brief consideration. Enhance security around our key magical nodes, particularly those connected to the Heartstone. But maintain diplomatic outreach. We can't allow security concerns to undermine our core mission. The council members nodded in agreement, understanding the delicate balance between vigilance and openness that defined their community. As the meeting concluded and representatives departed, Thorn remained, clearly wanting private conversation. "You sensed something more than you shared," Harry observed once they were alone. Thorn nodded, his expression grave. "My contacts within former council circles report rumors of a project codenamed Severance. Details are deliberately obscured, but the name itself suggests purpose." Harry felt a cold certainty form. "They're developing a way to sever chimeric connections." "It aligns with their historical approach," Thorn confirmed. "When unable to eliminate a threat directly, the council typically seeks to neutralize its power source." The implications were personally existential. Harry's chimeric abilities had become so integrated with his magical core that attempting to sever them could prove catastrophically dangerous, not just removing power, but potentially destabilizing his entire magical identity. "How close are they?" Unknown, Thorne admitted. But the intensity and distribution of their research activities suggest late-stage development rather than theoretical exploration. Harry absorbed this with outward calm, though beneath the surface, his mind raced through strategic implications. Double the protective wards around the Heartstone. Implement the advanced detection grid Hermione designed. And he hesitated briefly, accelerate the Phoenix Protocol preparations. Thorne's expression remained neutral, but his eyes reflected concern. The protocol remains largely theoretical. The magical requirements alone are significant but achievable, Harry finished. If the Council is developing a weapon that can sever chimeric connections, we need countermeasures in place. The protocol is our most promising option. The Phoenix Protocol represented their most ambitious and controversial project, a method to protect chimeric connections through distributed harmonic anchoring, essentially creating backups of the magical pathways that could be reinstated if the primary connections were severed. The process borrowed conceptually from Phoenix Rebirth, hence the name. I'll inform the research team, Thorne agreed, though his reservation remained evident. But Harry, the protocol carries its own risks. The harmonic resonance required could potentially accelerate your transformation beyond current stabilization parameters. I'm aware of the risks, Harry replied, a hint of edge entering his voice. But losing chimeric abilities entirely would leave the sanctuary vulnerable to both Council and Ministry aggression. We need contingencies. Thorne studied him carefully before nodding. As you wish. Just remember that contingency planning shouldn't override strategic judgment. As Thorne departed, Harry remained in the empty council chamber, momentarily allowing his carefully maintained composure to slip. Exhaustion washed through him in waves, accompanied by the now familiar pressure of transformation-seeking expression. Since the resonance, his chimeric nature had grown more insistent, requiring increasing mental energy to maintain human form for extended periods. He closed his eyes, implementing the meditation techniques Lyra had taught him, visualizing his magical core as a balanced system, neither suppressing the chimeric aspects nor allowing them to dominate. The practice helped, but provided increasingly temporary relief as his power continued to evolve. A soft chime from his communication crystal interrupted the meditation. Luna's dreamy voice emerged. Harry, the Northern Observatory detected unusual magical fluctuations. Not immediately threatening, but distinctly Council signatures. You might want to see for yourself. On my way, he replied, rising with renewed focus. The momentary vulnerability vanished beneath the demands of leadership, personal concerns set aside for collective security. As he left the council chambers, Harry was unaware of being observed from the shadows by concerned eyes. Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances before following at a discreet distance, their conversation conducted in whispers. It's getting worse, Ron noted. He barely sleeps, hardly eats, and when was the last time you saw him actually relax? 3 months, 2 weeks, Hermione replied precisely. Since the resonance. The harmonic connection changed something fundamental in how his magic manifests. Not just his magic, Ron countered. He's different. More, intense. Everything's about the sanctuary, the alliance, the mission. There's nothing left for just Harry. The pressure is enormous, Hermione acknowledged. Everyone wants something from him, protection, leadership, hope. And the threats are very real. The council is a convenient excuse, Ron interrupted. There's always another threat, another crisis. At some point, he needs to delegate, to trust others to handle things. Hermione sighed. You know Harry. He's always carried responsibility too personally. Now with chimeric abilities amplifying his protective instincts. They fell silent as they approached the Northern Observatory, a remarkable structure combining Centaur astronomical knowledge with Goblin engineering. From its uppermost level, enhanced detection equipment monitored magical signatures at distances conventional wizard methods couldn't achieve. Inside, they found Harry with Luna and Neville, studying a complex magical projection showing disturbances in the atmospheric magical field surrounding the sanctuary. Luna manipulated the display with graceful gestures, highlighting areas of particular concern. The pattern resembles council divination magic, she explained, but modified to penetrate harmonic defenses. Very clever adaptation. They're probing for weaknesses in our detection grid, Harry observed, studying the fluctuation patterns. Testing what we can perceive and what we might miss. Successfully, it seems, Neville added. These disturbances only registered because of the enhanced thestral sight crystals Luna developed. Standard wizard detection methods wouldn't have caught them. Harry nodded, his expression hardening slightly. They're preparing something significant. First the ley line mapping in North America, now advanced divination probes here. He turned to Neville. Double the observer teams. Full perimeter coverage, rotating shifts to prevent fatigue-based gaps. Already implemented, Neville confirmed. And I've integrated bowtruckle sentries along the forest boundaries, they can detect magical intrusion through living wood better than any wizard sensor. The competence of his team should have reassured Harry, but Ron noted how his friend's tension remained undiminished, as if no amount of preparation could satisfy his growing vigilance. Luna, Harry continued, expand the thestral patrols to include the upper atmosphere. If they're using modified divination, there might be physical anchors at high altitude, detection devices outside our normal surveillance range. The thestrals mentioned something similar, Luna replied. They've sensed unfamiliar magic at the edge of their flight ceiling. I'll organize extended patrols immediately. As they continued discussing security adjustments, Ron exchanged another glance with Hermione, their concern growing. The Harry they knew had always been determined and brave, but this version possessed an intensity that bordered on obsession, every report of potential threat feeding a vigilance that never seemed satisfied regardless of precautions taken. The meeting concluded with Harry reviewing the technical adjustments to the detection grid, his questions revealing sophisticated magical understanding that would have been beyond him before his chimeric transformation. This accelerated magical comprehension was yet another manifestation of his evolving abilities, knowledge and insight expanding alongside physical capabilities. As the group dispersed to implement the agreed measures, Hermione caught Harry's arm gently. A moment. He paused, looking mildly impatient but nodding. The delegation from the American magical communities arrives tomorrow, she reminded him. They're expecting a full presentation on harmonization principles. Have you prepared your remarks? Harry blinked, momentarily looking lost, a rare crack in his focused facade. No. It slipped my mind with the security concerns. I've drafted key points, Hermione offered. Based on your previous discussions of harmonic theory. I can finalize them if you'd like. Relief flickered briefly across his face. Thank you. That would be helpful. The simple admission of oversight and acceptance of help felt like a small victory to Hermione, evidence that her friend still existed beneath the weight of leadership he'd assumed. Harry, she ventured carefully, when this delegation leaves, perhaps you could take a few days to rest. The council can handle routine matters, and Thorn has security well in hand. His expression immediately closed. We can't afford distractions right now. The council is clearly accelerating whatever they're planning. It's not distraction to maintain your own well-being, she countered. You're pushing yourself beyond sustainable limits. I know my limits, he replied, an edge entering his voice. Do you? Ron asked, joining the conversation. Because from where we're standing, you're burning yourself out while refusing to acknowledge it. Harry's eyes flashed with momentary anger, literally flashed, the irises shifting briefly to chimeric slits before returning to normal. I'm doing what's necessary to protect everything we've built. If that means pushing limits, so be it. And if you push until you break? Hermione asked quietly. What happens to the sanctuary then? To everyone relying on your leadership? The question hit its mark. Harry's expression softened slightly, the defensiveness partially retreating. I'll consider some delegation. After we understand what the council is planning. It wasn't the concession they hoped for, but it represented progress. Before they could press further, Harry's communication crystal pulsed urgently, the particular rhythm indicating priority contact from the security team. "Go ahead," he answered immediately. Thorn's voice emerged, unusually tense. "Boundary breach detected at the western shore. Magical signature consistent with Council transportation methods but implementing some form of harmonic disruption to bypass standard detection." "Numbers? Composition?" Harry asked, already moving toward the exit, Ron and Hermione close behind. "Unknown. Detection was peripheral, they're employing advanced concealment. Security teams converging, but approach with caution. This feels like precision insertion rather than direct assault." "Understood. Implementing containment protocol." Harry closed the connection, his stride lengthening as they descended the observatory steps. "Ron, activate Defense Grid Sector 7. Hermione, alert the Council representatives but maintain normal activity patterns elsewhere, we don't want to broadcast that we've detected the intrusion." Both nodded, splitting off to execute their tasks while Harry continued toward the western shore, his pace just short of running. As he moved, subtle transformations manifested, his hearing sharpening with feline precision, his vision enhancing with eagle acuity, his muscles reconfiguring for improved speed and reaction time. These adaptations came without conscious thought now, his body automatically optimizing for the situation at hand. By the time he reached the western perimeter, security teams had established a search pattern, moving carefully through the forested area where the breach had been detected. Thorn coordinated from a central position, receiving reports through a network of communication crystals. "Anything?" Harry asked as he joined him. Thorn shook his head. "No visual confirmation yet. But the magical residue is distinctive, Council teleportation combined with some form of harmonic camouflage specifically designed to counter our detection methods." "They've been studying our defenses," Harry noted grimly. "Adapting their approach based on previous failures." "Precisely," Thorn agreed. "This isn't brute force like Umbridge or direct confrontation like Octavius. This is subtle, targeted infiltration." A security team member approached, reporting quietly. "We found unusual magical traces leading toward the central settlement. Not continuous, but periodic markers as if someone moved quickly while leaving minimal signature." "Heading toward what specifically?" Harry asked sharply. "Based on trajectory, the research facilities or possibly the diplomatic quarter." Harry's expression darkened. "They're after information, not confrontation. Targeting our research into harmonic stabilization or our alliance networks." "Or both," Thorn added. "Council operations typically pursue multiple objectives simultaneously." Harry made a quick decision. "Maintain the search pattern but reduce visibility. Make it appear we're focusing on the breach point while actually expanding coverage toward the central settlement. I'll take a more direct approach." Before Thorn could question this, Harry stepped away, implementing a transformation he'd perfected for stealth operations. His form blurred slightly as chimeric adaptations manifested, demiguise camouflage rendering him nearly invisible, thestral sensory perception enhancing his ability to detect magical concealment, and Sphinx intuition sharpening his tactical awareness. In this enhanced state, he could perceive magical signatures that remained hidden to conventional detection methods. Moving with preternatural silence, he tracked the faint magical trail left by the intruders, now recognizing that there were 3 distinct signatures, not one as initially assumed. The trail led not toward the research facilities as predicted, but toward the diplomatic quarter, specifically, the residential area housing key alliance representatives and sanctuary leadership. Harry's concern sharpened into alarm as he realized the most likely target, individuals central to the sanctuary's operation rather than information itself. Accelerating his pace, he followed the increasingly fresh trail to a particular structure, a graceful building of living wood and crystal that served as temporary housing for visiting diplomatic delegations and... Harry's blood went cold. Lyra's residence when she wasn't traveling on diplomatic missions. Without hesitation, he sent a silent alert through his communication crystal, emergency code indicating targeted threat to key personnel, while continuing his approach. The building appeared undisturbed from the exterior, but his enhanced senses detected subtle magical manipulation around the entrance, wards carefully modified rather than disabled, allowing passage while triggering no alarms. Professional infiltration. Council specialists. Harry adjusted his transformation, preparing for potential confrontation while maintaining stealth. As he approached the entrance, he detected 3 magical signatures inside, the intruders, positioned throughout the main level. Of Lyra's signature, there was concerning absence, either she wasn't present, or her magical presence was somehow masked. Moving through the modified wards with practiced ease, Harry entered silently, his enhanced senses mapping the interior. The first intruder stood in the main living area, maintaining some form of detection field while monitoring communication devices. The second was methodically searching through Lyra's diplomatic materials in an adjacent study. The third. Harry froze, finally detecting what he sought. The third intruder stood in the bedroom area, a containment field active around an unconscious form on the bed. Lyra, her normally vibrant magical signature dampened to near invisibility by sophisticated suppression magic. Cold fury rose within him, chimeric transformation responding to emotional intensity. He forced control, knowing that precipitous action could endanger Lyra further. These weren't common infiltrators but council specialists, likely with contingency plans for detection and resistance. His suspicion was confirmed when the first intruder suddenly stiffened, turning toward Harry's position despite his near-perfect camouflage. Perimeter breach, the figure announced softly. Chimeric signature detected. The other intruders immediately shifted to defensive positions, the one near Lyra activating additional containment measures while the second moved to support the first. All 3 wore the distinctive midnight blue garments of council operatives, though not the formal armor Octavius had displayed. These were stealth specialists, equipped for extraction rather than direct confrontation. Contingency activation, stated the one beside Lyra, pressing a device against her unconscious form. Primary objective secured. Harry realized with horror that they intended to transport her directly, using some form of emergency extraction to remove their target before full resistance could mobilize. Without further hesitation, he abandoned stealth for speed, manifesting a hybrid transformation optimized for immediate intervention. The transformation rippled outward visibly now, scales hardening across his torso, wings partially forming before being consciously suppressed as counterproductive in the confined space, talons extending from his fingers as he launched himself toward the bedroom. The first intruder attempted interception, deploying a specialized containment field designed to disrupt chimeric transformation. Harry countered with a technique developed since Octavius's attack, not fighting against the containment directly but harmonizing with its magical frequency before redirecting its energy away from himself. The redirected containment field snapped back toward its caster, momentarily trapping the intruder in his own magic. Harry didn't pause to press the advantage, already engaging the second operative who had deployed a different countermeasure, a disruption wave targeting the harmonic patterns that stabilized chimeric transformation. This attack proved more challenging to counter, sending painful dissonance through Harry's magical core and temporarily destabilizing his transformative control. Scales receded involuntarily, enhanced senses dulling as the disruption forced partial reversion to human form. The operative pressed his advantage, drawing a specialized wand clearly designed for anti-chimeric combat. Before he could cast, however, the building itself responded, the living wood walls flexing suddenly to entangle his arm, disrupting his aim. The sanctuary's semi-sentient architecture, responding to Harry's emotional state and recognized authority, had intervened directly. Taking advantage of this unexpected assistance, Harry regained transformative stability and closed the distance, neutralizing the second operative with precisely controlled force, enough to render unconscious without permanent injury. In the bedroom, the third operative had completed activation of the extraction device. A swirling portal of midnight blue energy began forming around Lyra's unconscious form, the distinctive signature of council transportation magic but modified with harmonic elements that would likely bypass the sanctuary's standard anti-transportation wards. "Stop!" Harry commanded, his voice carrying harmonic undertones that vibrated through the magical field. The operative turned, revealing a face partially concealed by enchanted fabric that obscured identifying features. "Too late, Chimera," he stated flatly. "The Council has determined direct intervention necessary. The creature-born female will answer for her family's historical transgressions." "She's not your concern," Harry replied, carefully monitoring the developing portal while preparing countermeasures. "Your quarrel is with me." "You misunderstand our purpose," the operative responded. "This isn't mere leverage against you. The Blackwood bloodline carries responsibility for historical disruption of Council operations. Her extraction was always an independent objective." The portal continued strengthening around Lyra, seconds from completion. Harry made a split-second decision, implementing a counter he'd developed theoretically but never tested practically, a harmonic disruption specifically calibrated to Council transportation magic. Drawing on his connection to the Heartstone, he channeled a precisely modulated burst of energy that matched the portal's frequency but in perfect opposition, creating destructive interference that destabilized its formation. The blue energy flickered, its coherence wavering as Harry's counter took effect. The operative responded immediately, activating a secondary device that amplified the portal's power while attempting to compensate for the harmonic interference. The conflicting magics created dangerous instability, wild energy beginning to lash outward from the destabilizing portal. "Abort extraction," the operative called into a communication device. "Field interference exceeding containment parameters. Requesting emergency recall." The response came not through the device but directly, a new portal forming around the operative himself. Unlike the extraction portal surrounding Lyra, this one stabilized instantly, designed for personnel recovery rather than target acquisition. "This isn't conclusion, merely postponement," the operative stated as the recall portal enveloped him. "The Council has made its determination. Chimeric anomalies and their allies cannot be permitted continued expansion." As the operative vanished, the extraction portal surrounding Lyra collapsed completely, its energy dissipating in a final surge that scorched the surrounding area. Harry rushed to her side, carefully examining her condition with enhanced senses. She remained unconscious, her magical signature suppressed but intact. No obvious physical injury, but her magical core showed signs of sophisticated binding, Council techniques designed to temporarily neutralize her creature bond abilities and prevent resistance during extraction. Security teams burst into the residence moments later, led by Thorn and Ron. They quickly secured the one remaining operative, the first intruder still partially contained by his own redirected field, while implementing medical response for Lyra. "Council extraction team," Harry reported tersely as healers transferred Lyra to a specialized stretcher. "3 operatives using advanced harmonic camouflage to bypass our detection systems. 2 escaped via emergency recall, 1 contained." Thorn knelt beside the captured operative, examining the distinctive equipment and clothing. "Specialized unit," he confirmed. "Not standard Council enforcers but something more targeted. Extraction rather than elimination protocols. They specifically wanted Lyra," Harry added, his voice tight with controlled fury. "Mentioned the Blackwood bloodline and historical opposition to Council operations. Taking hostages," Ron concluded grimly. "Changing tactics after direct confrontation failed." Harry shook his head. "Not just leverage against us." The operative indicated Lyra was an independent objective, something specifically related to her family history. "The Blackwoods were instrumental in protecting the last known Chimera Animagi before your emergence," Thorn explained, rising from his examination. "Council records would document this as unresolved transgression against their authority." "Will she recover?" Harry asked as the healers prepared to transport Lyra to the medical center. "The suppression magic is sophisticated but not permanently damaging," answered the chief healer, a centaur named Furiel with expertise in magical core trauma. "Recovery should be complete within days, though the Council binding techniques may leave temporary magical limitations." Harry nodded, relief mixing with cold anger. The Council had crossed a critical line, moving from direct confrontation to targeting those he cared about personally. The strategic implications were significant, but in this moment, his concern focused entirely on Lyra's well-being. "I want full analysis of their equipment, techniques, and magical signatures," he instructed Thorn. "Especially the harmonic camouflage they use to penetrate our defenses. All security protocols need immediate review and enhancement." "Already initiated," Thorn confirmed. "And the prisoner?" Harry's expression hardened slightly. "Secure containment, full isolation from external magical contact. I'll handle interrogation personally once Lyra is stable." As the teams dispersed to their various responsibilities, Ron remained behind, studying his friend with growing concern. The controlled fury in Harry's expression, the subtle transformative energy visibly rippling beneath his skin, the cold calculation replacing his usual balanced judgment, all suggested a dangerous shift in his approach to the conflict. "Harry," he began carefully, "we need to consider diplomatic responses alongside security measures. The Council's action represents escalation but also opportunity to expose their methods to international magical communities." Harry turned toward him, his eyes briefly flashing with chimeric intensity before settling back to human appearance. "Diplomacy didn't protect Lyra. It won't protect the sanctuary when they return in force, which they clearly intend to do." "True," Ron acknowledged, "but reacting purely from anger plays into their strategic objectives. They want you to abandon restraint, to confirm their narrative about chimeric instability." The observation landed as intended, causing Harry to pause and take a steadying breath. "You're right," he admitted after a moment. "That's exactly what they want." His expression remained hard, but the visible transformative energy receded slightly as he reasserted controlled consideration over emotional response. "We strengthen defenses, yes," he continued with more measured tone. "But we also leverage this diplomatically, demonstrate to our allies and neutral parties that the Council operates through kidnapping and covert action rather than legitimate authority." Ron nodded, relieved to see strategic thinking returning. "Exactly. Their methods become evidence supporting our position. Especially with American and European magical communities already questioning Council legitimacy." As they moved to join the others at the medical center, Harry maintained outward composure, but internally, something fundamental had shifted. The Council's willingness to target Lyra personally had crossed a threshold he hadn't fully acknowledged existed, transforming an ideological conflict into something deeply personal. Whatever they were developing, this severance project Thorn's contacts had mentioned, now represented not just strategic threat but existential danger to everyone and everything he valued. The restraint he'd carefully maintained in previous confrontations felt increasingly like vulnerability rather than virtue. In the medical center, he watched as healers worked to counter the Council's suppression magic affecting Lyra. Her normally vibrant presence lay unnaturally still, her connection to creature magic, a fundamental aspect of her identity, artificially dampened by sophisticated binding techniques. "We've neutralized the immediate suppression effects," Furiel reported after completing initial treatment. "But the underlying magical bindings are more complex. They've implemented layered restrictions targeting specific creature bond pathways, precise work requiring intimate knowledge of Blackwood family magical structure." "Meaning?" Harry prompted. "Meaning this wasn't opportunistic," the healer explained. "They came specifically prepared to contain her particular magical signature. The binding pattern suggests extensive prior research and preparation." The implication was clear and disturbing. The Council had studied Lyra specifically, perhaps for months, developing customized containment methods for her unique magical signature. Such targeted preparation suggested a level of obsession with the Blackwood bloodline that transcended ordinary operational planning. "Will there be lasting effects?" "Unlikely," Furiel assured him. "The bindings are sophisticated but fundamentally temporary, designed for transport control rather than permanent suppression. With proper treatment, she should regain full magical function within days." Harry nodded, allowing visible relief while internally cataloging yet another debt to be addressed with the Council. Their willingness to violate magical autonomy so precisely, to selectively bind core aspects of a person's magical identity, represented everything the sanctuary stood against. As evening fell across the sanctuary, security measures intensified throughout the settlement. Additional wards reinforced existing protections, with particular emphasis on harmonic detection to counter the camouflage techniques used by the infiltration team. Patrol patterns adjusted to incorporate the lessons learned from the breach, while emergency response protocols underwent comprehensive review. In the secure containment area beneath the central complex, Harry finally confronted the captured operative. The prisoner sat within a specialized cell designed to neutralize external magical influence while permitting detailed monitoring. His council equipment had been removed and secured for analysis, leaving him in simple gray attire provided by the sanctuary. "I won't ask your name," Harry began, standing outside the containment field. Council operatives surrender personal identity upon acceptance to specialized units. "But I do require answers about your mission parameters and the Council's intentions toward Lyra Blackwood." The operative remained expressionless, studying Harry with clinical detachment. "You understand Council protocols well. Your advisor Thorne has been thorough in his education." "Not answering my question," Harry noted calmly. "Questions are irrelevant," the operative replied. "The Council has made its determination regarding chimeric anomalies and their allies. Implementation proceeds regardless of individual operational outcomes." "Implementation of what precisely?" Harry pressed. "Project Severance? The systematic targeting of creature-bond bloodlines? Or something more comprehensive?" A flicker of surprise crossed the operative's otherwise controlled expression, confirmation that Harry's intelligence on Council activities was more extensive than anticipated. "Your knowledge is incomplete but concerning," the operative acknowledged. "The Council operates based on historical patterns and evolutionary necessity, not personal vendetta as you seem to believe." "Evolutionary necessity?" Harry echoed with controlled skepticism. "How does kidnapping Lyra Blackwood serve evolutionary necessity?" "The Blackwood bloodline represents historical disruption to necessary corrective measures," the operative stated, his tone suggesting recitation of established doctrine. "Their interference during the Great Purification preserved chimeric corruption that should have been eliminated. Current circumstances merely represent completion of interrupted protocols." "The Great Purification," Harry repeated, recognizing the Council's euphemism for their systematic elimination of previous Chimera Animagi. "You're still fighting a war from centuries ago. Time is irrelevant to fundamental magical balance," the operative countered. "Corruption must be addressed whenever identified, regardless of intervening periods. The chimeric anomaly represents existential threat to established magical order, a position the Blackwood interference previously prevented the Council from fully resolving." Harry maintained neutral expression despite the cold fury building within. The operative's clinical detachment while discussing what amounted to generational persecution revealed the Council's fundamental nature more clearly than any intelligence report. "And Project Severance?" he asked directly. "How does that factor into your evolutionary necessity?" This time, the surprise in the operative's expression was unmistakable. "Your intelligence sources are problematic," he stated after brief hesitation. "Severance protocols remain classified beyond my operational parameters." "Yet you know the term," Harry observed. "Which suggests widespread implementation preparation rather than isolated research project." The operative fell silent, recognizing the inadvertent confirmation his response had provided. After measuring pause, he shifted approach. "Consider your position objectively, Chimera. The power you manifest fundamentally disrupts established magical hierarchy. History demonstrates consistent pattern. Chimeric abilities inevitably lead to dominance attempts, corrupting previously balanced judgment." "Balanced according to whose definition?" Harry countered. "The Council's. The Ministry's. Both represent artificial constraints on magical expression designed to maintain existing power structures." "Necessary constraints," the operative insisted. "Unregulated magical expression leads inevitably to conflict and exposure. The Council's founding purpose remains valid despite your characterization, maintaining separation and balance that prevents catastrophic magical warfare." Harry studied the operative carefully, noting the genuine conviction beneath the clinical delivery. Unlike Octavius, whose transformation had removed emotional investment, this operative maintained human conviction in council ideology, belief rather than programmed compliance. "I understand your perspective better than you might think," Harry said finally. The council began with legitimate purpose, preventing magical conflict through established boundaries and classifications. But over centuries, preservation of those boundaries became more important than the welfare of those constrained by them. A predictably self-serving interpretation, the operative replied dismissively. The chimeric perspective invariably prioritizes power accumulation over systematic stability. "Is that what you see at the sanctuary?" Harry challenged. "Power accumulation? Or communities cooperating across artificial boundaries to create something more sustainable than forced separation?" For the first time, uncertainty flickered in the operative's expression. "Temporary cooperation under existential threat. Historical patterns indicate inevitable deterioration as power consolidates around dominant magical signature. Unless the dominant approach emphasizes harmony rather than dominance," Harry countered. "Which is precisely what we've established, governance through resonance rather than control." The operative fell silent, his expression suggesting internal conflict, council doctrine encountering contradictory observable reality. After extended consideration, he spoke again, his tone slightly altered. "Your approach remains untested against historical timescales. The Council's perspective incorporates millennia of observation, not merely current circumstance." "Fair assessment," Harry acknowledged. "But consider this, if your historical patterns were truly inevitable, why does the Council find it necessary to intervene so aggressively? If chimeric corruption were guaranteed, wouldn't simply waiting for it to manifest serve your purposes better than precipitating direct confrontation?" The question landed precisely as intended, deepening the operative's visible uncertainty. "Protocol dictates preemptive response to existential threat categories. Protocol or fear?" Harry pressed gently. "Fear that this time might be different. That chimeric abilities could manifest without the corruption your doctrine predicts." Before the operative could respond, a communication crystal at Harry's wrist pulsed urgently. "Perimeter alert," came Thorne's voice. "Multiple council vessels approaching maritime boundary. Formation suggests extraction operation rather than direct assault." Coming for their colleague, Harry concluded. "Maintain distance monitoring but no direct engagement unless they breach inner perimeter." He returned attention to the operative. "It seems our conversation will be interrupted. Your extraction team approaches." "Standard protocol," the operative confirmed without apparent surprise. "Council operators are recovered whenever possible." "We won't prevent it," Harry stated, making a decision that clearly surprised the prisoner. "You'll be relocated to the outer boundary within the hour. The Council can retrieve you there without further escalation." The operative's confusion was evident. Leveraging a prisoner for negotiation would be strategically sound. Why surrender tactical advantage? "Because we're not what Council doctrine claims," Harry replied simply. "We don't hold individuals hostage for political advantage. Your testimony upon return, assuming honest reporting, will itself serve our purposes better than your continued detention." As Harry turned to leave, the operative called after him, "They won't stop, you know. Severance proceeds regardless of individual operational outcomes. The Council has committed fully to containment of the chimeric anomaly." Harry paused at the doorway. "I understand. And I hope you'll deliver a message to your superiors." He turned back, allowing his eyes to shift briefly to their chimeric aspect, not as threat but as emphasis. "Further targeting of individuals connected to me personally will receive proportional response. The Council should direct its concerns toward me directly rather than endangering those I care about." The operative studied him with clinical assessment. Emotional leverage noted in operational parameters. Response consistent with predicted behavioral patterns. "Not just emotional," Harry corrected. "Ethical. Those who choose association with the sanctuary deserve protection from entities that would target them for that choice alone." Principles matter in evolution too, not just power dynamics. As Harry departed, the operative remained silent, though his expression suggested continued internal reassessment of council doctrine against observed reality. Whether this would translate to meaningful intelligence upon his return remained uncertain, but the opportunity for even minor ideological fracturing within council operations justified the calculated risk of release. In the medical center, Harry found Lyra showing signs of recovery. Consciousness returned though she remained magically weakened by the lingering effects of council binding techniques. Her violet eyes brightened as he entered, though strain remained evident in her pale features. "You should be resting," she chided gently as he took the chair beside her bed. "Pot, kettle," he replied with a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "How are you feeling?" "Like someone systematically disconnected half my magical pathways," she answered honestly. "Unpleasant but temporary according to the healers." Harry's expression darkened momentarily before he controlled it. The council's binding techniques are deliberately disorienting. Designed to create magical vulnerability without permanent damage. Efficient, she noted with clinical detachment that didn't quite mask her underlying distress. They knew exactly which pathways to target, creature bond connections specifically rather than general magical suppression. "They've been studying you," Harry confirmed grimly. The operative indicated the Blackwood family represents unfinished business from historical council operations. Lyra nodded slightly, unsurprised. "My ancestors interfered with their extermination of chimeric bloodlines centuries ago. Council doctrine doesn't recognize statute of limitations on what they consider transgressions against magical balance. They won't get another opportunity," Harry stated, his tone carrying absolute certainty. "Security protocols are being completely overhauled. Your quarters will have specialized protections against their particular methods." Lyra studied him carefully, noting the subtle changes in his demeanor and magical presence. The controlled intensity, the hypervigilance, the calculated strategic thinking replacing his normally balanced approach, all suggested accelerating transformation beyond physical manifestation. "Harry," she said softly, reaching for his hand. "Don't let this change you. It's what they want, to provoke response that validates their doctrine about chimeric nature." "I'm still me," he assured her, though the edge in his voice suggested otherwise. "But I won't pretend this doesn't alter our strategic position. The Council has demonstrated willingness to target individuals rather than confronting our collective strength directly. We need to adjust accordingly." "Adjustment is necessary," she agreed. "Fundamental change in approach isn't. The Sanctuary's principles remain valid despite Council aggression." Harry nodded, though Lyra sensed reservation beneath the agreement. Before she could press further, the communication crystal at his wrist pulsed again, a different pattern indicating update rather than emergency. "The Council vessels have maintained position at the boundary," Thorne reported. "No approach attempts or aggressive posturing. They appear to be waiting as anticipated." "Proceed with the prisoner transfer as planned," Harry confirmed. "Maintain observation protocol through completion but allow clean extraction." As he closed the connection, Lyra's expression reflected concern. "You're releasing their operative?" "With appropriate precautions," Harry confirmed. "Holding him serves no strategic purpose and potentially accelerates conflict timeline. His experience here, seeing the Sanctuary's actual operations rather than Council propaganda, may prove more valuable return than detained." "Calculated risk," she observed. "The Harry I knew months ago would have made that decision from principle rather than strategic advantage." The observation struck with precision, causing Harry to pause and genuinely consider her point. Had his decision-making fundamentally changed? Was principle becoming justification for strategy rather than foundation for it? Perhaps both motivations apply, he acknowledged after thoughtful silence. Principle and strategy aren't necessarily opposed. Treating prisoners humanely remains right regardless of potential advantage. Lyra seemed only partially satisfied with this response, but physical exhaustion prevented further discussion. "The healers recommend another treatment soon," she noted, her voice betraying increasing fatigue. You should attend to the transfer operation. Harry hesitated, clearly reluctant to leave her side despite operational necessities. I'll return afterward, he promised, gently squeezing her hand before rising. As he departed, Lyra watched with mixed emotions, love and concern intertwined with growing apprehension about the changes she observed. The Council's targeting had achieved at least one operational objective, accelerating Harry's evolution from idealistic leader toward hardened strategic commander. The question remained whether this transformation would manifest as principled strength or something darker. In the week following the attempted abduction, the sanctuary underwent comprehensive security enhancement. Protective wards incorporated new harmonic elements specifically designed to counter Council detection methods. Patrol patterns adjusted to emphasize coverage of previously exploitable gaps. Communication systems received additional encryption against external monitoring. Through it all, Harry drove implementation with intensity that bordered on obsession, personally testing vulnerabilities, challenging assumptions, demanding redundant safeguards against even unlikely scenarios. His chimeric senses, now consistently active at low levels regardless of conscious transformation, provided unique insight into potential weaknesses that conventional security approaches might miss. Lyra recovered steadily under specialized healing protocols, regaining most of her creature bond connections within days. The lingering effects manifested primarily as magical fatigue rather than functional limitation, recovery requiring time rather than additional intervention. The Council maintained observable distance following the operatives' return, their vessels withdrawing from sanctuary waters to positions beyond standard monitoring range. Whether this represented strategic reassessment or preparation for more significant action remained unclear, though Thorne's intelligence network reported continued activity around their suspected research facilities. On the 8th day after the incident, the Sanctuary's Leadership Council convened to address both immediate security concerns and longer-term strategic implications. The chamber filled with representatives from member communities, their expressions reflecting various degrees of concern about recent developments. The security enhancements have been implemented across all sectors, Thorne reported, indicating the comprehensive updates displayed above the central table. Particular emphasis on harmonic detection to counter Council camouflage techniques. Our defensive posture is significantly improved. At significant cost, noted Garnick, the Goblin representative. The resources directed toward security enhancement have delayed several community development projects. The Eastern Settlement expansion remains incomplete, and the underwater diplomatic facilities requested by Merpeople representatives have been postponed indefinitely. Mercus, the Merperson delegate, nodded agreement from her suspended water sphere. Security concerns are valid, but the sanctuary's purpose extends beyond defense. Development balances security in maintaining community confidence. Harry listened to these concerns with outward patience, though those who knew him well noted the subtle tension in his posture, the barely perceptible shimmer of scales occasionally manifesting along his forearms when particular frustrations arose. The security enhancements are temporary prioritization, not permanent redirection, he assured the Council after several similar observations from other representatives. Once implementation is complete, development projects will resume with appropriate resources. The question remains, Forenza observed, his centaur perspective as always focusing on longer trajectories, whether security and development truly represent balanced priorities or competing visions for the sanctuary's future. Recent decisions suggest defensive orientation gaining precedence over community building. The observation carried no accusation but struck at fundamental questions about the sanctuary's evolving identity. What had begun as refuge for persecuted magical beings had expanded into diplomatic center and alliance headquarters. The attempted abduction had accelerated emphasis on security, potentially at cost to these broader missions. Both aspects require attention, Harry acknowledged, recognizing the legitimate concern beneath Forenza's observation. Defense without purpose becomes militarization. Purpose without protection invites destruction. Our challenge is maintaining appropriate balance while adapting to evolving threats. The discussion continued, addressing specific projects and priorities with generally productive outcomes. Throughout, Harry maintained engaged participation while demonstrating the collaborative leadership that had defined the sanctuary's governance from its founding. Yet close observers noted subtle but significant changes in his approach: increased emphasis on security considerations in all decisions, accelerated implementation timelines for protective measures, strategic positioning that anticipated conflict rather than cooperation with external entities. As the council session concluded, Hermione approached Harry privately, her expression reflecting poorly concealed concern. "A moment?" He nodded, following her to a quiet alcove off the main chamber where privacy wards ensured confidential conversation. "The Phoenix Protocol researchers have reported unexpected findings," she began without preamble. "The harmonic anchoring technique shows promise, but with significant complications regarding magical stability during implementation." Harry's expression sharpened with immediate interest. "What complications specifically?" "The anchoring process requires synchronized harmonic resonance across multiple magical domains simultaneously," she explained, "creating essentially distributed backups of chimeric connections. The magical theory is sound, but the practical implementation creates temporary vulnerability during the anchoring process itself." "Meaning?" "Meaning that to protect against potential severance of chimeric connections, you would temporarily experience significantly increased magical instability during the anchoring ritual," she clarified. "Your chimeric nature would be particularly volatile and potentially difficult to control until the anchored connection stabilized." Harry considered this information carefully. Temporary vulnerability for long-term security seems acceptable risk given council development of severance technology. Hermione's concern deepened visibly. "It's not just vulnerability, Harry. The researchers believe the process could potentially accelerate your transformation permanently, pushing chimeric integration further than your current stabilization techniques can manage." Accelerated evolution was always possible, he noted with disturbing casualness. "The question is whether potential benefits outweigh known risks." "This isn't about cost-benefit analysis," Hermione countered, her frustration finally breaking through. "This is about fundamental changes to your magical identity, potentially irreversible ones, being implemented without adequate understanding of long-term consequences." Harry studied her with unnerving calmness. "The Council isn't waiting for perfect understanding before developing weapons specifically designed to neutralize my abilities. Strategic necessity sometimes requires calculated risk." "And where does that calculation end?" she challenged directly. "How many risks become necessary? How many accelerations and enhancements and contingencies before the Harry we know disappears entirely beneath strategic imperatives?" The question landed with unexpected impact, momentarily breaking through his carefully maintained composure. Genuine uncertainty flickered across his expression before the strategic mask reasserted itself. "I'm still me, Hermione," he insisted, though something in his tone suggested the statement was partially self-reassurance. "Everything I've done, every security enhancement, every protective measure, every contingency plan, serves the sanctuary's mission and protection." "I know your intentions remain good," she acknowledged, her voice softening. "But intention isn't the only concern. The cumulative effect of these decisions, the constant vigilance, the strategic positioning, the willingness to accept calculated risks to your own identity, is changing you in ways you may not fully recognize." Harry fell silent, genuinely considering her perspective rather than immediately dismissing it. After extended pause, he spoke with rare vulnerability. "What alternative would you suggest?" "The Council is developing technology specifically designed to sever chimeric connections. Without those connections, the Sanctuary loses its primary protection against both Council and Ministry aggression. Personal risk seems justified against existential threat." "The risk itself isn't the only issue," Hermione explained carefully. "It's the pattern of decisions all moving in one direction, toward greater power, greater control, greater willingness to sacrifice personal stability for strategic advantage. Each decision makes sense in isolation, but collectively they create momentum toward transformation that might not be reversible." Before Harry could respond, his communication crystal activated with urgent signal. "Potter, Thorn here. Intelligence update of critical importance." The Severance project has entered final testing phase according to our sources. Council leadership has scheduled implementation review within the week. The vulnerability that had briefly surfaced vanished instantly beneath renewed strategic focus. Understood. Secure briefing room in 10 minutes. He closed the connection, turning back to Hermione with expression that effectively ended their previous conversation. We'll continue this discussion later. Operational priority requires immediate attention. She nodded reluctantly, recognizing that further pressing would achieve nothing in this moment. As Harry departed with purposeful stride, Hermione remained in the alcove, her concern transforming to quiet determination. The conversation had confirmed what she, Ron, and others had increasingly suspected: Harry's transformation was accelerating beyond physical manifestation, affecting judgment and decision-making in ways he himself didn't fully recognize. Strategic intervention had become necessary, not just for Harry's well-being but for the sanctuary's founding principles and long-term sustainability. The question remained what form such intervention should take, and who would implement it against the formidable will of the most powerful chimeric being known to magical history. The secure briefing room beneath the central complex had originally served as emergency command center during the Ministry's assault. Now it functioned as intelligence hub for monitoring external threats, particularly Council activities related to the sanctuary and chimeric abilities more broadly. Thorn stood before a complex magical projection showing activity patterns across multiple known Council facilities. Red indicators highlighted particular locations demonstrating increased energy signatures consistent with advanced magical research and testing. 3 primary research centers show significantly elevated magical output, he explained as Harry entered. Pattern consistent with final phase testing of major magical implementation. Timing aligns with our previous intelligence regarding Project Severance development timeline. Harry studied the projection with focused intensity, his enhanced perception identifying subtle patterns within the magical signatures. The northeastern facility shows harmonic elements similar to what we encountered during the abduction attempt. Council specialists adapting their approach based on observed effectiveness. Precisely, Thorn confirmed. They're incorporating lessons from each engagement, refining their methods against our demonstrated capabilities. Do we have specifics on the Severance technology itself? Harry asked, focusing on the central question. Thorn manipulated the projection to highlight particular magical signatures. Partial information only. The basic approach appears to target the harmonic connections between chimeric host and creature magic rather than the transformative ability itself. Not suppression but severance, breaking established pathways permanently rather than temporarily binding them. Implementation method? Unknown specifically, Thorn admitted. But magical signature analysis suggests ritual rather than direct cast spell. The energy requirements alone would necessitate ceremonial implementation rather than battlefield application. Harry absorbed this information with outward calm that belied his internal concern. Ritual implementation meant the threat wasn't immediate combat vulnerability but scheduled, deliberate operation, potentially more difficult to counter but also providing opportunity for preemptive response. Timeline for operational readiness. Our sources indicate final approval expected within days, implementation potentially within weeks, Thorn replied. The Council leadership apparently considers Severance development highest priority following failed direct intervention. Harry nodded, decision crystallizing with cold certainty. Accelerate Phoenix Protocol preparations. If Severance targets harmonic connections, we need anchoring countermeasures in place before they achieve implementation capability. Thorn's expression reflected carefully measured concern. The protocol remains experimental at best. The researchers report significant stability risks during implementation phase. I'm aware, Harry acknowledged. Hermione briefed me on their findings. The temporary vulnerability during anchoring represents acceptable risk compared to permanent loss of chimeric connections. There's another consideration, Thorn added with unusual hesitation. The magical theory underlying both Severance and Phoenix Protocol suggests potential interaction effects if implemented in close temporal proximity. Attempting chimeric anchoring while Council severance technology reaches activation could create unpredictable harmonic resonance patterns. Meaning? Harry pressed. Meaning attempting to anchor connections while severance technology activates could potentially create magical instability beyond either individual effect, Thorne clarified. Worst-case scenarios include widespread harmonic disruption affecting magical stability well beyond the immediate target. The implication hung heavily between them, not just personal risk to Harry but potential collateral effect on broader magical stability. The resonance had demonstrated how interconnected global magical infrastructure remained despite artificial boundaries. Significant harmonic disruption could potentially affect systems far beyond the sanctuary itself. We need better intelligence, Harry decided after weighing these concerns. Direct assessment of severance development status rather than fragmented reports. Prepare infiltration operation targeting their primary research facility. Thorne's eyebrows rose slightly, a rare display of surprise from the normally impassive security advisor. Council research facilities maintain extraordinary protective measures specifically designed against external observation. Direct infiltration carries extreme operational risk. Conventional infiltration, yes, Harry agreed. But we have unconventional options unavailable to standard intelligence operations. Understanding dawned in Thorne's expression. You're suggesting personal involvement. Chimeric transformation providing access capabilities beyond standard methods. Harry nodded. Precisely. My abilities offer unique advantages against Council detection systems. Combined with your operational experience, we could potentially achieve direct intelligence gathering with acceptable risk profile. The Council specifically designs countermeasures against chimeric abilities, Thorne cautioned. Their research facilities in particular would implement multiple layers of detection optimized for your specific magical signature. Which is why we adapt our approach, Harry countered. Not chimeric transformation alone, but harmonized with other methodologies. The demiguise-thestral hybrid camouflage I've developed, combined with your knowledge of Council security protocols. Thorne considered the proposal with professional assessment rather than immediate rejection. Limited objective infiltration could potentially succeed with proper preparation and restrictive parameters. Intelligence gathering only, no direct intervention regardless of discoveries. Agreed, Harry confirmed. Information priority, not operational disruption. We need accurate assessment of severance capabilities and implementation timeline before finalizing our countermeasure approach. As they began detailed planning, Harry maintained focused engagement while internally acknowledging the accelerating strategic momentum Hermione had identified. Each decision narrowed future options, creating paths that led increasingly toward direct confrontation rather than diplomatic resolution. Yet given available intelligence, alternative approaches seemed increasingly unrealistic. The Council had demonstrated commitment to eliminating what they perceived as chimeric threat through increasingly aggressive means. Defensive preparation represented prudent response rather than paranoid escalation. Or so he convinced himself as plans took shape for unprecedented infiltration of Council facilities, an operation that would cross boundaries previously considered inviolable even during active conflict. The question of whether such boundaries should remain respected despite Council aggression received less consideration than operational parameters and technical requirements. The planning session concluded with agreed timeline, 3 days preparation before infiltration attempt, targeting the Northeastern Research Facility showing most advanced severance development signatures. Thorne would prepare operational specifics while Harry focused on refining the specialized transformations required for bypassing Council security systems. As they departed the briefing room, Harry's communication crystal activated with message from the medical center, Lyra Blackwood cleared for discharge. Final assessment shows approximately 85% recovery of creature bond connections with remaining limitations expected to resolve naturally within weeks. The news provided welcome counterbalance to the operational concerns dominating recent focus. Harry redirected toward the medical center, allowing momentary prioritization of personal connection over strategic necessity, a conscious choice to maintain balance Hermione had suggested was increasingly absent. In the medical center, he found Lyra preparing to leave, gathering the few personal items accumulated during her recovery while discussing ongoing treatment recommendations with Ferial. Her appearance showed remarkable improvement from days earlier, though careful observation revealed lingering magical fatigue beneath the composed exterior. Attempting escape before official release? Harry asked with gentle humor as he entered. Lyra's expression brightened visibly at his arrival. Merely expediting inevitable medical victory. Ferial assures me remaining recovery proceeds better in natural environment than clinical setting. With appropriate limitations on magical exertion, the centaur healer emphasized firmly. The creature bond pathways remain sensitive to overextension. Gradual reintegration rather than immediate full utilization. I'll ensure compliance with medical guidance, Harry promised, though his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. The reminder of lingering effects from council binding techniques reinforced his determination regarding the planned infiltration operation. As they departed the medical center, walking slowly to accommodate Lyra's recovering strength, she studied him with perceptive assessment. "You've made decisions," she observed after comfortable silence. "Something beyond the security enhancements already implemented." Harry considered deflection before acknowledging the futility of concealing strategic developments from someone who knew him so intimately. "Intelligence indicates Council's severance project approaching operational readiness. We're implementing appropriate countermeasures." "The Phoenix Protocol," Lyra concluded, noting his lack of denial. Despite researcher concerns about implementation stability. "You've been monitoring developments despite medical confinement," he noted without surprise. "The sanctuary's security affects everyone, regardless of temporary incapacitation," she replied simply. "The protocol's potential benefits are significant, but the implementation risks remain inadequately understood. The alternative is allowing the Council to develop severance capability unopposed," Harry countered with calm rationality that belied his underlying concern. "Given their demonstrated willingness to target not just me but those connected to the sanctuary, passive response seems increasingly untenable." They reached Lyra's quarters, not the original residence compromised during the abduction attempt but new accommodations established within the central complex, surrounded by enhanced security measures and connected directly to emergency response systems. Inside, the space had been prepared with characteristic thoughtfulness, her personal items arranged precisely as in her previous residence, the living environment adjusted to her preferences, even the subtle lighting matching her preferred ambience. The seamless transition between locations represented the sanctuary's commitment to maintaining normalcy despite security concerns, adaptation without surrender to fear. "Your strategic assessment isn't incorrect," Lyra acknowledged as they settled in the comfortable seating area overlooking the central settlement. "The Council's development of severance technology represents significant threat requiring proportional response. But acceleration carries its own risks beyond implementation stability." Hermione expressed similar concerns, Harry noted, unsurprised by the parallel assessment. "Suggesting cumulative decisions create momentum toward transformation beyond intended parameters." "A valid observation," Lyra agreed carefully. "Each decision makes strategic sense in isolation. Collectively, they establish trajectory that becomes increasingly difficult to adjust without deliberate counterbalance." Harry studied her with genuine consideration rather than defensive dismissal. Unlike others who had expressed concern, Lyra approached the question from compatible perspective, acknowledging legitimate strategic necessities while questioning their cumulative impact. Not rejection of security considerations but examination of their proper balance against other priorities. "What counterbalance would you suggest?" he asked with genuine openness. "The threats remain real regardless of potential transformative momentum." Lyra considered thoughtfully before responding. "Balance requires not abandoning necessary security but consciously maintaining equal commitment to the sanctuary's foundational principles, harmony through understanding rather than security through dominance. Deliberate investment in diplomatic expansion and community development alongside defensive preparation." The assessment resonated unexpectedly, aligning with Harry's own suppressed concerns about recent prioritization patterns. The sanctuary had begun as vision for different relationship between magical communities, cooperation across artificial boundaries rather than competition within them. Security represented necessary condition for that vision but not its fundamental purpose. The infiltration operation remains necessary, he stated after reflective silence. Direct intelligence about severance development provides foundation for proportional response rather than overcorrection based on worst-case assumptions. I don't disagree, Lyra surprised him by acknowledging. Information priority represents responsible approach given available options. My concern focuses on subsequent decisions once information is obtained. Harry nodded, understanding her distinction. Finding balance between necessary response and maintaining foundational principles. Precisely, she confirmed. Not questioning the what but examining the why. Ensuring decisions serve the sanctuary's broader purpose rather than narrowing toward purely defensive posture. The conversation shifted toward her recovery progress and plans for resuming diplomatic responsibilities, maintaining connection beyond strategic considerations. Throughout, Harry felt subtle but significant recalibration occurring internally, not abandoning security concerns but contextualizing them within broader mission rather than allowing them to become defining purpose. As evening approached, they shared simple meal brought from the central kitchens, conversation moving between personal connection and thoughtful consideration of the sanctuary's evolution. The balance felt both familiar and novel, return to foundations that recent events had partially obscured beneath immediate necessities. You should rest, Harry suggested as Lyra's recovering energy visibly waned despite her attempts to maintain engaged presence. The healers emphasized gradual recovery rather than immediate resumption of normal activities. She acknowledged the observation with reluctant nod. Recovery proceeds faster than anticipated but remains incomplete. Tomorrow brings sufficient opportunity for continued conversation. As Harry prepared to depart, allowing her needed rest, Lyra caught his hand with gentle but definite purpose. The infiltration operation, when? 3 days, he answered honestly, seeing no purpose in concealment. Limited intelligence gathering only. Thorne's experience combined with specialized transformation provides reasonable security parameters. She studied him with expression combining concern and understanding. Be careful, not just physically but in maintaining perspective throughout. The Council's environment itself carries subtle influence, designed to reinforce their worldview through architectural and magical cues. Maintain your center amid their constructed reality. The warning carried nuance beyond standard operational caution, recognition that Council facilities represented not just physical security challenge but ideological immersion. Their spaces were deliberately constructed to normalize their perspective on magical order, potentially influencing even those consciously opposed to their methods. I'll remain mindful of environmental influence, he assured her, recognizing the legitimate concern beneath operational advice. Their parting carried weighted significance beyond routine separation, mutual acknowledgement of approaching decision points that would potentially define the sanctuary's future trajectory. Not just the infiltration operation itself but subsequent responses to whatever intelligence it yielded. As Harry departed, he found Hermione waiting in the corridor outside, her expression suggesting deliberate rather than coincidental timing. Without preamble, she fell into step beside him, allowing several moments of silence before speaking. Ron and I would like to meet with you tomorrow, she stated directly. Along with several others concerned about recent developments. Not council members but friends who care about your well-being beyond strategic considerations. The phrasing immediately clarified her intention, not formal council business but intervention from those closest to him. Harry's initial response balanced between defensive rejection and genuine consideration before settling into carefully neutral acceptance. Of course, he agreed with outward reasonableness. Though operational preparations for the infiltration mission require significant attention over the coming days. This takes priority, Hermione insisted with uncharacteristic firmness. 1 hour of your time before further operational planning. The Northeast Observatory, mid-morning. The specificity suggested careful preparation rather than spontaneous request, location selected for both privacy and symbolic significance. The Northeast Observatory had been among the first structures completed in the early sanctuary, representing their original vision before expansion and strategic complications. "I'll be there," Harry confirmed, recognizing the importance his closest friends placed on this conversation regardless of his personal skepticism about its necessity. Hermione nodded, some tension visibly easing at his agreement. "Thank you. Get some rest, Harry. Actual rest, not more transformative practice or security enhancements." The gentle admonishment carried genuine concern rather than criticism, reminding him of countless similar exchanges throughout their friendship, her consistent prioritization of his well-being even when he neglected it himself. The familiarity provided unexpected comfort amid increasingly complex responsibilities and evolving identity. "I'll try," he promised with hint of genuine smile, brief connection to his less burdened self. As they parted ways, Harry maintained outward compliance with her suggestion, returning to his private quarters within the central complex. Once alone, however, rest proved elusive despite genuine physical fatigue. His mind continued processing multiple strategic considerations simultaneously: infiltration operational parameters, Phoenix Protocol implementation questions, diplomatic initiatives requiring attention, security enhancements still under development. More concerning than this mental activity was the increasingly persistent pressure of transformation seeking expression. Since the resonance, maintaining fully human form required conscious effort rather than representing natural state, his chimeric nature pressing for manifestation even during supposed relaxation. After several futile attempts at conventional rest, Harry implemented compromise solution, allowing partial transformation while maintaining core consciousness. Scales manifested along his torso and limbs, providing comforting resonance with his draconic aspects. Enhanced senses activated at moderate levels, connecting him to the sanctuary's ambient magical field. Wings partially formed along his back, not fully manifested but present enough to ease the constant pressure of suppression. In this hybrid state, he finally achieved something resembling rest, not conventional sleep but rejuvenating harmonic alignment between his human consciousness and chimeric nature. The practice had become increasingly necessary as transformation pressure intensified, though he carefully concealed this development from even his closest confidants. The question of whether this evolution represented concerning shift or natural progression remained unresolved even in his own assessment. The chimeric aspects felt increasingly natural, less like acquired abilities and more like fundamental expression of his magical identity. Yet the implications of this integration, particularly regarding long-term balance between human perspective and creature-derived instincts, presented legitimate concerns beyond immediate functionality. As dawn approached, Harry returned to fully human form through practiced discipline, the transformation receding beneath conscious control that required increasing effort to maintain. The coming day would bring both friendly intervention and continued operational preparation, balanced attention to personal well-being and strategic necessity. Whether these aspects could remain in sustainable equilibrium represented perhaps the most fundamental question facing not just Harry personally but the sanctuary's future trajectory. The answer would emerge not through single definitive decision but through countless small choices accumulating toward evolutionary direction, transformation guided by conscious intention rather than unconscious momentum. The Northeast Observatory offered panoramic views across the sanctuary and surrounding waters, a reminder of both how far they had come and what remained at stake. Harry arrived precisely at the appointed time, finding Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and George Weasley waiting in the observatory's central chamber. Their expressions reflected concern softened by genuine affection, the unique combination possible only from those who had shared both triumph and struggle over years of friendship. Not judgment but care motivated their presence, though Harry maintained cautious neutrality as he joined them. "Quite the gathering," he observed with forced lightness. "Should I be concerned about ambush intervention?" "Not an ambush if scheduled in advance," Ron replied with attempted humor that didn't quite mask underlying seriousness. "More like, concerned conversation among friends." "About?" Harry prompted, though he knew perfectly well the answer. Hermione took the lead, her directness tempered with evident care. "About changes we've all observed, in your approach, your priorities, your balance between human perspective and chimeric transformation. Changes that have accelerated dramatically since the resonance and intensified further after the abduction attempt." Harry maintained neutral expression, though internally he noted their coordination and prepared messaging. This wasn't spontaneous concern but deliberate, planned intervention. Specific concerns. "You're pushing transformation beyond sustainable limits," Neville stated with straightforward clarity. The botanical analogy would be forced growth without proportional root development, impressive visible results with increasingly unstable foundation. "The creatures notice too," Luna added in her characteristically direct yet gentle manner. "They say your magical signature shifts continuously now, never fully settling into stable pattern. Like music constantly changing key without resolution. Strategic decisions increasingly prioritize security and control over community development," Hermione continued. "Each decision defensible in isolation but collectively establishing momentum toward militarization rather than harmonization." "And you're bloody exhausted all the time," Ron finished bluntly. "Barely sleeping, hardly eating, constantly vigilant without relief. That affects judgment regardless of intention." The collective assessment landed with greater impact than Harry had anticipated, not because the observations surprised him but because they aligned so precisely with concerns he'd been suppressing beneath strategic necessity. Hearing them articulated by trusted friends removed the option of continued dismissal. "The threats remain real," he noted after absorbing their perspective. "Council development of severance technology, Ministry rebuilding political opposition, fragments of the harmonic potentially regrouping. Strategic response isn't paranoia when facing legitimate existential challenges. No one's questioning the reality of threats," George clarified. "Or the necessity of appropriate response. The concern focuses on proportionality and sustainability, whether current trajectory maintains the balance that made the sanctuary effective in the first place." "What would you suggest as alternative?" Harry asked, genuine inquiry rather than defensive challenge. "Passive acceptance while the Council develops weapons specifically designed to neutralize our primary protective capability." "False dichotomy," Hermione countered gently. "Opposition isn't binary between accelerated transformation and passive acceptance. Balanced response maintains security awareness while preserving foundational principles and personal stability." "The Phoenix Protocol specifically," Neville added, addressing the immediate operational concern. "Accelerating implementation before understanding stability implications represents disproportionate risk relative to incremental benefit. Not just to you personally but to the magical harmony you've established here." Harry felt momentary frustration at their apparent coordination, each addressing specific aspects of his recent decisions with carefully prepared perspectives. Yet beneath this frustration, he recognized the legitimacy of their concerns and the care motivating their intervention. "The infiltration operation provides necessary intelligence for proportional response," he explained, focusing on immediate plans rather than broader patterns. "Direct assessment of severance development status rather than worst-case assumptions driving overcorrection. The operation itself represents reasonable approach," Ron acknowledged, surprising Harry with partial agreement. "Limited objective intelligence gathering with appropriate security parameters. It's what follows, decisions made based on that intelligence, that concerns us. You fear I'll choose disproportionate response regardless of what we discover," Harry concluded, the underlying concern becoming clearer. "We fear accumulated pressure pushes toward acceleration regardless of strategic necessity," Hermione clarified. "That chimeric transformation increasingly influences decision-making rather than serving as tool for implementing balanced judgment." The observation struck uncomfortably close to Harry's private concerns about his evolving relationship with transformation. The pressure for expression had indeed intensified, requiring increasing effort to maintain human form for extended periods. Whether this affected his strategic assessment remained less clear, even to his own analysis. "What exactly are you asking of me?" he questioned directly, seeking concrete parameters rather than abstract concern. His friends exchanged glances before Luna answered with characteristic directness. "Balance restored. Not abandoning necessary security but consciously maintaining equal commitment to harmony alongside protection. Transformation serving purpose rather than becoming purpose itself." Specifically, Hermione added more practically, proceeding with intelligence gathering while suspending Phoenix Protocol implementation until comprehensive stability analysis completes. Maintaining defensive readiness while recommitting to diplomatic expansion and community development with equal priority. And most importantly, Ron finished, actual rest. Delegating operational responsibilities rather than personally overseeing every security enhancement. Trusting the community you've built to function without constant vigilance. Their requests seemed reasonable on surface examination, balanced approach rather than abandonment of legitimate security concerns. Yet Harry recognized the underlying challenge they represented to recent momentum, deliberate deceleration rather than continued acceleration toward confrontation with perceived threats. The Council won't suspend their development while we conduct stability analysis, he noted, legitimate strategic concern rather than defensive rejection. Intelligence suggests operational readiness within weeks, potentially sooner. Then we prepare alternative countermeasures with better understood stability implications, Hermione responded. The research team has identified several approaches less comprehensive than Phoenix Protocol but with significantly reduced implementation risks. Partial protection representing better balance between security and stability. Harry considered their perspective with genuine attention rather than predetermined rejection. The suggested approach maintains security awareness while adjusting risk tolerance toward more sustainable balance, exactly what Lyra had described as necessary counterbalance to recent momentum. I'll consider adjustments after the infiltration operation, he decided after measured consideration. Direct intelligence provides necessary foundation for proportional response rather than theoretical debate based on incomplete information. His friends appeared partially satisfied with this compromise, not immediate reversal but openness to recalibration based on actual findings rather than worst-case assumptions. The conversation shifted toward specific concerns about the infiltration operation itself, offering constructive suggestions rather than fundamental opposition. Throughout this discussion, Harry maintained fully human form through conscious effort, demonstration of control that paradoxically required increasing concentration as the conversation continued. By the time they concluded, maintaining this appearance without visible transformation required significant mental energy, though he concealed this effort beneath practiced composure. As they prepared to depart, Luna approached him privately while the others gathered their materials. "The Thestrals asked me to tell you something," she said with characteristic directness. "They say transformation isn't inherently unbalanced, many magical beings exist comfortably between forms. The challenge isn't transformation itself but resistance creating unnecessary tension. Harmony comes from acceptance rather than control." The message carried unexpected resonance, addressing his private struggle with transformation pressure more directly than the broader strategic concerns discussed throughout the intervention. Luna's unique perception had identified the personal dimension beneath the operational questions, his increasingly strained relationship with his own evolving nature. "Thank you," he replied simply, genuine appreciation for insight offered without judgment. As the group dispersed, Harry remained briefly in the observatory, allowing momentary reflection before returning to operational preparations. The intervention had achieved partial success, not immediate reversal of momentum but introduction of legitimate counterbalance for consideration. Whether this recalibration would significantly alter his approach remained uncertain, particularly given the accelerating external threats. Yet the conversation had reinforced important foundation, connection to those who valued his humanity alongside his strategic capability, who saw Harry Potter beneath the Chimera's power and responsibility. With renewed perspective, he descended toward the central complex, where Thorn awaited with final preparations for the infiltration operation. The mission itself remained necessary regardless of subsequent decisions, direct intelligence providing foundation for proportional response rather than speculative overcorrection. The balance his friends sought would emerge not through single dramatic reversal but through countless small adjustments accumulating toward sustainable equilibrium, harmony between necessary vigilance and foundational principles, between chimeric power and human perspective. Finding this balance while facing legitimate existential threats represented perhaps the most significant challenge yet, not just for Harry personally but for the Sanctuary's continued evolution as model for different approach to magical coexistence. The Northeastern Research Facility occupied remote location in the Carpathian Mountains, ancient magical site repurposed by the Council for specialized operations beyond public awareness. Unlike their administrative headquarters with its formal architecture and ceremonial spaces, this facility prioritized function over appearance, a complex of stone structures built into the mountainside, partially concealed by natural features and magical misdirection. From their observation position on adjacent ridge, Harry and Thorne studied the facility through specialized viewing equipment designed to penetrate conventional concealment without triggering detection wards. 2 days of careful approach had brought them within operational range while avoiding the multiple layers of perimeter security surrounding the complex. 7 visible structures, likely additional underground components, Thorne observed, manipulating the viewing crystal to enhance magical signature detection. Primary research activities concentrated in the central building based on energy emissions. Defensive wards focused on anti-transformation specifically, designed to detect and disrupt chimeric manifestation specifically. Harry nodded, having already identified these features through his enhanced perception. Even without active transformation, his chimeric senses could detect the specialized wards surrounding the facility, layers of magical countermeasures specifically calibrated to identify and neutralize transformative abilities. Approach vector, he asked, focusing on operational parameters. Thorne indicated narrow ravine running perpendicular to the facility's eastern boundary. Secondary access point there, maintenance entrance with reduced defensive coverage. Still protected but optimized against conventional intrusion rather than chimeric specifically. Our best option for penetration without triggering specialized detection systems. The infiltration plan balanced calculated risk against intelligence necessity, limited objective reconnaissance requiring minimum exposure while providing maximum information about Severance development status. No direct interference regardless of discoveries, prioritizing successful extraction with gathered intelligence over any temptation toward operational disruption. Detection evasion protocol confirmed. Harry verified, reviewing the specialized transformation he prepared for this mission. Triple-layered approach as discussed, Thorne confirmed. Demiguise-derived camouflage providing visual concealment. Thestral-based magical signature suppression countering conventional detection. Specialized harmonic dampening preventing chimeric-specific recognition patterns. This complex transformation represented months of specialized development, not maximizing power or offensive capability but optimizing stealth and detection evasion specifically. Unlike combat transformations with their obvious physical manifestations, this version focused on subtle modifications that maintain predominantly human appearance while implementing specialized magical properties. Implementation timeline? Harry asked, completing final preparation review. Approach at false dawn, Thorne decided after studying facility activity patterns. Shift change creates brief detection gap at maintenance entrance. 30-minute operational window inside before security protocols run validation cycle. Extraction through same point before full daylight reveals physical presence regardless of magical concealment. The parameters established appropriate balance between operational necessity and acceptable risk, limited exposure with defined objectives and clear extraction timeline. Though strategic importance justified the mission, implementation maintained proportional approach rather than unnecessary risk acceptance. Rest until approach time, Thorne advised practically. The transformation will require optimal condition, particularly maintaining harmonic dampening against their specialized detection systems. Harry nodded agreement while internally acknowledging the challenge this particular transformation presented. Unlike offensive capabilities that worked with his chimeric nature's inclinations, stealth transformation required constant conscious control, suppressing natural magical signature while maintaining artificial harmonic patterns specifically designed to avoid council detection systems. As Thorne established perimeter monitoring before taking his own rest period, Harry implemented modified meditation protocol, not conventional relaxation but specialized harmonic alignment preparing his magical core for the coming transformation. The technique balanced restoration against preparation, optimizing magical resources while maintaining operational readiness. False dawn arrived with characteristic mountain chill, thin light barely illuminating the jagged landscape surrounding the facility. Security shift change proceeded precisely as intelligence had indicated, brief reduction in detection field intensity as primary and secondary teams transitioned responsibility. Operational window confirmed, Thorne reported after final observation. Proceed according to established parameters. Communication crystal linked but silent unless emergency extraction required. Harry nodded, beginning the specialized transformation with practiced precision. Unlike combat manifestations with their dramatic physical changes, this version implemented subtle adjustments nearly invisible to casual observation, skin tone shifting slightly to enhance environmental blending, eyes adapting for improved low-light visibility, magical signature reconfiguring to suppress chimeric resonance while projecting harmonic pattern designed to register as environmental background rather than intrusion. The transformation complete, he moved toward the facility with preternatural silence, each step precisely placed to minimize both physical sound and magical disturbance. Thorne remained at observation position, monitoring security patterns while maintaining extraction readiness if complications developed. The maintenance entrance appeared unremarkable, simple stone archway built into the mountainside with modest wooden door bearing no obvious security features. This ordinary appearance concealed sophisticated magical protections, though indeed less intensive than the primary access points as their intelligence had indicated. Harry paused before the entrance, implementing specialized perceptive transformation to analyze the defensive wards without triggering them, Sphinx-derived magical discernment allowing him to perceive security patterns without direct magical interaction that might register as intrusion attempt. The analysis confirmed their intelligence, layered protections optimized against conventional magical signatures rather than chimeric specifically. The detection grid focused on identifying standard wizard intrusion methods while implementing only generalized monitoring for transformative magic rather than specialized chimeric recognition patterns. With careful precision, Harry modulated his transformation to create harmonic compatibility with the existing ward structure, not disrupting or disabling security but temporarily establishing resonance that allowed passage without registration as foreign presence. The technique resembled how certain parasites adopted host chemical signatures to avoid immune response, becoming temporarily recognized as belonging rather than intrusion. The door yielded to this harmonic approach without conventional unlocking required, responding to perceived authorization rather than mechanical manipulation. Inside, dimly lit stone corridor led deeper into the mountainside, ancient construction seamlessly integrated with modern magical monitoring systems. Moving with calculated efficiency, Harry navigated through secondary access passages toward the central research area, following memorized facility layout while maintaining continuous awareness of security patterns around him. His enhanced senses detected multiple magical signatures throughout the complex, council operatives, research specialists, and something more concerning within the central chambers, concentrated magical energy consistent with advanced experimental implementation. The central research area proved more heavily protected than peripheral sections, multiple detection layers including specific chimeric recognition wards requiring additional harmonic adaptation to penetrate without alerting security systems. Harry implemented these adjustments with practiced control, each modification carefully balanced to maintain overall concealment while addressing specific detection methods. Beyond these enhanced protections, the central chamber finally revealed the primary objective, comprehensive research facility dedicated to Project Severance development. Unlike crude experimentation, this represented sophisticated magical engineering, multiple specialized workstations surrounding central ritual space where concentrated energy patterns suggested advanced implementation testing. Most significantly, the chamber contained what appeared to be completed prototype, ceremonial apparatus combining ancient ritual elements with innovative magical engineering. The device centered around specialized containment field designed to isolate subject while precisely targeting established magical pathways, exactly as Thorne's intelligence had suggested, focused on severing connections rather than suppressing abilities. With disciplined focus, Harry implemented specialized perceptive transformation to analyze the apparatus without direct magical interaction, absorbing comprehensive technical understanding while maintaining detection evasion. The prototype confirmed their worst strategic concerns, nearly operational implementation capability, sophisticated targeting parameters specifically calibrated to chimeric magical signatures, and clear indication of impending field deployment readiness. Documentation scattered across adjacent workstations provided additional critical intelligence, implementation timeline measured in days rather than weeks, deployment authorization already secured from council leadership, and most concerning, specific targeting priorities identifying Harry's particular magical signature as primary objective. The strategic implications crystallized with cold clarity, not theoretical threat but imminent implementation specifically targeting the sanctuary's primary defensive capability. The Council had advanced beyond research to operational preparation, with deployment timelines significantly accelerated compared to previous intelligence estimates. As Harry completed information gathering, maintaining strict discipline against temptation toward operational interference, unexpected complication developed, research team entering adjacent chamber earlier than security patterns had predicted. Their arrival created immediate detection risk regardless of harmonic concealment, necessitating immediate withdrawal rather than continued intelligence collection. Implementing enhanced stealth aspects of his transformation, Harry navigated carefully back through the facility, adjusting route to avoid the arriving researchers while maintaining harmonic compatibility with security systems. The disciplined retreat proceeded methodically until reaching transition point between central research section and outer corridors. Here, unexpected security enhancement manifested, detection grid implementing verification cycle ahead of scheduled pattern, potentially identifying harmonic anomalies created by his concealed presence. Split-second adjustment prevented immediate detection, but the security system registered sufficient anomaly to trigger elevated monitoring state, not specific alarm but increased sensitivity throughout adjacent sections. Harry accelerated withdrawal while maintaining necessary concealment parameters, recognizing diminishing operational window before comprehensive security response. The elevated monitoring state complicated extraction route, requiring additional harmonic adjustments with each transition between facility sections. Approaching the maintenance exit, final complication emerged, security team implementing unscheduled inspection precisely along planned extraction path. Their presence blocked direct withdrawal while creating immediate detection risk regardless of harmonic concealment. With tactical precision, Harry implemented diversionary measure, controlled harmonic pulse directed away from his position, creating momentary detection signature in distant corridor that drew security response without revealing his actual location. The technique succeeded, security team redirecting toward false signature while leaving extraction path temporarily clear. This final opportunity allowed successful withdrawal through maintenance entrance, harmonic concealment maintained until reaching minimum safe distance from facility detection perimeter. Only then did Harry signal Thorn through communication crystal, simple acknowledgement indicating successful extraction with critical intelligence secured. Their rendezvous occurred at predetermined location well beyond facility detection range, both implementing separate withdrawal routes before reconnecting to minimize tracking potential. Thorn's expression reflected professional satisfaction at operational success combined with concern about gathered intelligence when Harry shared preliminary findings. Operational readiness within days, Thorn confirmed grimly after reviewing Harry's report. Significantly accelerated compared to previous intelligence estimates. Targeted implementation parameters specifically calibrated to your magical signature rather than generalized chimeric countermeasure. They've studied my harmonic patterns extensively, Harry noted, maintaining calm analytical perspective despite concerning implications. The targeting calibration incorporates data from multiple encounters, Octavius's confrontation, the abduction operation, possibly even harmonic residue from the resonance itself. Strategic implications require immediate response consideration, Thorn assessed. With confirmed deployment timeline, defensive countermeasures become priority regardless of implementation challenges. Harry nodded agreement while internally considering broader context, the intervention from friends advocating balanced approach, Lyra's emphasis on maintaining foundational principles alongside security considerations, his own concerns about accelerating transformation momentum. These perspectives required integration with newly acquired tactical intelligence rather than dismissal beneath strategic necessity. Full assessment after return to Sanctuary, he decided, balancing immediate security concerns against broader considerations. This confirms threat timeline but doesn't automatically determine specific response parameters. We implement appropriate countermeasures within sustainable approach rather than reactive escalation. Thorne studied him with slight surprise at this measured response, expecting perhaps more immediate acceleration given confirmed threat timeline. The Phoenix Protocol remains most comprehensive countermeasure despite implementation stability concerns. We'll evaluate all options within context of both security necessity and broader sustainability, Harry clarified, conscious integration of friends' concerns rather than dismissal. The Council's accelerated timeline requires response, but proportion and approach remain subject to balanced consideration rather than predetermined escalation. Their extraction proceeded without further complication, implementing indirect return routes specifically designed to prevent tracking or identification. Throughout the journey, Harry maintained thoughtful consideration of strategic implications, the confirmed threat requiring response while implementation approach required careful calibration beyond reactive acceleration. The successful intelligence operation had provided critical information without detection or confrontation, precisely balanced infiltration demonstrating discipline rather than escalation despite confirmation of concerning developments. This same balanced approach would need to characterize subsequent decision-making, maintaining security vigilance without surrendering foundational principles to reactive momentum. The Sanctuary Council convened an emergency session upon their return. Senior representatives gathered to receive infiltration intelligence and consider appropriate response options. Harry presented findings with disciplined objectivity, detailed technical assessment without strategic recommendation, providing comprehensive information while allowing collaborative decision-making rather than predetermined direction. The Severance prototype is operationally ready, he concluded after detailed presentation. Implementation timeline measured in days rather than previous estimates of weeks. Targeting parameters specifically calibrated to chimeric magical signatures with particular emphasis on my specific harmonic pattern. Deployment authorization already secured from Council leadership, Thorne added, completing the assessment. Operational planning underway for implementation within established timeline. Strategic intent clearly established through documented targeting priorities. The Council representatives absorbed this information with appropriate gravity, recognizing significant implications for both Harry personally and the Sanctuary collectively. His chimeric abilities provided foundation for their defensive capability against both Council and Ministry aggression. Targeted neutralization represented existential threat beyond individual concern. Options for response, asked Garnick, the Goblin representative, focusing on practical considerations. Multiple approaches identified, Harry replied, indicating research materials Hermione had prepared. The Phoenix Protocol represents most comprehensive countermeasure but carries significant implementation stability concerns. Alternative approaches offer partial protection with reduced risk profile. The fundamental question extends beyond technical parameters, Forenza observed, bringing Centaur perspective to the discussion. Whether comprehensive protection with significant stability risk represents more appropriate balance than partial protection with greater implementation certainty. The Council's accelerated timeline suggests immediate response necessity, noted Casper, the Vampire Elder. Delay for perfect solution potentially surrenders initiative entirely. Yet reactive escalation without full consideration of consequences potentially creates greater long-term vulnerability, countered Mercus from her suspended water sphere. The Sanctuary's strength derives from balanced approach rather than purely defensive posture. The discussion continued with thoughtful consideration from all perspectives, security necessity balanced against implementation concerns, immediate protection weighed against long-term sustainability. Throughout, Harry maintained engaged participation without dominating direction, allowing collaborative wisdom rather than unilateral decision despite personal stake in the outcome. The modified protocol approach offers reasonable compromise, Hermione suggested after comprehensive review of available options. Implementing core protection mechanisms against direct severing while deferring complete harmonic anchoring until stability parameters improve. Partial protection established immediately with pathway for enhancement as research progresses. This balanced approach generated growing consensus, addressing immediate threat with proportional response while maintaining pathway toward comprehensive protection through continued research rather than premature implementation of unstable measures. The compromise satisfied security concerns without surrendering sustainable development to reactive escalation. Implementation timeline. Harry asked practically, accepting emerging consensus rather than pressing for more aggressive approach. Initial protection measures could be established within 48 hours, Hermione confirmed. Core harmonic anchoring providing defense against direct severance while more comprehensive protection develops through parallel research track. The Council approved this approach with near unanimity, appreciating balanced response to legitimate threat without overcorrection based on worst-case assumptions. Harry accepted the decision with genuine agreement rather than reluctant compliance, recognizing wisdom in measured approach despite confirmed threat timeline. As the Council session concluded, Hermione approached Harry privately, her expression reflecting surprised satisfaction at his balanced participation. "That was unexpected," she acknowledged. "Your presentation remained factual without strategic pressure toward predetermined conclusion. The infiltration confirmed threat timeline but didn't eliminate need for balanced consideration," Harry replied simply. "Reactive escalation serves Council objectives more than our own foundational principles." "The intervention actually registered," she observed with pleased surprise. "We weren't certain it would give an operational momentum." Harry smiled slightly, genuine rather than performative. Several perspectives aligned simultaneously: your intervention, Lyra's emphasis on maintaining foundational balance, Luna's insight about unnecessary resistance creating additional tension. Collectively compelling even to strategic consideration. This acknowledgement clearly relieved Hermione's concern, though caution remained beneath her satisfaction. The modified protocol still carries implementation risks, though significantly reduced compared to comprehensive version. Preparation should proceed with continued attention to stability indicators rather than predetermined timeline. "Agreed," Harry confirmed, maintaining balanced perspective rather than security fixation. Proportional response addressing confirmed threat without surrendering broader principles to reactive momentum. As implementation preparations began, Harry maintained this recalibrated approach, engaged oversight without micromanagement, strategic direction without dominating control, security awareness without surrendering community development priorities. The balanced posture represented conscious integration of friends' concerns rather than superficial accommodation, genuine recalibration rather than tactical adjustment. Most significantly, Harry implemented Luna's unexpected insight regarding transformation pressure, reducing resistance creating unnecessary tension while maintaining appropriate boundaries. Rather than constantly suppressing chimeric manifestation through increasingly exhausting control, he established sustainable equilibrium, scheduled transformation periods allowing expression without dominance, integration rather than opposition between human consciousness and creature aspects. This balanced approach yielded unexpected benefits beyond reduced tension, improved magical efficiency, enhanced recovery between necessary transformations, and most importantly, clearer strategic thinking unclouded by constant suppression effort. The chimeric aspects remained powerful but increasingly integrated within cohesive identity rather than competing against artificial constraints. 3 days later, as implementation preparations for the modified protocol neared completion, Harry stood with Lyra on the eastern cliffs, watching sunrise illuminate the flourishing sanctuary below. Her recovery had progressed steadily, most creature bond connections restored to normal function with only occasional fatigue indicating lingering effects from council binding. "The integration seems more balanced," she observed, studying him with perceptive assessment. "Less constant tension beneath the surface." Harry nodded, acknowledging the accurate observation. Luna suggested something unexpectedly insightful, that harmony comes from acceptance rather than control. Reducing unnecessary resistance while maintaining appropriate boundaries. Thestrals often perceive what others miss, Lyra noted with small smile. Their existence between life and death provides unique perspective on balanced integration of seemingly opposed aspects. The modified protocol implements similar principle, Harry explained, connecting personal and strategic applications. Establishing necessary protection without forcing comprehensive implementation before stability parameters support it. Balance rather than binary approach. Lyra studied him with pleased recognition of genuine recalibration rather than superficial adjustment. The Council's accelerated timeline could easily have justified opposite response, reactive escalation pushing comprehensive implementation despite stability concerns. Your restraint demonstrates governance through principle rather than reaction. Several perspectives aligned simultaneously, he acknowledged, echoing his explanation to Hermione. The intervention from friends, your emphasis on maintaining foundational balance, direct intelligence confirming threat without eliminating need for measured response. And what happens when the Council actually implements severance deployment, she asked, addressing the question still remaining despite preparation. When theoretical threat becomes active attempt. Harry considered this with balanced assessment rather than predetermined escalation. We respond proportionally within established principles. The modified protocol provides core protection while our diplomatic initiatives continue expanding international awareness of Council methods. Security and community development advancing simultaneously rather than one surrendering to the other. This balanced approach represented significant evolution from the reactive momentum that had concerned his closest friends, not abandoning legitimate security measures but contextualizing them within broader mission rather than allowing them to become defining purpose. The sanctuary would maintain vigilance without surrendering its foundational vision to defensive posture alone. As implementation day arrived, the modified protocol proceeded with careful monitoring of stability parameters throughout, technical team observing harmonic patterns with particular attention to potential disruption indicators. Unlike comprehensive version with its significant stability risks, this balanced approach established core protection mechanisms within sustainable parameters while creating foundation for potential enhancement through continued research rather than premature implementation. Harry underwent the procedure with characteristic composure, outwardly calm despite the procedure's personal significance. The technical implementation established harmonic anchoring for his core chimeric connections, creating distributed backup patterns that could restore these pathways if directly targeted by severance technology. Unlike comprehensive anchoring, this version focused on essential connections rather than complete harmonic replication, reducing implementation complexity while addressing primary vulnerability. Lyra remained present throughout, her creature bond abilities providing additional stability monitoring beyond technical instrumentation. Her recovered connections allowed perception of harmonic patterns directly, providing real-time assessment of integration success and potential disruption indicators. Core anchoring established within stability parameters, confirmed the technical lead as the procedure completed its primary phase. Essential chimeric connections secured against direct severance attempt. Enhancement pathway prepared for potential implementation as research progresses and stability parameters improve. The success represented balanced achievement, addressing confirmed threat with proportional response while maintaining sustainable approach rather than reactive escalation. The modified protocol provided necessary protection without surrendering broader principles to security fixation or implementation risks to perceived necessity. As monitoring confirmed continued stability following implementation, Harry maintained characteristic composure while internally acknowledging significant relief. The procedure had established crucial protection against Council threat while avoiding stability risks that comprehensive version would have necessitated, precisely calibrated response rather than overcorrection based on worst-case assumptions. The anchoring appears stable, Lyra confirmed from her unique perspective. Harmonic patterns show proper integration without disruptive resonance. The modified approach achieved appropriate balance between protection and stability. This balanced success extended beyond immediate security concerns to represent broader recalibration, addressing legitimate threats with proportional response while maintaining the sanctuary's foundational principles. Not perfect solution to complex challenge but sustainable approach within evolving circumstances. As evening approached on implementation day, Harry stood again at the eastern cliffs, watching sunset illuminate the sanctuary from opposite direction. The settlement below continued its balanced activities, security measures maintained with appropriate vigilance while community development proceeded without subordination to defensive concerns. Diplomatic initiatives expanded alliance networks while research teams advanced both protective technologies and harmonic understanding simultaneously. This balanced activity represented the sanctuary's fundamental strength, not perfect security or comprehensive protection but sustainable integration of multiple priorities within cohesive community. Security without dominance, development without vulnerability, diplomacy without naivety, balance rather than binary approach to complex challenges. Whether this recalibrated approach would prove sufficient against determined council aggression remained uncertain, particularly given confirmed Severance deployment timeline. Yet the response itself represented victory regardless of ultimate outcome, maintaining foundational principles within challenging circumstances rather than surrendering them to perceived necessity. The Council would implement their Severance technology within days according to confirmed intelligence. The Sanctuary had established proportional protection while maintaining its broader mission rather than narrowing toward purely defensive posture. The confrontation would proceed with neither side achieving predetermined victory, outcome determined through balanced engagement rather than reactive escalation. As darkness settled over the Sanctuary, Harry implemented his now established transformation schedule, allowing controlled expression rather than constant suppression. The chimeric aspects manifested with practiced precision, integration rather than domination characterizing the relationship between human consciousness and creature abilities. In this balanced state, Harry considered the approaching confrontation with strategic clarity unclouded by suppression tension, the Council's inevitable deployment representing significant challenge without defining the Sanctuary's response beyond established principles. They would maintain vigilance without surrendering vision, security without sacrificing community, protection without abandoning purpose. The Crucible would test not just protection against specific technology but adherence to foundational principles amid direct challenge. The Sanctuary's response would demonstrate whether recalibrated balance could withstand determined opposition or would revert to reactive escalation under pressure. The coming days would prove whether conscious integration could maintain stability where constant control had created unnecessary tension. Whatever the outcome, the Sanctuary had already achieved significant victory, establishing sustainable approach within challenging circumstances rather than surrendering foundational principles to perceived necessity. The balance Harry had re-established personally extended to collective response, proportional measures addressing legitimate threats without overcorrection based on worst-case assumptions. The Crucible approached, but the Sanctuary would face it with balanced determination rather than reactive fear, security maintained alongside community, protection implemented without surrendering purpose, vigilance practiced without abandoning vision. The Council would confront not just protected target but integrated community maintaining foundational principles despite direct challenge. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.